Okay, so continuing on with chapter 14 here, FHA loans, let's just do a little recap of them. FHA does not lend money, they insure loans. So the local banks or lenders give the loans, and FHA will insure them against loss in the event that the borrower defaults. Their most common loan is FHA 203B. They have fixed rate loans, they have adjustable rate loans, they have all kinds of loans available, but they're for owner occupied residents. They're not for investors or second homes or vacation properties. FHA loans are only for owner occupied 1 to 4 family residences. Okay. The reason why they're so popular, they require low down payment, only 3.5% down. They have no credit score requirements, although your local lender may have a credit score requirement. It's usually 620, but as we've seen, you can get FHA loans as low as 580 from some lenders. It depends on the lender. So it does have a minimum repair requirement that the property be in livable condition, not require a lot of repairs, or even certain kinds of repairs. Has to have a stove, the paint can't be peeling, dishwasher can't be leaking if it has one, in order to get that loan. Now, a maximum seller concession allowed is up to 6% of the loan amount. That would be money that goes back to the buyer towards closing costs. It requires an upfront insurance premium called MIP, which stands for Mortgage Insurance Premium. Because remember, FHA does not lend money, they insure loans. They insure the entire loan amount. So MIP, do not mistake it for PMI. PMI is private mortgage insurance. When a borrower is putting down less than 20%, that PMI insurance would insure the amount less than 20% the borrower put down with your typical conventional loans. But in a FHA loan, MIP is required. It's an insurance premium that's for the insurance that would insure the entire loan. Okay. Now, this borrower has to put a one-time upfront mortgage insurance premium, but in addition to that, they have to pay a monthly premium as well for that. And that premium can never be dropped unless the borrower put down 10% when they got the loan, but only after 11 years if they paid off at least 78% of it. That's the only time they could drop it. They may be able to finance some of the closing costs, and any or all the down payment can be, and closing costs can be a gift, but not a loan from relatives. FHA 203K, that's what we left off on, is the 203K is the construction or rehabilitation loan or improvement loan that covers one loan covers the cost of both the purchase of the property as well as improvements to it. And like I said, FHA has other loan programs available like ARMs, adjustable rate mortgages and such as well. Now, old FHA loans are assumable. Newer ones old FHA loans are assumable, but the person who's assuming it does not have to qualify for the loan. They could just transfer it. But the newer FHA loans, they may be assumable, but the borrower, the person who's assuming the loan, must be able to qualify for the loan as well. Okay. Assumable means that the other person can just take over your payments. Okay. And remember, if somebody assumes a loan, they don't make the payments, you're still responsible for them too. Okay. Now, FHA does have minimum and maximum, does have maximum lending limits for the amount that they will lend for a 1, 2, 3, or 4 family house. And here I put a link here for your convenience here, just so that you're aware of this. It's by county. So we have higher cost counties and cheaper counties. So depending on what county the property's in that you're purchasing, the FHA does have maximum lending limits. So I'm going to open it up and just show you really quick what those limits are. Any day now. All right. So here is the FHA's, well, HUD's website, the FHA page on the HUD website, see HUD.gov. And you could search by county in all the states. Let's just look up New Jersey. And I'm just going to put in New Jersey so we can see all the different counties. And then I'm going to submit. Now you can see the county name right here, right? And then here, this row is 1 family, 2 family, 3 family, and 4 family, and what the median price is for the 1 families in those areas. So Atlantic County, the maximum they'll lend for a 1 family house for using an FHA loan program is $356, $362. And then in more expensive counties like Bergen, as you can see, it's $822, $375 for a single family home. So as you can see, different counties have different maximum lending limits depending on the county. A lot of the counties here have that $822, $375 because New Jersey is a damn expensive state. But we do have some of the rural counties like Warren, Salem, Mercer. Which I'm kind of surprised at that one because they also have, even though they got cheap towns like Trenton, they also have expensive towns like Princeton, you know, in them. I guess 356 is the lowest they go now for a single family, which that's a lot. But that's the current rate, okay, as of today, Friday, November 20th. Well, actually, that's not today's date, but as of that date to today, which is 6/14/21. All right, so let's see. Back to the slideshow. Now, if you want to get a condo using the FHA loan program, the condominiums have to be FHA approved as well. So let me click on that. So the condominium complex must be FHA approved if you want to get an FHA loan to buy a condo. Now, what's required to get it FHA approved? Well, they have FHA requires minimum construction standards been used, the materials and etc. When they were developing the community, but most of the units had to have already been sold, and the majority of the units have to be owner occupied. If they're mostly renter occupied, you won't get an FHA loan. They're looking out for the buyer in this way because who takes better care of their properties, homeowners or renters? Homeowners, of course, right? So they want to make sure that the property values aren't going to be sinking on them because it's all renter occupied by renters who really don't maintain the properties. All right, let's see. So let's take a look at this. New Jersey, you can look up which condo. By the way, if you see a condo that's not FHA approved, the person can still possibly get an FHA loan for it. They just need to get the complex approved. And it's a little bit of a process. They just need the paperwork to be filled out and submitted by the condo complex. And it's just a little bit of hassle going through getting all that paperwork and stuff. So it may take a little time to get that done. And once that complex is approved, anybody can use an FHA loan for the next 20 years, 20 or 30 years, something like that. These complexes need to be reapproved. So, you know, I sold many condos in Middlesex County alone with FHA programs, many of them in Edison. But let's check this out. County. I'm going to put Middlesex County in here in New Jersey. And let's see all the condo complexes. Oh, wait, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Back it up a little bit. I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to put Edison. Let's see how many condo complexes in, screw it. Let's keep Middlesex County. Do all Middlesex County. And then you could see here on the right-hand side, the status, if there was, they show FHA concentration of loans, how many loans in there were used, FHA program, is the complex approved, and the expiration date of that approval. So here's one that was approved in 1990. However, this one expired in 2011. Okay. I don't know why it was only 10 years. It's usually like 20. All right. You can see complexes that are approved, expired, approved, expired, approved, expired. This one's approved till 2023. Okay. That's in Denellen. Yeah, let's look at the one. Let me back it up. Let's look at Edison, since I sold a lot of them in Edison before. Let's look up how many are approved in Edison now. Expired, 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 rejected, expired, 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 rejected, rejected, approved, but expired, 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 expired. Oh, this one expired this year. Rejected. Now, they could be rejected because, look, missing or incomplete documentation was submitted. Maybe they started the process but didn't finish it. Rejected, rejected. So not a single condo complex in Edison, which is full of them, is approved for the FHA program right now. So somebody who would want use an FHA loan to get a condo complex approved would have to submit a package to get those complexes approved. And they still could do it, but you need to know that they need to be an approved complex. All right. And then let's see, I have another link here for, it's going off to the edge a little bit here of the screen, but HUD owned homes. These are those FHA homes that were foreclosed on. They're now HUD homes. And you can see where they're available. I created that link to the HUD homes website. All right, so that takes you here to the HUD portal. Now, if you're an agent and you're going to put a bid on a HUD home for somebody, or you want to get listings of HUD homes, you need to be you need to work for a HUD approved broker. See this, principal brokers only. Click here to access the NADES application portal. So your broker needs to be HUD approved. So question to ask brokers, if you want to deal with this, are they HUD approved? Because they need this NAID number in order to submit offers on HUD properties. Now, check this out. HUD programs, they have some unique programs here. They have this Good Neighbor Next Door program for nonprofits, and they have $1 homes available. So HUD owned homes, they will sell homes for $1 to teachers and police. So anybody who's a teacher or a police officer can get a $1 HUD home, but they got to live in the house for, I think it is like at least 3 to 5 years. All right, okay, and let's see, they also have it available for Good Neighbor program and nonprofits as well. They could get that $1 home. Reason being is a lot of times these HUD homes, a lot of times you get them in rundown shape, and sometimes they're in rundown communities, and you need to they figure if they get upstanding citizens in them that they can help lift the whole community, but I don't know if that will work in today's age, the way society's going right now. Anyway, that's the way that works. All right, now let's look at the VA loan program. VA is for veterans. That's the Veterans Department of Veterans Affairs. VA guarantees loans. They guarantee loans for veteran or co-veteran owned and occupied residences for 1 to 4 family homes. Once again, not for investment properties. The veteran has to live in it. VA guarantees 25% of that loan amount to the lender. So because they are guaranteeing 25% of the loan amount, it's as if the borrower put down 25%. Therefore, no down payment is required. So these are generally 100% financing for the veteran. Now, the VA does has their lending limits that are set by county, just like the FHA. It's a little bit harder to find, but its range in the cheaper counties is 548 250, much higher than the FHA's, up to 822 375, just like the FHA's more expensive counties for a single family home in these areas. Now, just like with FHA, they have that special amendatory clause. And what's the purpose of the amendatory clause? It says that if the house does not appraise for the purchase price, that the purchaser can get out of the contract without penalty. That's what the purpose of the FHA VA special amendatory clause is. That must be added into all sales contracts where the financing is coming from the FHA or is being used through one of the FHA or VA programs. Now, the appraisal for a VA loan, well, actually, you know what, same thing for an appraisal for an FHA loan. The appraiser needs to be FHA certified. Not any appraiser can appraise an FHA loan. That's just an additional class the appraiser needs to take to look out for certain things. Okay, in similar fashion, any appraiser who's going to do appraisals for VA loans, the appraisal's not actually called an appraisal. It's called a CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. This is often an exam question, so add that to your study guide list there, CRV. What do you call an appraisal for a VA loan? Certificate of Reasonable Value, or CRV. A lot of times people remember this when I say, just remember the car, Honda CRV. For some reason, it just clicks in people's minds when I say that. So the Honda CRV, that's what you call an appraisal for a VA loan, the CRV, okay? Certificate of Reasonable Value. Now, discount points may be paid by the seller, the buyer, or shared between them. The funding application fee, there is a funding or application fee that the veteran has to pay, or the seller can pay it, or they could split it. Now, the amount of that funding or application fee that the veteran has to pay, well, if they're a disabled veteran, that fee is waived. If they are National Guardsmen or reservists, the funding fee may be a little bit higher. Now, in order to be eligible for a VA loan, these were the requirements. You had to serve 90, now you don't need to memorize this. You had to serve 90 consecutive days of active duty during wartime, 181 days of active service during peacetime, or 6 years if you're in the reserves or National Guard. But if you're in the reserves or National Guard and you were serving during wartime, it's only 90 days still for you. And loans can be assumed by somebody who need not be a veteran. Wait, so do you need to be a veteran to get a VA loan? Yes. Do you need to be a veteran to take over to assume a VA loan? No, you do not. That's often a state exam question. Hint, hint. All right. Now I have some links here for the where you can get information about the VA loans. All right. So here's a couple of links here that I set out for you guys as well. All right. And since we're talking about veterans here a little bit, a lot of people in the class tend to be a little bit younger. I'm surprised how many of them never heard of the movie Stripes. So I'm throwing that movie out there for you guys. Bill Murray, you know, comedian. Stripes, that was an excellent, funny movie that dealt with, it was a comedy, but dealing with these guys that joined the military. So I don't know why it came up one time in a conversation, so I threw it into class and I threw it down there at the bottom. Netflix it, whatever. Look it up. Amazon Prime. It's called Stripes. You guys will love it. All right. Very funny movie. All right. So let's stop here and get caught up on all of our highlights, because we got a lot of highlighting to get caught up on through just the FHA stuff alone. So page 244. Let me know when you're there. Everybody there? 244? I can't hear nobody, so.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I'm all good.
Yeah, you got to remember to unmute yourselves, because if you're talking, I didn't hear you. Okay, so FHA insured loans. Do you have anything highlighted in those first two paragraphs under FHA insured loans?
No.
All right, so let's highlight FHA, Federal Housing Administration, FHA. And then on the next line, we're going to highlight neither builds homes nor lends money itself. Rather, it insures loans on real property made by approved lending institutions. Then underneath that, we're going to highlight does insure the lender against loss. And underneath that, we're going to highlight a loan that is not made by the agency, but insured by it. So at least 3 times in that one paragraph, they tell you they don't make loans, they insure them, right? So you think it's on exam? Maybe.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. All right. Next paragraph, next to last line, we're just going to highlight the words, they require low down payments. How much a down payment? 3.5%. So write that just beneath it, 3.5%. They require low down payment, 3.5%. Then in the next paragraph, underneath FHA 203B, we're going to highlight the first sentence. It's the most widely used loan program they have for 1 to 4 family residences. Following paragraph, we're going to highlight the first sentence showing that you got to pay that MIP coverage, that one-time upfront MIP insurance. Next paragraph, you're going to highlight the first sentence again that says that any or all of the down payment and closing costs can be a gift and not a loan from relatives. And on the last line of that same paragraph, we're going to highlight seller's concession may not exceed 6% of the loan. All right. Now the following paragraph, I'm sorry, the last paragraph in this section, it says, the FHA requires that most borrowers, those who make less than 10% down payment, continue to pay the annual insurance premium for the life of the loan up to 30 years. The only way to cancel the MIP is to pay off the loan or to refinance it. Now, hold on one second. If you did not put down 10%, it can be removed. If you put down at least 10% at the time you got the loan, once you paid off 78% of the loan after you've had it for 11 years. So write that down over there. MIP can be dropped if the buyer put down at least 10%. when equity reaches 78% after 11 years. So when the buyers paid off at least 78% of that loan, but only after 11 years having it at least, and only if they put down 10% at the time they bought the house can they drop that PMI coverage. I'm sorry, MIP coverage. Okay.
So if someone makes renovations to their home and then it becomes more equitable that way over time, not just like just paying off the loan, but just the property value itself, does that still apply?
Yeah, because you're
After
making
they
it
let it
you're making it more valuable again. So yeah, when you paid off 78%, so you're getting the paid off 78%. When you got 78% equity in the property, yes, yes. So, but that's only if you put down 10% at the time you got the loan. If you did not put down at least 10% at the time you got the loan, you never drop it. So you're better off when equity reaches 20%, instead of waiting till 78%. When equity reaches 20%, just refinance to a conventional loan, and you don't have to pay this insurance no more. Why wait until you pay off 78% of it, or get 78% equity in another way, right? It's easier to do that. Just refinance into a conventional loan. Okay, you guys recall what refinancing means? Refinancing is when you get a new loan to pay off your existing and hopefully at a lower interest rate. All right. Now, estimate of value on the second paragraph, we're going to highlight FHA allows down payments as low as 3.5%. Now, the book is wrong where it says they'll allow loans with people with credit scores as low as 620. That's the local lender. That's common for most lenders, but their FHA does not have a minimum credit score requirement. So that is wrong there. Okay. Highlight FHA borrowers allowed to finance a portion of their closing costs. They're allowed to finance a portion of their closing costs. We already discussed that in an upper paragraph that it's 6%, the seller's concession. Well, they could ask for a seller's concession, I'm sorry, but they could also finance it themselves. If the seller doesn't give them a concession, they could finance their own closing costs. They could bundle it up into the loan itself if they didn't have the money. And then highlight the last sentence. The FHA sets top limits on its loans depending on price levels in different areas of the country. And then write by county. See HUD website. By county, see HUD website. Remember I just showed you those charts? By county, see HUD website. Okay. Then while you got your pen in your hand, on the next page where it says repair requirements, write minimum repairs allowed. Minimum repairs allowed. Because it has to be in move-in or livable condition. It has to be in livable condition. And they don't consider if it has lead paint that's peeling off the walls, they don't consider that livable. If the front steps are cracked or the railing is loose, that's not good enough. If the dishwasher is leaking or if there's no stove or the stove isn't working, that's not livable. All right, so it's they're very minimal repairs allowed. So actually you may want to write there, very minimum repairs allowed, very minimal repairs allowed. All right. They do have an occupancy requirement. Highlight borrower must intend to occupy the property. And in the same paragraph, highlight the last sentence. no prepayment penalties are allowed or charged if an FHA loan is paid off before the end of the term. So if it's a 30-year loan and you pay it off in 20, they don't charge prepayment penalties. But then again, in New Jersey, no prepayment penalties are allowed. So FHA loans may be assumed. It's possible. So just highlights an older FHA, actually just highlight FHA loan and then go past that date and highlight may be assumed. So all FHA loans are assumable. It's just a matter of if the person that's assuming it needs to fully qualify for the loan or not. That's what those dates are about. You don't need to study those dates. Under other FHA programs, go to the third paragraph, highlight the first sentence. FHA Section 203K mortgages allow one loan to cover both the purchase price and extensive rehabilitation work. And then highlight the last paragraph there. For either FHA or VA loans, a special amendatory clause is required that states if the house appraises for less than the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Or at their option, they can dig deep in their pocket and knowingly pay the difference themselves. And then let's go to the VA loans, formerly called the GI loans. GI. What is that? General issue. That's what that stood for. Standard. There's no word standard. That's what that stood for. General issue, because everybody in the military was issued the same uniform, the same weapon, the same amount of bullets, the same everything. There is no individuality in the military. You are all working as one. There's no black, there's no white. You're all the same when you're in the military, fighting side by side. That person next to you is depending on your life, okay? So there's no differences, unlike today's military, where now you have to worry about somebody's feelings and their social identities and all that stuff, which is getting ridiculous. If you guys are living in the same world I am, I don't know. To me, it's whew. I don't know if our military is looking too strong to the rest of the world right about now. It's probably why Putin is laughing at us and daring our president to an open public debate. That's not laughable. I'm laughing because I'm frustrated. All right, let's see. Highlights, the VA guarantees the top 25% of the loan. No down payment is required. Obviously, those numbers in the book don't match the numbers that I have here in the slideshow because I looked them up and the numbers on the slideshow have been updated. Those are the updated numbers for the how much the VA will lend for single family homes in the lower cost counties and the upper cost counties since this book was published, not even a year ago. All right. Last paragraph, we're going to highlight VA mortgages, then skip to the end of the paragraph and highlight intended only for owner occupied property owned or co-owned by the veteran. And then may be placed on 1 to 4 family residences. Now, they go on to tell you, although the guarantee comes from the federal government, the loan itself is made by the local lending institutions. So once again, does the FHA or the VA lend money? No. FHA, what do?
They insure it.
They insure loans. The VA,
Insures it also.
no, they don't insure it. They guarantee 25% of the loan amount. Okay. One insures it, the other makes a guarantee that in the event the borrower defaults, the VA will guarantee to pay 25% of that loan to the lender. So they're not insuring the whole loan, they're only guaranteeing the top 25% of it in the event of the borrower's default. All right. So you got to remember who insures and who guarantees. Okay. Then you got the eligibility requirements there. And then under assumability at the bottom of page 246, we're going to highlight any VA mortgage loan may be assumed by the next owner of the property who need not be a veteran. You may want to even underline, need not be a veteran. All right, once you got all that, then we can move on to the next topic here, the NJHMFA. That's the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency. Okay, so the New Jersey NJHMFA, they offer below market interest rate loans. So basically they offer them at low rates with little or no down payment requirements to qualified buyers, not investors, but owner occupants who live in urban target areas. What areas?
Urban target.
Urban target areas. So what's an urban area?
Highly populated.
Densely populated area. Yes. So let's highlight the first sentence under the New Jersey Home Buyers Program. That the NJHMFA offers below market interest loans with little or no down payment to qualified buyers who purchase homes in urban target areas, and then underline urban target area. Needs to know that. Hint, hint. And once again, NJHMFA does not lend the money. These loans are available through approved lenders from all of their various programs. New Jersey does not lend the money. The NJHMFA loans are offered through approved lenders to offer these programs through the state. So they got programs for first-time home buyers. It used to be called the NJ Smart Start program. I believe they may have renamed it recently. I'm not sure what it is called now, but it was called the NJ Smart Start program. That's a loan for first-time home buyers. So sometimes you get people looking for loans for first-time home buyers. Well, here is one. The catch is the buyer has to go to they have to take a one-day class. It's like a home economics class. They teach you how to balance your checkbook, and they teach you how to do basic repairs in a home, like how to change a washer and a sink that's leaky and stuff like that, how to change an air filter and an HVAC system, stuff like that, so that you don't have to go calling somebody, a specialist, to come in and pay somebody to come in and do basic repairs that you could do yourself, and then start costing that homeowner, making the house seem like it's the money pit. Anybody ever see that movie? Tom Hanks, The Money Pit? There's another movie for you guys to watch if you like old comedies. Geez, it's incredible you got to say it's old now. But anyway, I feel old saying that. So that's another funny movie there. Tom Hanks and Shelley Long, I believe it was. So The Money Pit is what that was called. That's a real estate related loan, real estate related movie. So I have it actually in that class links Word document. I have a list there of real estate related movies you guys may want to check out. So you apply through various local approved lending institutions to get these loans. The NJ Smart Start program, on the coming slide, I show you how it works. Let me fast forward to it really quick. This is the way that, back it up. This is the way that that loan works. It's for first-time home buyers only. They will give you a loan. This is a second loan that they'll give you for up to $10,000 towards your down payment and or closing costs. The buyer must take a class teaching them how to do those basic repairs and manage their finances. Now, this second loan is at a higher interest rate than the first loan to get the house. However, they don't have to pay it back if they live in the house for at least 5 years. So they're giving you money for your down payment and closing costs on the house that you don't have to pay back if you live in the house for at least 5 years. However, if you sell that house before the 5-year period, you do have to pay it back and at that higher interest rate. But how much do you pay back? Well, if you lived in the house for at least 5 years, you pay back nothing. If you sell that house with 4 years or less, you pay back 25% of it, 3 years or less, 50%, 2 years or less, 75, 1 year or less, you pay it all back. Okay, so that's the way that loan program works. Okay, so it is a neat program for a homeowner who does intend to live in that house for the next 5 years, right? It's like they're giving you $10,000. All right, so they have that Smart Start program. They got a program, loan programs for live where you work. They've got programs for off-peak hours. Those are traveling to work in off-peak hours. Their bosses allow them to do that to help relieve some of the congestion from the busy New Jersey roads. They've got programs for police, fire, and teachers as well. All right, and here's some website links I put together for you that are not in the book. There may be one of these in the book, but not all of these. I put them together for you. These are all for the NJ Smart Start, I'm sorry, the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency. You have this one link, njhousing.gov, which tells you about a lot of the different loan programs that they do have. Here's njhousing.gov. Loading. There we go. Loading. I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay. So there's a lot of information about their loan program. Oh, look, here you go. Their home buyers program, how you get $10,000 towards down payment and closing costs. Learn more. Let's click on it. Learn more. All right. So did they change the name? The Road Home New Jersey, a guide for New Jersey home buyers to help navigate your affordable home ownership. Guides also available in Spanish. All right, now they just refer to it as the Down Payment Assistance Program. It used to be referred to as the Smart Start Program. All right, looks like they got a little video here explaining that, but I already explained it to you guys how that works. You could come here to this link and you could find out more about it. I have that link in the slideshow. That's that first one I clicked on, njhousing.gov. Then we have this second link for them, for the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency, which takes you, oh, now it takes you to the same exact place. So I guess we don't need two separate links for that anymore, huh? Yep, that is the same exact link, isn't it? All right, so njhousing.gov, I guess, is easier to remember though than nj.gov/DCA-/HMFA. So that takes you to the same place. And then we have this another link from them. Click on that. Where does that take you? It takes you nowhere now. Why is that? All right, so this was a page. Apparently they did some reformatting of these pages recently. There used to be guides here for the buyers. Now, yep, you all got to get it. Okay, so let me remove that from the slideshow then. This link is no more. Can't do it from the screen. Hold on one second. I got to minimize, go to the slideshow and update that. Sorry. Just removing the dead links. Or link. All right. Full screen again. All right, so I just removed that link. It's now dead. So just go to njhousing.gov. That link has all the links there. But on that website, close that out. Okay, let's see. So on this website, they do have. Okay, let's look up here. They got home buyers guides and stuff like that. Just surf around. There's content here that you guys can add to your own websites too. The more content you could provide on your own personal websites to the public, the more clicky you make it. That means the higher ranking it'll have. If your website is linking to other real estate related websites and that content is all real estate related, the search engines give you a higher ranking in the search engine results. And then if some of these other websites start linking back to your website, that even gives you more cred on your website. So by doing this, people do searches. This is how your website soon gets up there in the search engines through natural clickability, without having to pay for advertising to get people to your websites. Okay, so make it search engine friendly like that. Add content and original content and links to resources. And if you got good websites like that, search engines will rank your website. Okay, I'm just showing you how to do stuff cheaply or freely. All right, and you could accomplish where you get some of these companies that are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on marketing and advertising of their websites to get them ranking on the search engines. You could do it for free. Did a lot of you people find my school website? How did you find it? Did you find it through search engines online?
Yeah, through Google.
Through Google, right?
I will just put the best real estate program in New Jersey. Yeah, in one of those.
All right. Now, the interesting thing is, you know how much my advertising budget is? You know how much I spend to get that search engine ranking to come back on that first page of Google?
No.
Nada. Not a dime.
You get very good reviews though, you know, people who wants to basically reviews help a lot too.
Well, I ask students that too, you know, go there, give a little review, you know, after you graduate, I send you guys a thing. Thank you. You know, if you want to give a little, say a few nice words, put a review out there, go out there and do that, please. You know, I appreciate it. But that's up to students to do, you know, and the only money that I really spend is on domain names. I must have about 50 different domain names that point to the same website. But they're all like real estate related stuff, you know. And so, I mean, I've done things like I bought domain names from schools that went out of business, and they may have paid for advertising somewhere, and they may have their links all over the place. And sometimes people click on those things, and where do they get directed to now? To my website, because I own it now. So, I mean, there's ways that I generate traffic, and on other websites when people talk about it, you know, there's ways to naturally, like I was telling you, organically generate those leads. So I'm just telling you guys, because you should have your own websites, and it's one thing having your own website, but you need to get people to the website. All right. So have your websites on your business cards, have them on all your advertising materials, because you want people to go to your website so that you can get their leads directly, not just send them to your broker. Right. All right. So anyway, let's go back to this. Okay. So NJHMFA, that was that. They give loans to people in what target areas?
Urban.
All right. You'll get that question right on exam. Ding, 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 ding. You know, the Rec D, that's the Rural Economic Community Development, formerly known as the Farmers Home Loan Program. This is actually through the USDA. That's the United States Department of Agriculture. They give loans to people in rural areas. Those are sparsely populated areas, like farmland, those rural areas where you'd be lucky if you could see your neighbor, right? Well, they give loans to low income, to first time home buyers, to people who live in rural areas, basically. These loans are subsidized with interest rates as low as 1%. A 1% interest rate on the loan. Now, they're for modest priced homes. They're not for expensive homes. They're for moderately priced homes for people who live in rural areas. These loans come directly from the United States Department of Agriculture and not a third-party lender. So 100% financing is available on these 1% interest rate loans. Now, what is a rural area in New Jersey? Well, I give you some links here to go to their website. They don't make it as easy. There used to be a map on their website that you could just look and scan on the map, and you could see it was color coded. You could see what areas are considered rural and which ones are not. Now you actually have to put an address in, and then after you put that address in, then you could pan through the map. So I can't really do that here for you in class right now, because we used to be able to do that, but now you got to actually fill out the form to be able to search around. But you'll be surprised what they consider rural. You guys familiar with like New Brunswick? On the other side of New Brunswick is oh geez, what the hell's the name of that town? Begins with an F. Franklin.
Franklin, yeah.
Do you know that's considered rural?
Yeah, they have a lot of farmland out there, like little
Well,
areas.
yeah, but when you go way out, I'm talking
Yeah.
about like right
Weird.
next to New Brunswick, Franklin.
Like off of 27.
That's considered rural under the USDA.
Yeah.
You could get 100% financing from the USDA over there.
Wow.
So don't have an image in your head, I got to live out in the sticks in order to be considered rural.
Right.
All right. So you got to go by what they consider rural.
All
right. So that's a neat little thing right there. So here we go. What is rural? Look, let me see. I have a link here from them. Let me see. I don't think I have the link that actually, I tried locating the link again on their website. Let me see what this link takes you. What is rural? Maybe they show you. Population thresholds used to differentiate you. Okay, so Franklin, even though some of it next to New Brunswick is densely populated, you get a lot of it that's sparsely populated, but it's all part of the same town. So because of that, it's still considered rural. Okay, so that's, you could read this, what is rural, and more content for your website, okay. And they got, let's see, embed this chart, okay, blah, blah. Yeah, but I like to look down in New Jersey to the exact area where you could pan around. It used to be a searchable map. So I don't know what the hell this crap is. You got to really go on their website a little bit. There is a page where you could put in data for rural, where you could actually search it. It's kind of like a Google search map. Let me go back to the slideshow, try one of these other ones. Housing assistance, browse by state, rural housing services. So this is the links for the information to get loans about that. But this is why you guys should familiarize yourself, get acquainted with several mortgage lenders, several mortgage reps that know the different loan programs, not just the ones that are always pushing FHA, 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 because that's the one that that's the only one that they know. And that's the only one that that they make the most money off of with their bank. Okay. Get yourself familiarized with several mortgage reps that know just more than the FHA program, but that are familiar with the VA programs. You know, if you got a veteran as a client and this person's saying, pushing you to the FHA because the FHA loan program is better, that person doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. That person, I mean, which one is better, having to put down 3.5% or having to put down nothing? That person's just lazy and they don't want to go through the VA, which requires more paperwork on the lender's part. So that rep is just being lazy. All right. Or they're either not familiar with it or they're lazy and then they're lying to you, you know? So you got to get mortgage reps have more than one in your contact list. Okay. So you have several mortgage reps as your go-to, the ones that know how to get through the clients with less than perfect credit. They got resources for that, for hard money lenders and such. You got to have the ones that are familiar with the VA programs or the USDA programs and such. The ones that only know one program, they're one-trick ponies. Try to get some knowledgeable mortgage reps that know the various programs and are willing to work for you. They're going to come to you and ask you just to throw business in their lap for free, maybe with a bribe of free coffee and donuts every day in the office. But you know what? Have them work a little bit for you. Anyway, this is the rural housing program through the USDA. See this? So I'm giving you guys these links. Okay, you could search. There may be more information here that I'm not even including in this class. It's been a while since I've gone through it. So right here are the links. I got some helpful links here for you. This is the last one we were just at that has to their main housing link. Okay, so those links are in the class links document as well as on the slideshow here. All right, moving along. I told you how this first time Smart Start program works. That's what this is about. The Rec D, what we just spoke of, here's those links again. I guess I could delete this because we already got a slide that's got all this information on it. It's kind of redundant. So let me just delete that slide altogether. Hold on. Save. And there we go. And guess what? That concludes this chapter. The chapter is done. So let me open up the next one. We should go through it a lot quicker because we've already gone through it a lot. We went through 14 and 15 at the same time. So let's try to go through 15 lickety split. We'll go through the new things though that we haven't gone through in detail from this chapter. So this chapter should go through a lot smoother. We're going to try to not recap the same information. So the information we've already gone through when we did chapter 14 and 15 at the same time, we'll kind of just like go through quickly, but we'll spend time on the new information. Okay, so in this chapter 15, financing to primary and secondary markets. Before we get into it, what is the primary market? What is a primary mortgage market?
Residential?
No, it's where loans are originated from lenders to the consumer. The secondary mortgage market is where those loans that were originated in a primary are then resold to investors. Okay. By the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe various financing techniques, identify sources of real estate financing in the primary mortgage market. Where do you get financing from in the primary mortgage market? Because we already discussed it. Resources where people normally get money from when they go and buy a home.
Banks?
Mortgage bankers. Credit unions. And private investors through mortgage brokers. Okay. Explain government influences on mortgage lending. We've already gone through that a bit too, but it's okay. We'll go through it again. Once again, a little recap of how lending works in a nutshell. Banks lend their depositors money with the intent of reselling those loans to get the money back, plus some interest, plus a servicing fee for doing the collections on the monthly mortgage payment. Most lenders are not portfolio lenders, what does that mean? Portfolio lenders lend their own money. And they generally do not resell those loans because they plan on keeping them within their own investment portfolio. That's why they call them portfolio lenders. Most lenders actually resell their loans. so they can recoup the money and some interest and then lend the money again and do the same. Rinse and repeat, right? Loans that are originated in the primary market to consumers to purchase the real estate. And then those loans are resold to investors in what has been called the secondary markets. So that's the difference between primary and secondary markets. Know it. You'll probably get an exam question on it. The primary market lenders, sources to get money are mortgage bankers, mortgage brokers, and credit unions. Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary markets. It's estimated that they buy 1 out of every 10 loans that were originated in the primary market. You got to be big to do that. One company buys 1 out of every 10 loans that is out there. That's big. But they were too big to fail. Remember when the mortgage meltdown happened? All the bailouts went on. Fannie Mae got bailed out by the government to such a degree that they're no longer privately owned. They're owned by we the people, the taxpayer. All right, and you'll see little hints of that when they start talking about it, how they craftily worded in the book without saying it outright. Ginnie Mae is Fannie's ugly stepsister. She purchases the riskier loans. That's why I say she's an ugly stepsister. She buys them ugly loans, okay? But they're related. See, they got the same last name, Mae. Okay, you got Ginnie Mae and Fannie Mae. Sometimes on state exam, they give you some kind of weird question that talks about which one of these loans are related. I don't know why they would say that, but they, or why that would even matter. But anyway, look, the way I'm explaining it to you, you could get it. They share the same last name, Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae. They're related, right? Ginnie is Fannie's ugly stepsister because she does those risky loans, okay? She's the risky one. All right, and then you got Freddie Mac. Freddie Mac also buys loans in the secondary market, but they buy them from portfolio lenders, the conventional loans, which you get from portfolio lenders. Now, I know I told you portfolio lenders don't resell their loans. They keep them within their own investment portfolio. But sometimes even investors have another investment where they need to invest their money in. And so therefore they need to liquidate some of their assets, get the money so that they can. So who will buy their loans? Who will buy some of those assets from them? When they wrote those loans all on their own, it was directly between them and the borrower. They didn't write them according to any third party's lending guidelines. Well, Freddie Mac will buy them, but they'll analyze them on a case-by-case basis, and then Freddie Mac will buy them. All right, so financing techniques, purchase money mortgage. Okay, read it backwards. What does it say? Mortgage money to purchase. So purchase money mortgage, mortgage money to purchase. It's any type of loan that is used to purchase real estate is called a purchase money mortgage. Sometimes people refer to it as seller financing. Well, sure, seller financing could also be mortgage money to purchase. All right, but it's any loan that's used to buy real estate is a purchase money mortgage. Let me ask you a question. What is the right of rescission for purchase money mortgages?
I don't know.
0. There is no right of rescission for purchase money mortgages because at the closing table, that money gets distributed to go pay off the existing seller's owner's loan. It goes to pay out the realtors and their commissions. That money gets distributed so many different ways. It's impossible to claw it back from all those resources. So at the closing table, if the buyer doesn't want that loan, do not sign the paperwork. Because once you sign it, the attorney, the closing agent is going to tell you a million times, are you ready to sign your life away? Get your wrist ready because you're going to be signing a lot of paperwork, at least for the next 30 years. Once you sign this, that's it. Okay. Well, they mean it. Once you sign it, that loan, that money's out there. Now you're married to that loan for the next 30 years, unless you pay it off or refinance. Okay. So, reverse mortgages. What is a reverse mortgage? Did we go over this stuff already? Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? Let's stop right here. We didn't do something. We did not do the key terms for chapter 14. So let's pause here for a second. Let's do the key terms to chapter 14 before we continue on here, okay? Go back to page 248. I'm sorry. So let's do it. Low down payment insured mortgage loan. Low down payment insured mortgage loan.
FHA 203B.
14 is A, FHA 203B. Insured loan with monthly payments, including property taxes and insurance.
Budget loan?
It is. 8 is B. It is a budget loan.
Oh, there it is.
Mortgage that can be taken over by the next buyer.
Doable.
Assumable, yes. 5 is C. What do we call a VA appraisal statement?
Certificate of reasonable value.
Yes, the CRV. 12 is D. Highest interest rate ever allowed on a specific adjustable loan. What do we call the highest interest rate ever allowed?
Ceiling.
Ceiling. 11 is E. Listing of each payment, interest, principal paid, and the remaining debt.
A mandatory clause.
Well, they're looking for what do we call, like on a sheet of paper, you've got a listing of every payment throughout the life of the loan.
Amortization schedule.
There you go. Amortization schedule. 3 is F. Payments of extra points in return for lower interest rate.
Buy down.
It's a buy down. 9 is G. States that the buyer getting an FHA loan can rescind the contract if the appraisal comes in lower than the purchase price.
Mandatory clause.
2 is H, a mandatory clause. Percentage beyond which the interest rate cannot be raised at adjustment.
Cap.
It is the cap. 10 is I. Plan with interest rate changed either up or down periodically.
Adjustable rate mortgage.
An ARM. 1 is J, correct. A repayment plan including principal payment, gradually reducing the debt.
Amortized loan.
An amortized loan. 4 is K. A repayment plan, the equivalent of 13 monthly payments per year.
Bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly mortgage.
Biweekly mortgage. 6 is L. U.S. agency ensuring mortgage to protect lending institutions.
HA.
Yes,
FHA.
Federal Housing Administration. 13 is M. Written estimate of value by a real estate licensee.
I just stepped away for a minute. You're just racing ahead and left me. God.
BPO.
BPO. 7 is N. You could get all of these. They're all listed in the back of the book, the answers for these, if you need them. Did you need me to run them down for you really quick, or you want to try them on your own? And
Yes, please. Could you just do that for me, please? Thanks.
Sure. So this is just for key terms 1. J, H, F, K, C, L, N as in Nancy, B as in boy, G as in George, I as in igloo, E as in elephant, D as in David, M as in Michael, A as in apple.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Key terms 2. Charge for the use of other people's money.
Interest.
2 is A. A guide to national mortgage trends used for adjustable mortgage rates.
Mm,
And mortgage payments and interest, no.
What do we call the guide that's to national mortgage trends that's used for
Toolkit,
adjustable rate mortgages?
toolkit.
Index?
An index. One is B. They tie it to some sort of index, and that index is usually the 1-year US Treasury bill, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. But they'll tie it to some sort of an index.
Interest.
So one is B. All right, a lender of low interest money in certain areas.
10.
New Jersey Housing Finance Agency.
5 is C, the NJHMFA. They give loans to people in urban target areas, right? So 5 is C. Mortgage payment including interest, amortization, and certain expenses. It's also known as a budget loan.
Straight loan. The straight loan.
No, straight loans interest only.
Hmm.
But listen, a mortgage payment including your interest, amortization, and certain expenses.
Loan to value?
PITI.
PITI.
Oh,
What does
pity.
PITI stand for? Principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, right? So 6 is D, okay? Mortgage with payments of interest only. Come on, you got this one already.
Straight loan.
There you go. 9 is E. A loan guaranteed by the federal government. Who guarantees loans?
PA.
PA.
Yay. 11 is F. You see how we get these answers really easy if you really think about them? Neighborhood in which the state wishes to strengthen housing stock.
Target area.
Target area, 10 is G. 1% of the loan amount charged as an extra upfront interest when the loan is made.
Point.
Point.
Point. 7 is H. Percentage charged by the lender above the index rate.
Margin.
That's the margin. 4 is I. Percentage of the property's market value that may be borrowed.
Loan to value ratio.
LTV, loan to value ratio, 3 is J. Protection for the lender on a low down payment mortgage loan.
PMI.
Private mortgage insurance, PMI, 8 is K. Lender agrees to hold the interest rate for a certain period of time.
Rate lock.
Rate lock.
They lock it in. 14 is L. That's a rate lock. A difference between the current value and the money that's owed.
Equity.
Equity, 12 is M. Explanation of financing terms.
The home loan.
The toolkit, the Your Home Loan Toolkit, 13 is N as in Nancy. All right, now we'll turn the pages to chapter 15. On the first page of chapter 15, let's get caught up on the highlighting. First page of chapter 15 will highlight the purchase money mortgage is any mortgage placed when property is bought. Then let's highlight in the next paragraph, the first line. A reverse mortgage is one which regular payments, monthly payments are made to the borrower. Now I want you to write either above it or below it. I want you to write loans to seniors who have loans to seniors who have a minimum or 60 to 70% equity. This is a first loan and not a second. because it'll be the only loan on the house.
Repeat that one more time, please.
No. Sorry. Loans to seniors who have minimum 60 to 70% equity. This is a first loan, not a second. Because it's going to be the only loan that's on the house. So that's where we're at right now here in the slideshow as well. Reverse mortgages, you have to be at least 62 years of age or older to tap into the equity built into your home. It's based on the equity that you have built into that house, and you must have at least 60 to 70% equity in order to get a reverse mortgage. It's a first loan and not a second, because the lender would pay off any existing loans you have on the house. Then they would make small monthly payments. Instead of you making monthly payments to the lender makes small monthly payments to you, the homeowner, paying you back the equity that you have built into the home. Now, the senior does not have to pay back the loan until they sell the home or die. But they do have to maintain the house. They still have to pay the taxes and keep up on repairs and such. Keep the homeowner's insurance in place. So when the senior dies or sells the home, the lender's paid back any money that were paid out to them or paid for them, paying off their existing loan, paying them out monthly, plus interest, plus the remaining balance paid off by that previous loan. Okay. Now, the reason why they did this, well, this loan program was created in the 80s by Ronald Reagan back then, was the president. He created this this ability for lenders to do such a loan program because there was a lot of issues back then with senior citizens being able to retire and live. If they don't have these big government pensions, or if they didn't work for some company that offered them nice pension for the rest of their lives, they had to live off of their savings and Social Security. And Social Security don't pay much to live off of, guys. If you think you're going to live off of Social Security, you are sadly mistaken. You've been drinking the Kool-Aid, okay? You ain't living off of Social Security, especially in New Jersey, all right? So back then, we didn't have also a lot of these programs we have together. There's the ability now these days for senior citizens to get, if they can't afford it, for people who can't afford it, you could get drug programs or even free or low cost or discounted subsidized drugs that you need to survive. Back then, there was no such programs, but I don't know if you guys remember, there was a talk show host back then, this guy called Montel Williams. Anybody remember the Montel Williams show? It was Montel Williams. He was a Marine, and he had a talk show, and just another one of these Maury Povich type shows. But he's a big advocate for our veterans, but he's also for people who can't afford medications and stuff. So he took it on himself because the government wasn't doing it to go and try to be an advocate with the drug companies. And he actually got them to agree for poor people who could not afford it, senior citizens and poor people who could not afford the drugs in order that they needed to survive, that if they can't afford it, that they'll get subsidized or get them for free. Because they get a lot of money off the drugs that they make, but poor people or whatever, this way they can at least get them so they don't die or decide. Because back then I remember watching the news. There were many instances of this. And listen, I was a little kid and I remember the news. So they were impactful. There was I remember the one news broad, hold on a second, let me mute everybody, got a lot of noise going on here. There was a lot of news going on where they were interviewing senior citizens and asking, how do you live off of Social Security? They're like, well, it's tough, you know, it's not a lot of money. We just got our savings and anything we get from Social Security. So we need to decide, you know, do I buy the do I buy the medication that I need to live, or do I buy food to eat? And in the meantime, I'll never forget this one. They're petting their cat and they were like, well, what we do is we need the medication, otherwise we'll die. You know, we need the medication to live. So the cat food that we buy for the cat, if it's nutritious enough for her to eat and live, it's got to be nutritious enough for us. So they were like, are you saying you're actually eating cat food? You know, how sad is that we're letting our seniors have to eat your pet food in order to survive? You know, that's sad. You know, so these programs, it made an impact. Obviously, the president's seen this, and he put together this program. I mean, the government can't just have the solutions to everything where they're going to make up the money and just give money to everybody. You're living in fantasy land if you think that could happen. So what he did, though, he's like, wait a minute, there's a lot of these seniors own their homes. They've been paying them down their whole lives. So they have a lot of equity built into them. They're sitting on their retirement plan. They're living in it. If there's a way they could tap out that equity so that they could live out their final years in dignity, that would be a great way to do it. So this is what a reverse mortgage does. It allows that homeowner to tap into that equity that they've been paying down their whole lives. So the lender will pay them back. And even if they live long enough that all that equity is paid out, the senior still does not need to sell the house or move. They live in the house for free. They don't have to pay back that loan until they die or sell the home. All right. So I have a couple of videos you may have seen about that. Here's one resource if you want more information about that. It's called reversemortgage.org. It's especially helpful for people who are living in expensive states like New Jersey and New York. You know, I mean, it's hard to live here already as it is, and retire here. Most seniors, they go down, they fly south, right? Because it's difficult to survive here in these areas. So let me see, show you a couple of videos here. Here we go. See if I got them even built into the slideshow. No, I don't. I did not put them in yet. Okay. So here's just a couple of commercials. You guys may have seen these before. Here's one with a guy named Fred Thompson. He used to play on Law and Order, right? He was the boss, I guess, the DA or the DA's boss from Law and Order. And he actually was a politician himself in his final years before he died. Yes, this guy died. Hold on one second, I'm pulling it up.
You know, some people have told me reverse mortgages sound too good to be true. I mean, you get cash out of your home, no monthly payments, and still own your home. There's got to be a catch, right, Jesse? Well, there isn't. It's like any other mortgage, only with reverse mortgage, the loan's paid back when the last borrower leaves the home. In fact, reverse mortgages are based on a notion that President Reagan signed into law over 25 years ago in order to help seniors remain in their homes. They're simply an effective way for folks just like you to get the cash you need to enjoy your retirement.
Call 1-800-791-4075 now to receive a new free information kit, including a reverse mortgage guide and DVD, personal stories from people like you, and a brand new family guide for children and loved ones, all absolutely free with no obligation. Reverse mortgage with 800.
That's all just the commercial. All right. I thought there's something more meaningful coming after that, but anyway, there's a lot of those. There's a lot of these commercials on TV. You guys may have seen them. I mean, they got a new spokesman now too. But
I'm Fred Thompson, and you know, if you're like a lot of folks out there lately, then finances might be a little tight. Well, maybe it doesn't have to be that way, because if you're 62 years or older and own your own home, Then join hundreds of thousands of other Americans who have used a reverse mortgage as a safe, effective financial tool. Government-insured reverse mortgage allows seniors to stay in their own home and to turn their equity into tax-free cash without any monthly mortgage payments. You ought to call my friends at AAG.
See, it's just another commercial, but I like how they start talking about the benefits of it to people a little bit differently in each program.
If you've been thinking about financial options for your retirement, maybe how to provide some real security for you and your family, you really ought to consider a reverse mortgage with AAG. In uncertain times, it's a safe, effective financial tool. It's already being used by hundreds of thousands of other Americans. It allows you to eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay some bills, or simply enjoy your retirement more. A government-insured reverse mortgage with AAG allows seniors to stay in their home and turn their equity into tax-free cash. To qualify,
So big, let's see.
there are no credit score requirements. And remember, you continue to retain complete ownership of your home.
And so I like the fact that they keep bringing up the pros to it. And now they got a new spokesman since Fred Thompson died. Maybe you guys recognize this guy.
I know what you're thinking. I thought what you thought. Some things are just too good to be true. Just like you, I thought that reverse mortgages
Magnum
had to have some
PI.
kind of catch, just a way for the banks to get your house, right? Well, then I did some homework and I found out it's not any of that. It's not another way for the bank to get your house. And it's also not too good to be true. A reverse mortgage loan is a simple idea, really. You turn your home's equity into cash and you pay it back when you leave the house. Most people use the money to pay off their existing mortgage or pay some bills, cover medical costs, even update their home. And just as importantly, you still own your home and you make no monthly mortgage payments. It's a loan designed just for older Americans, and it's helped hundreds of thousands to live a more stable, secure retirement and stay in the home they love.
AAG is the lead.
All right. So, I mean, they touch on important points because there's a lot of misinformation that goes out there around these types of loans too. People are like, oh, it's a way for the banks to get your home. Oh, they can screw the senior. No, they don't. You know, I've had people in class though, they say, well, then what happens when your parent dies? You don't get to get the house, you know, because the bank gets it. I'm like, no, you could get the house. You just got to pay back any money that the bank had paid to your parent. And they're like, oh, that's messed up. Really? Well, where were you when your parent needed that assistance, when they were either deciding, should I eat cat food or should I, you know, so how messed up is it? Where the hell were you? Right? You got to take care of your parents. If not, if they needed his help, that's what they took. You're worried about your inheritance, right? So I actually had students in class actually bring that up before in the past, but they're not really thinking right, you know. A lot of times, you know, your parents took care of you when you were growing up. You got to take care of them when they get older, okay? But if you're not, this is a way that they can live out those senior years in dignity and tap into the equity that they built up in their own houses, okay? So there you go. Don't go crying about what you're not getting, okay? All right, so let's see. That's a reverse mortgage and how the reverse mortgage works and why it is very helpful and useful to seniors. I wanted to spend a second on that. All right, so here's a way they could word it on exam. A type of loan where the mortgagee makes small monthly payments to the mortgagor, building up debt. Reverse mortgage. Who's the mortgagee? That's the lender. Makes small monthly payments to the mortgagor, the borrower, building up debt. Right? All right. All right, so home equity loan, turn the page. Home equity loan, we're going to highlight, is a form of second mortgage. Now, this is a way for people who are not seniors to tap into the equity that they have built into their homes. However, this is a second loan and the borrower has to start paying it back right away like any other loan. Sometimes they refer to it as a HELOC, home equity line of credit. So this loan, a home equity loan, they could be paid back, they could be paid to the borrower in one lump sum, or they could give it to you in a form of like a line of credit that you draw on as you need it. We've got a bridge loan. Highlights in the next paragraph, third paragraph on page 254, highlight a homeowner who's selling one residence and buying another may find it necessary to purchase the new home before the closing date on the present one. Go down below that and highlight called a bridge loan, swing loan, or interim financing. Then go to the line below that and highlight such loans are usually provided for interest-only payments intended for no more than 6 months. So I'm going to temporarily fast forward to the next slide, which I have set up just for this bridge loan. Okay, so here we go. It's known as a bridge loan, swing loan, or interim financing. So basically, when we have somebody who is buying one home and they have another existing home they need to sell first, it's not always possible. We try to coincide the closings to be within the same month so that the person doesn't have to doesn't have to make mortgage payments on 2 separate houses, 2 separate properties, which most people can't swing. So the bridge loan will help you swing the payment on 2 loans until you sell the existing home in the interim. You see where they get the wording from? To bridge that gap of time so that you could swing the payment in the interim until you sell your existing home. That's where they get those terms from: swing loan, bridge loan, interim financing. They're interest-only loans so that you could swing the payment on those 2 loans in the interim. That's what all these bullet points here are just explaining to you. Okay. There you go. Back it up. Shared equity. Oh, wait, let's go. Yeah, shared equity loan. All right. A shared equity loan is when the purchaser needs financial assistance. Some investor will lend them the money and become the silent partner co-owner in the house that they own. And then years later, when you sell off that house, probably at a profit, that investor shares in the profit with you. This is called a shared equity loan. All right, next, nothing to highlight there though. Let's see, package mortgage. Let's highlight the first sentence under package mortgage. It's a package deal. When you get one loan to finance both the purchase of the real estate and chattel. What is chattel? Tangible personal property, like a fully furnished condo. That includes the washer and dryer and the refrigerator, which are considered chattel or personal property, tangible personal property. So it's a package deal, a loan that covers both the real estate and personal property. It's a package deal, package mortgage. Got it? Then we have a blanket mortgage. These are used by developers to finance subdivisions or more than one parcel of real estate. So it's used to finance the purchase of a large lot that then gets subdivided and allows a smaller lot to be sold off of a larger one. And then only part of the loan is paid back. The entire loan does not need to be paid back at once. It only gets paid back as you sell off a portion of the lot. Here, I have another slide here that'll give you a little better image of that. But before I get to that, let me ask you a question. What is the, actually, I already have it written here, so what's the point in asking that? Let's just read this. A partial release clause would allow selling a smaller lot off of a larger one, paying back a portion of the loan as the lots are sold off. Most loans have what's called an alienation or due on sale clause in them, which would require anytime you transfer the ownership, the entire loan get paid back. See, the partial release clause does this. if you have one, you get a blanket mortgage to purchase this whole large lot, and then you subdivide it into 6 smaller lots. If you sell off one of the lots off of the larger one, that person only needs to pay back 1/6 of the loan now. If they sell off another one, they got to pay back 2/6 of the loan, and so on and so forth until it's all paid back. They don't have to pay it all back at once. That's what the beauty of the partial release clause allows. Okay, so let's highlight a blanket mortgage covers more than one parcel or lot and is used to finance subdivision developments. This mortgage often includes a provision known as a partial release clause. And I just explained what the partial release clause does. Then we have a wraparound mortgage. Let me see. Wraparound. Okay, so this highlighter here represents a loan that you already have on your home. This pen represents new financing that you're going to give to a buyer. So I'm giving seller financing. This new loan to the buyer is not going to disturb my underlying finance that I have on my existing home. It wraps around it without disturbing it. So a wraparound mortgage is when you have existing financing on your home that does not have an alienation clause in it. What does an alienation clause mean? It's also known as. Alienation is also known as the due on sale clause. So if I do not have an alienation clause in my mortgage, can I sell my property and not be required to pay it all off at once? Yes. Alienation clause says that it's due, the payment is due on sale. But if I don't have an alienation clause, then it is not due on sale. I just got to keep making my loan payments, but I don't have to pay it all back when I sell the property. So because of that, I can offer seller financing on my house, even though it's not all paid off and that I don't owe it all free and clear. I'll just come up with this new financing, maybe a point higher on the interest rate that I'm going to charge the owner or the buyer than what I have on my current loan. And I could even make some money off of it. And the new loan wraps around the existing one. It does not interfere with the other loan. It wraps around it without ever disturbing the underlying financing, as long as I continue to make my payments on that loan. Now, anytime a buyer is taking seller financing like this, it is always suggested that that buyer sign some sort of an agreement with the seller who's giving them the seller financing, that they could communicate directly with the seller's lender in the event the seller stops making the payments to their lender so that they don't get foreclosed on. That person who's got that seller financing can then make payments directly to their lender. So they don't have to worry about ever getting foreclosed on and wiping out their interests. So that's a little sticky situation if that would happen. So there you go. All right, but we don't get involved in any of that. So let's see, wraparound mortgage. Let's just highlight the title, wraparound mortgage. Go down 3 lines, and in the middle of the line, highlight the seller who collects the payments on the new loan, usually at a higher interest rate, and continues to make payments on the old one. And then in the margin to the left of that, on the side of that paragraph, I just wrote a note for myself, just so I know. Existing loan has no alienation clause. Existing loan has no alienation clause. And then I wrote seller financing. This is seller financing. So Existing loan has no alienation clause allowing seller financing. Okay. So you don't have to have your total house paid off before you could offer seller financing to someone. If you have a loan that does not have an alienation clause in it, then you could still offer seller financing. Because it does not have to be paid off. It's not due on sale. Alienation clause is also known as the due on sale clause. And if it's not due on sale, then I can give you seller financing on the property. I just need to continue making my mortgage payments. Okay. Okay. Yes, Mr. Hand. Okay, so open-end mortgage. The borrower never actually closes on an open-end mortgage. It's always open. So they could draw on it as they make payments on that property. They could draw on the equity kind of like a credit card. However, the lender has to agree to it, but they don't have to agree to allow you to draw on it. Okay, but an open-ended mortgage would allow that to occur, or at least be a possibility. There's nothing to highlight there. We're not going to highlight anything in the book there, though. And then a construction loan. A construction, to construct means to make new. Therefore, it is a first loan and not a second. You are constructing a home. It is not a home improvement loan. It is not a rehabilitation loan. It is a construction loan when nothing is there to construct. So often carries higher interest rates, and the lender pays the contractor directly in stages as the work is completed. And they will send out an appraiser at various times to confirm that the various stages of the construction have been completed to the lender's satisfaction before they will authorize the release of the funds to the contractors to reimburse them for the materials and the work that has been completed up front. They don't just cut out a check to the homeowner and hope that they spend it on the house to construct, you know. All right. So let's highlight construction loan right above it, just like this. First loan, not a second. Then go down 2 lines and highlight a construction loan that the lender disperses the loan proceeds while the building is being constructed. They do so in stages. 203K loan works the same way for the FHA. 203K works the same way. They don't give all that money to the homeowner. They only pay the contractors directly. So in order to get this type of loan, the contractor has to be able to provide the materials and the labor up front, and they'll get reimbursed in stages as the construction gets completed. This is why sometimes you see construction projects stop for a while and doesn't look like they're doing anything. They may be waiting for the appraiser to come out to inspect it to make sure it's up to a certain, the construction's been completed up to a certain point, and then they get reimbursed. They get the money back from the lender, and then the contractor can pay off the material provider as well. And then they could buy the new materials for the next phase of the construction project. And they could now have the money to be able to pay their workers to continue the project. All right. Sale leaseback. Stop. What does that sound like to you? Close your eyes. What does a sale leaseback sound like? Sale leaseback. You're selling the property. Huh? Go ahead.
It's sold to like another bank or?
Well, not to a bank. If you sell me your property and then you lease it back from me being the new owner, that's a sale leaseback. This is often done in commercial real estate. It's a way for the owner of the property to draw out equity that they need for maybe upgrading their machinery or having more working capital for their business, or to expand the business in some way. All right. Could it be done in residential? Sure, but it's not as common. It's more common in commercial real estate, these sale leasebacks. Okay. So the owner sells the property to an investor, and that investor now is the landlord, their landlord. So the current owner of the property, when they're selling them that property, they could also negotiate a very favorable lease, long-term lease for their business to remain there at a lower lease payments too, right? Hey, if you don't agree to it, then I ain't selling you the property, right? You don't get more leverage than that. Okay, now I already told you why it would be used: to free up working capital, for the business to expand or upgrade equipment. So let's highlight sale leaseback, sometimes used as a means of financing large commercial or industrial plants. Go down about 4 lines and highlight: the buyer becomes the lessor of the original owner becomes the lessee. That sounds like a way they would word it on an exam, wouldn't it? What type of buyer-seller arrangement does the mortgagor become the lessee? I'm sorry, become the lessor. Lessee is the landlord. What kind of buyer-seller arrangement would the mortgagor become the lessor? Or lessee? Lessee, yes. I had it right the first time.
Sale leaseback.
Sale leaseback. Okay. And we already went over land contracts in chapter 11, but let's highlight it here if we don't have it highlighted already. Go down to the 3rd paragraph here on the page and highlight: a land contract is also known as an installment sales contract. Then right below it, type of seller financing. See chapter 11, page 190. Type of seller financing. See chapter 11, page 190. And here's a slide all about that. So we have the seller finance. Typical seller financing works like this: the seller takes back the buyer's mortgage, and the borrower makes monthly mortgage payments and receives the deed right away, just as they receive when they're getting the financing from a bank. A land contract is a type of seller financing. However, it's referred to as an installment sales contract. The buyer makes monthly installment payments to the seller and waits for the deed, kind of like a lease to own. So the buyer does not get ownership until the full amount owed is paid. That is when the seller will hand them the deed, and a satisfaction of lien is then recorded. The buyer has a financial interest in the property called equitable title, although they don't own the property until the full outstanding balance is paid. Do not confuse land contract with a ground lease. What is a ground lease?
I'm blanking right now.
A ground lease is where it's a long-term rental of the land, the ground, that you are then going to construct a building on the owner's property, like the Empire State Building, right? That's a ground lease. You lease the ground and erect a building on it. Then we have some other seller-buyer arrangements. We have a lease option. Lease option, that's like you're leasing the property with an option to buy. Do you have to buy? No, you have an option to. So a contract where one party has an option to do something or not is a unilateral contract. Who can prepare these contracts? Can we prepare them? Lease with the option to buy?
No,
Who can prepare them?
a general
Attorney.
agent.
Attorneys.
Attorneys is commercial, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, it could be for a residential house. But any contract that has an option agreement, option agreements must be drafted by attorneys. Lease purchase is similar to a lease option. It's a lease, but instead of having an option to buy, it's an agreement where you're going to lease the property and you're definitely going to buy it in the future at a predetermined price by a predetermined deadline. A lease option is where you're going to lease the property and you have the option to buy the property by a predetermined deadline at a predetermined price. Lease purchase, you're definitely going to purchase it. Lease option, you have the option to purchase it. Okay. Once again, primary mortgage market is where loans are originated to people to purchase real estate. And the secondary market is where those loans are then resold to investors. Where do we get the financing to purchase real estate in the primary market? Banks, commercial lenders,
Unions.
investor, insurance companies, mortgage brokers, credit unions. How does getting credit for financing work? Turn the page. You have to apply for credit. So here are the stages: pre-qualification letter, then you work on getting a pre-approval letter, and then it goes through underwriting, and then the lender commits to giving you the loan and issues a loan commitment or commitment letter. Okay, commitments, loan commitments, commitment letter. Application credit, let me find that slide. There we go. In the form of a commitment letter. There we go. So a commitment letter is issued. Oh, wait, let's start off with the first one. You got a pre-qualification letter. What is that? The lender runs your credit score, and then they and then you tell them how much money you make and what your income is, and what your long-term expenses are. Based on that information you've told them that is unverified, they'll issue a pre-qualification letter. It's the minimum that's required before we make an offer on any property or before you should go out taking them and showing them any properties. But you should immediately get that buyer to start working towards getting a pre-approval letter, which is better because all the information is then verified by the borrower providing their tax returns and pay stubs and bank statements to the lender, who then will then approve them, pre-approve them for the loan. Now, that goes through underwriting. The bank, the lender, will approve a borrower for a loan only after certain information had been provided to that lender. So underwriting is what we call the process of the lender verifying all the buyer's financial information. The person at the bank that does that process is called an underwriter. The person's an underwriter, the process is underwriting. So the process through which the lender carefully investigates the applicant's financial information and info about the property to determine whether they're going to grant the loan or not. The lender examines all of the buyer's information, their finances, that's their income, their expenses, They calculate their debt to income ratio and examine their credit history through the credit report. They do this to determine the risk to the lender. Remember, it's risk-based lending. It's all about the risk to the lender. Then they examine the property's information as well, because not only does the buyer need to be approved, but the property does as well. So how does the property get approved? Well, it needs to get appraised to make sure it's worth the money that they're lending to you. They also need to see a copy of a wood destroying insect report to make sure the building that's going to be serving as collateral is not going to collapse because it's getting eaten by wood destroying insects. And if required in the municipality, they're going to want to see the CO, the certificate of occupancy, and fire inspection certificates as well. The lender examines all of the buyer's information, the borrower's information, as well as the property information. And then when they determine that they're going to grant the loan, they issue a commitment letter to the borrower. Then that borrower shares that commitment letter with the seller of the property. This is one of those things that we put a date in the purchase contract for. We not only put a closing date and in dates for inspections, but also a date that the buyer needs to submit the commitment letter to the owner. And when do you give this commitment letter? About 30 to 45 days after the date of contract. That's the date that we'll put in the purchase contract. Any questions?
How many days? I'm sorry.
30 to 45.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just updating a slide a little bit here. Just make a little notation. There we go. I just added here, this is the approval of borrower process, and this is the approval of property being financed. Okay. All right, so applications for credit. The lender will run the credit scores from the 3 major credit reporting agencies. And anything below 620 is considered subprime. So you'd have to get that from a lender. If you can get a loan, you'd have to get it from a lender that's going to charge you a much higher interest rate and probably require a lot more money down payment in order to get a loan to buy a house if your credit score is below 620. Think it's important for us to know that?
Absolutely, yes.
Why?
Because it determines how much money you can borrow, I think.
It determines if you could even borrow.
Borrow, right, yeah. Mhm.
So why is that important to us?
Whether we are approved, if we can get approved or not.
So why is that important to you?
Because you want to buy the house, I would think.
Well, I know you want to buy a house, but many people want to buy houses, but they can't get a loan to buy them. So why the hell am I going to waste my time showing you property?
Oh, you mean to
doing
me as an
research for
agent?
you?
Oh, okay, I got it.
Absolutely. You
Yeah,
know,
I got what you're
you don't want to
saying.
waste your time on somebody that you know can't get a loan to buy a house.
Okay, okay.
So this is why before you start doing research for people on a computer, setting up appointments, running them around, showing them properties, them being a major pain in the ass to you, only to later find out that this person can't get a damn loan anyway.
Got it.
Question, is it important for the renting house when, you know, like looking, somebody looking for the rent? If it
Right.
changes, or,
Wait, can you repeat that a little bit? It was a little bit muffled.
I'm sorry, is it important the score if the people looking for something for the rent? I mean, no buying the house.
Credit score, verifying employment history, and that you're currently employed, how much money you're making, your debt to income ratio. Debt to income ratio is very important for tenants. You want to make sure that they're able to pay the rent after they pay their bills. If they're struggling to pay their bills, what do you think they're going to struggle to pay you rent? So, so it's not just a matter of the credit score. It's important to really know their debt to income ratio. If they got a lot of debt in relation to the income that they're bringing in, how are they going to be paying you the rent? That means that they're going to be balancing, which bill do I pay this month? So you may find this tenant to be late a lot with the rent. So that's a landlord's decision. But it, you know, it's who they'll rent to. But keep in mind, if you ever deny anybody rental or what have you, because of their credit score and their credit score alone there, federal credit reporting laws require that anybody who has been denied anything because of their credit score, you have to notify them within 30 days of why they were denied and offer them a free copy of their credit report. So me personally, I don't run credit and I don't deny people because of their credit. Usually if your credit's banged up, so is your debt to income ratio. But how are we going to find out what their debts are without the credit report? So I suggest to people, there's TransUnion and I believe it's Experian have these what we call tenant screening services. Instead of just running the credit reports for people like we did in the past, you could get the landlord to sign up for free on these websites, the tenant screening services. And they create a profile for each one of their properties that they may own, if they own one or if they own more than one. They create their own login, and then they create a profile for their property. And then they create a profile for their ideal tenants. And due to various different factors on background searches, which ones would be mandatory for that landlord, and how much weight they would put into each one of the items to score that tenant with a letter like A, B, C, D, you know, plus, minus, and all that stuff. And then the landlord can decide whether they would want to rent to them, and any qualifying factor which would automatically be disqualifying to the tenant. And now, anytime we get a tenant that's interested in renting one of our units, we could just send them a link to fill out the renter's application and to pay for the background checks, credit scores, and all that to the tenant screening system that the tenant has to pay directly. They don't pay us. So therefore, we don't need to get them to sign off documents giving us their social security number and all that crap. We don't have to deal with it. They just do it directly online. And then there's the application gets processed automatically by the TransUnion or Experian, the services that are doing the credit, the tenant screening services, which will also include background checks. Could be see if they're on sex offender lists, or check to see if they were ever arrested for certain things that would that the landlord may be looking out for, to verify their employment with their current employer, do all this stuff. So basically, it also lifts off a lot of the burden off of us too. So this is handled directly by TransUnion or Equifax or whatever other tenant screening services use. They verify that information, and they get paid directly, and we don't got to worry. It takes a lot of the burden off of us, and it's and you don't have to worry about those federal laws of credit reporting and giving free copies of credit reports and any of that crap to any denied tenants. Not too shabby. Let me see if I can look one of them up really quick just by doing a quick Google search. Let me try to Googling it. See that Google is a verb. Let me try Googling it. Google. All right, so let's go to Google and let's see, tenant screening services. There we go. I just searched tenant screening services on Google and it came back with, let's see, well, these are paid ads. Okay, so whatever. There's some paid ones up front there. Here, My Smart Move, who is that provided by? That may be the Equifax one. Not sure. But you see, you can find these really easy. Just look for tenant screening services. It's free to sign up for landlords. Anyway, that's one service. Oh, this one is by TransUnion, mysmartmove.com. So here, let's grab these, and these are tenant screening services. I think I already have these actually in the, I think I already have these in the class links document, Word document, but if not, I'm gonna just copy these links and I'll add them in there. I'll just make sure. So this is the TransUnion tenant screening service. Okay. And there's many other ones out there too, as you can see. Let's see what else is here. So RentSpeed, what's the 7 best ones. Let's look at them up. So we had that one, we have My Rental, Experian has one. Uh-oh. Close one of these million windows I have open up here. Sorry about that. Load. Rent Spree. CoreLogic is another one. CoreLogic is reputable. I don't know these ones. Anyway, so I'll look up and I'll add these things over here to the websites, but these are called tenant screening services. All right. My Rental, here's the one that's offered by CoreLogic. They offer a lot. CoreLogic is a major company that does data aggregation and all kinds of services. They're the provider of a lot of information to places like Zillow and Google and etc. CoreLogic, even for MLSs, they provide a lot of information. They're a big company, but there's a lot of them out there. Look for tenant screening services nonetheless. All right, so let's get back to the slideshow. So when they run your credit report from the 3, when you apply for a loan to a lender and they're running your credit report, if you have a credit score of 740 with one, 720 with another, and 710, they do not average them out to figure out what your credit score is. They just pick the one in the middle. Boom, that's your credit score that they're using. Okay, there's no scientific method about it. They just pick the one in the middle. Okay. Now, you do need to know what a qualifying ratio is. Highlight the title, qualifying ratio, on page 257. I'm going to have you write something about 3.5 lines worth of text over there in that big empty space next to qualifying ratio. Let me first explain to you what I'm going to have you write. It's basically here in the notes. An example of a qualifying ratio is a DTI, debt to income ratio, used to determine the maximum monthly expense for housing a borrower could afford to pay. Pity. So write that in your notes, or write that there next to qualifying ratio. An example of a qualifying ratio is a DTI. Debt to income ratio. An example of a qualifying ratio is a DTI, debt to income rate. You're basically writing these first two bullet points exactly as I have them now. I just modified this. So you're writing these 2 bullet points in the book right here. An example of a qualifying ratio is a DTI, which is short for debt to income ratio. And it's used to determine the maximum monthly expense for housing a borrower could afford to pay. And that would be PITI. That's your total monthly expense for housing is PITI. And let me know when you're done writing all of that down, okay? An example of a qualifying ratio is a DTI, debt to income ratio, used to determine the maximum monthly expense for housing that a borrower could afford to pay. PITI. Everybody got that written down? Or are you still writing?
I'm good.
I'm all good.
Okie dokie. Now, an example, only an example. Different lenders could have different qualifying ratios, but this is only an example of a qualifying ratio, would be 28/36. What does that mean? 28% would be the monthly income for housing expense, or 36% would calculate income on all of the long-term debts. The lender would calculate it both each way and only allow the lesser one. Sometimes lenders would allow up to 48% of that borrower's, or they would income being used for debts, paid the debts. Okay, because you got to realize you also have other expenses too. Food, car, cell phone, we realize there's other expenses, television, TV, all these bills, your phone bill, internet, but all other long-term debts. All right. So the government has some influence in lending. We have the Federal Reserve, even though they're not part of the federal government. So the Fed or Federal Reserve is actually all of the banks that are allowed to do business in the United States are part of the Fed. All right. It has nothing to do with the federal government. It's all the bank leaders. So they tried to counter inflationary and deflationary trends to establish economic stability and maintain sound credit conditions by altering the AFR, that's the applicable federal rate, which lending is then based on. The applicable federal rate is the rate that it would be the cost of money to lenders. And then if lenders want to loan money more than the AFR, well, they would have to add that onto it to build up their margin. They add their margin onto that so that you could see what kind of income they want to make. So if the AFR is 2% and they want to earn 2%, how much they got to charge the public? A minimum of 4, right? So that's how that works. Now, I have a little bit slightly different definition written in my book, but it's not for you to study. It's just for knowledge purposes. So I have written here some additional information. that the Fed is not a part of the federal government. It's a central bank created by Congress in 1913 to establish economic stability, setting the rates, creating new money, allowing them to create what we call new money, and fractional lending. This gets to some complicated crap that we do not need to know about. But if you would like to learn about how money works, how money gets its value, how lending works in the United States and throughout the world, I suggest you guys look up a video that's called Money as Debt, Promises Unleashed 2. Money as Debt, Promises Unleashed. I have a boatload of these videos somewhere, but I think I have them online too. There's that 46-minute movie that this guy created. Here we go, mortgages. Money is Debt, Promises Unleashed 2. And once again, I got them hidden away somewhere. I do not know where, but here. So you can look these up online. It's a cartoon, basically, a cartoon movie that explains the different types of how lending gets its value, how the government prints money, how inflation occurs, all that. And it does it a very entertaining way through this cartoon. This guy, he's an economist, a world economist named Paul, I think it's Minion or something like that. Some Canadian dude. He does an excellent job actually explaining it in this cartoon. And for some reason, I can't find any of them right now, but I do have the links to these videos. And I do have some of them on our Facebook page. Let's see if I could find one of them. I could pull up now just a little bit and see the one for usury. You guys remember what usury is? Nay, yay.
Like loan sharking?
It's charging an illegally high rate of interest. We have usury laws in place to prevent it, which would be loan sharking. Correct. Let me see. I have some of these usury videos. Actually, I have a little clip here, or plenty of them, from this guy, this dude. You can see how entertaining it is. Let's take a look at this guy's video here. Money is Debt, Promises Unleashed 2. Oh, that's a different one. That's not his video. We got a bunch of them here, but I'm trying to get the usury so I can put together and form my own video on it too, just for the clips.
That's how much I've made this year off of selling on Amazon alone. It
Good
took
for you, buddy. Let's go through the commercial, unfortunately. Skip the ad. And once again, this is not the guy I was looking for. Money is Debt. Money is Debt. Where the hell is it? Souvenir. Okay, I got him now. Now I don't, this one I just have as a full video here for this guy. Of course, it's removed by the uploader. Charging interest. Oh, here we go. What? Okay, I'm not going to keep searching around for this if I can't find it here. But I suggest you guys look it up on Money as Debts. Yes, Money as Debts, Promises Unleashed 2, Usury. There you go. Look at that. So it's Money as Debt 2 is the good one, but Money as Debt 1, I think, goes over, it has one with the usury in there. So let me see if I could play this little clip for you.
Investor.
2, 1, skip the ad.
Same bank. It cannot be said that any one bank got to multiply its initial high-powered money reserve almost 90 times by issuing bank credit out of nothing. However, the banking system is a closed loop. Bank credit created at one bank becomes a deposit in another, and vice versa. In a theoretical world of perfectly equal exchanges, the ultimate effect would be exactly the same as if the whole process took place within one bank. That is, the bank's initial central bank reserve of a little over $1,100 allows it to ultimately collect interest on up to $100,000 the bank never had.
Talks about how the bank creates money out of thin air.
If that sounds ridiculous, try this. In recent decades, as a result of steady lobbying by the banks, the requirements to make a reserve deposit at the nation's central bank have all but disappeared in some countries, and actual reserve ratios can be much higher than 9-to-1. For some types of accounts, 20-to-1 and 30-to-1 ratios are common.
That means in order for the bank to lend you money, they only need to have a ratio of the actual money in their accounts of 30-to-1 or 9-to-1 or 20-to-1, depending on the country.
And even more recently, by using loan fees to raise the required reserve from the borrower, banks have now found a way to circumvent reserve requirement limitations entirely. So, while the rules are complex, the common sense reality is actually quite simple. Banks can create as much money as we can borrow. Despite the endlessly presented mint footage, government-created money typically accounts for less than 5% of the money in circulation. More than 95% of all money in existence today was created by someone signing a pledge of indebtedness to a bank. What's more, this bank credit money is being created and destroyed in huge amounts every day as new loans are made and old ones repaid. Banks can only practice this.
It's a good video, but it pretty much has the same tone throughout. But a lot of it, I started it kind of in the middle right there. But if you actually get to watch that video, Money is Debt, it's very interesting in explaining how what the Fed is, how people borrow money, how it started in the past. We used to be on the gold standard, how people used to be bartering systems. Then bartering became hard because if you don't have something the other person wants, then you can't get the item that you need. So they had to come up with some kind of way, some sort of an exchange. So they created coins made of gold. So gold was the standard for centuries. And then we finally went from that standard in, I believe it was the 60s or 70s. We changed it off the gold standard to this monetary system that we're on now. But it's an excellent video to watch when you guys get the time. I'll post it. I know I have it posted on our Facebook page already if you scroll down far enough, but I will be scrolling it. I will be adding it again or boosting it up on our page. So go to facebook.com/Career Path Academy, all one word, no spaces. And you'll get to our Facebook page, like it, love it. We give away free stuff when you do. And you could see all kinds of great content like that I put up from time to time, as well as news. All right, so once again, that is the Fed. The government has a lot of influence in secondary market. We have Fannie Mae, their stock symbol is FNMA. That because they used to be called the Federal National Mortgage Association. So Fannie Mae, look, you could even sound it out from their stock symbol, right? FNMA. Right? If you were to sound out their stock symbol, FNMA. So if they give this on exam, just a stock symbol, you could figure out who it is by sounding it out, FNMA. Just like Ginnie Mae, their stock symbol is GNMA. They're formerly called the Government National Mortgage Association, or GNMA, right? You could kind of sound it out, right? But you're not going to sound out Freddie Mac, FHLMC. That one you're not going to sound out. That's so the one you can't sound out, that's Freddie Mac. So there you go on that. So Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market. It's operated under a shareholder-owned company under a congressional charter. Yeah, Congress, because it's owned by we the people now. You like the crafty way they word that? A shareholder-owned company under congressional charter. That's Congress. Okay, so it's the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market, and when they purchase 1 out of every 10 loans that's out there. So when they change their lending criteria of the types of loans that they're willing to buy, what do you think the local lender does with their lending criteria? They change it to match. Because your local lender writes loans with the intention on selling them to an investor on the secondary market so they could get all their money back, plus some of the interest and sometimes a servicing fee as well. So this is all on the next page, 258. Let's highlight at the top of the page, loans are bought and sold in the secondary market after they've been originated. And right after where it says after they've been originated, right above that, in the primary market. So where are loans originated? In the primary market. And where are they bought, where are they sold after they've been originated? In the secondary market. Who's the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market? Fannie Mae. Who's Fannie's ugly stepsister?
Ginnie Mae.
Ginnie Mae. All right. She buys the risky loans. All right, so under Fannie Mae in the second paragraph, we're going to highlight on the second line, loans that meet Fannie Mae's lending guidelines are called conforming loans. They conform to Fannie Mae's lending guidelines for the types of loans that she's willing to buy. So if you were to call a loan that meets Fannie Mae's lending guidelines conforming, what would you call a loan that does not meet Fannie Mae's lending guidelines?
Subprime loan for Ginnie.
Non-conforming. Non-conforming. So a non-conforming loan is one that does not meet Fannie Mae's lending guidelines. A conforming loan is one that does. All right. go down to the bottom of the page and highlight the last two lines on the page, page number 258. Loans higher than the secondary market limit are known as jumbo non-conforming loans. They're jumbo loans that are non-conforming. And the borrower who wants to place one would search for a local lending institution that's making portfolio loans. What do we call portfolio, the loans that portfolio lenders make? Conventional loans, which usually require a higher down payment, 20%. And if the borrower's not putting down at least 20%, what do they got to buy?
PMI.
PMI, private mortgage insurance. Okay, so portfolio lenders make conventional loans. Here, let me write that there. Instead of just writing conventional loans, I'm going to write they make conventional loans. Make conventional loans. They can be flexible in their guidelines because they lend they're lending their own money. Because they're lending their own money without the intent to resell the loan, so do not need to meet any third party's lending guidelines. So a borrower with unusual credit situation, not bad credit, but just unusual, that most loans that they don't fall into the criteria that they would be approved for most loans, you would then take them to these types of lenders. Unique houses and large construction projects. Each project needs to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, but if you have an expensive home or a unusual construction project, so you're building an apartment building or complex or something, you do not get them. There's no written lending guidelines for those. You would get these loans from portfolio lenders that lend their own money for that project. Or you're buying a very expensive home, that would be a jumbo loan, one that is larger than that of Fannie Mae's lending guidelines. It's jumbo in size. Some people get this wrong on exam because they think the answer is too obvious because they didn't study, and they're like jumbo loan, a loan that's larger than that meets Fannie Mae's lending guidelines. Jumbo loan. A lot of people don't select it because they think that's got to be fake because it's too obvious. But no, that's really it. It's jumbo, it's big in size, okay? So you get them from who? Portfolio lenders. Okay, Regulation Z, went over this like a million times. What is Regulation Z? It triggers the Truth in Lending Act, TILA. That requires that those who are offering loans to consumers disclose the true cost of obtaining that credit. So it allows the consumer to compare the loan cost of various lenders and avoid uninformed use of credit. It requires full disclosure and truth in advertising when certain triggering terms are used in advertisements. Do you guys recall what those triggering terms would be?
Low rate financing.
Well, what are the triggering terms? What are these terms that you would use in an ad that would require you to full disclosure now in the ad? If you mention these triggering terms. The triggering terms.
Like rates as low as a certain APR
available? Well, not the APR. APR would be one of the things you'd have to disclose then. So if you mention a rate, a down payment,
or
a monthly payment, or the term. Those are the four triggering terms that if you see them mentioned in an ad, they're called triggering terms and would require full disclosure of all financing terms. They would require you to put a statement in that ad that said, to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer, and then disclose the APR, monthly payment, the APR, down payment amount if required, and the term. Now, this is not required for business or commercial loans or cash purchases, only for financing to consumers. Okay, so 3-day rate of rescission, to those qualify. Okay, where's the one that I have? There we go. I created this one. This is fully disclosed to the better. So all the stuff from these slides, it's all on this one slide. So this one slide is good to study from. Regulation Z. It's a federal law that implements TILA, the Truth in Lending Act, requires full disclosure. This is all you need to study, what's on this slide right here. Everything about Regulation Z you need to know is on this slide. Okay. When certain triggering terms are used in an ad, here's the page references where you can see it. The triggering terms are the interest rate, payment amount, down payment amount, and the term. If any of these are used in an ad, those are triggering terms. They would trigger the full disclosure requirement that would require you to say to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer in an ad, because you must discriminate when offering financing. If you indiscriminately promise financing, you're saying that anybody who sees this ad will get the loan, and you cannot say that. So you must discriminate. You have to say to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. And then disclose all the actual loan costs, which are the APR, that's the annual percentage rate, which is different. It's always a little higher than the interest rate. The down payment amount, if required, and the term. That's the periodic number of payments or years. 30-year loan, it's 360 months. This does not apply to business or commercial loans or cash transactions, reverse mortgages, or land loans with removable dwellings or mobile homes. Now, if you put an advertisement out there and you do not comply with Regulation Z's rules, the fine is not up to, it is $10,000 for every day that that advertisement was out there in the public. Okay. So let's highlight under Regulation Z in the book. Highlights the first line, the Truth in Lending Act, which is implemented by Regulation Z. The last line in the same paragraph, highlight, does not apply to cash transactions or business or commercial loans. The next paragraph, the first line, Regulation Z requires the borrower be fully informed of all financing charges. And the last sentence in that same paragraph, the rules do not apply to home equity lines of credit, reverse mortgages, land loans secured by dwellings not attached to the property. The following paragraph talks about TRID. Just put a box around that with your pen. Something different a little bit. Turn the page. Page 260. Under 3-day right of rescission, we're going to highlight the last line. This right of rescission does not apply to residential purchase money first mortgage loans. What's a purchase money mortgage loan? It's any loan to buy real estate. Also seller fine, which including seller financing. So right after that line, any loan to buy real estate including seller financing. I think on exam, they refer to a purchase money mortgage loan as seller financing. It does not apply to loans to refinance properties that you already own. Hold on. I'm gonna have a pictures, advertising regulation Z. Under advertising section, I want you to highlight in the second paragraph, Regulation Z applies to all credit advertising if any one of the following triggering terms is used. Thought I took a picture of this. I want to add to my slideshow. Apparently it did not. Snap a photo of it now. And then then highlight the first 4 bullet points. I just highlighted the bullet points themselves in the first 4 in that first set of 4. Skip the next set of 3 bullet points. And then highlight, for example, full disclosure would be necessary if any of the following terms were used. And then highlight those 3 bullet points there that say 30-year loan available, payment of $1432, including principal and interest, and only 5% down. So basically, those first 4 bullet points you highlighted are explaining the rules of the triggering terms. And then that's next set that you highlighted is showing you examples of what those triggering terms would look like if you've seen them in an ad. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. I just emailed myself a pic of it from the screen there. So let me just download that picture and show it to you. Sorry, just bear me 1 second here. Right, Z. Excellent. Okay. So let me put that on the next slide. I'm just going to add it to the next slide since I have to always add this in here anyway. Triggering terms. Sorry, it took so long to do. Trying to make it look pretty for you in the slideshow. All right. Blow it up, and here we go. So this is what I wanted you to do. I wanted you to do this. Here's a picture, a screenshot from the book, from my book here. I just wanted you to highlight Regulation Z applies to if any of the following triggering terms. I highlighted these 3 bullet points, which give you an example of what the rule is. If you mention the amount or percentage of the down payment required, number of payments in a period, amount of any payment, or amount of a finance charge. Then here it gives you some examples. 30-year loan available, payment of $14.32, including principal and interest, or only 5% down. These would all trigger that full disclosure requirement. These would not trigger the full disclosure requirement if you mention the financing, just you say in an ad, financing is available, or terms negotiable, or owner may finance. You're not specifically mentioning any of the terms. So therefore, those things would not trigger the full disclosure requirement. Okay. Okay. Anyway, next page. Well, not quite ECOA yet. The penalties for violation of Regulation Z, we're going to highlight on page 261. The penalty for a violation of administrative order enforcing Regulation Z is $10,000 for each day the violation continues. Okay. And then highlight the last line. The last sentence, willful violation is a misdemeanor punishable by a minimum or punishable by a fine of up to $5,000 and 1 year imprisonment or both. Then we have ECOA, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. I already told you guys that if you ever deny anybody because of their credit score, you have to give them a written explanation as to why they were denied and give them a copy of their credit report. The reasoning behind this is to prohibit discrimination based on race, color, religion, national origin, sex, marital status, age, dependence on public assistance, any of the protected classes. That's why they have the Credit Equal Opportunity Act out there. It's to prevent discrimination when offering credit. RESPA, we're going to highlight, if you don't have it highlighted already, where it says Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, write RESPA in capital letters next to that, RESPA, and then highlight the entire sentence there. That and we'll read just, and then we'll just read it here from the slide after you do that. That RESPA is the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, and it's a federal law that ensures the buyer and the seller in residential real estate transactions involving new first mortgage loans. The parties in the transactions must have knowledge of all the settlement costs, accounting for every penny in the real estate transaction. Now, RESPA law does not apply to cash transactions, commercial loans, mobile homes, reverse mortgages, and HELOCs, okay? It is illegal for anyone to get paid outside the real estate or in the real estate transaction if it's not disclosed on the RESPA settlement statement, formerly called the HUD-1, now called the CD. The LE, what is that? That's the loan estimate. What document did it replace? The good faith estimate. When does it need to be given to the consumer? within 3 days of aliens, the completed loan application, but at least 7 days before the between the LE and the closing. But under certain circumstances, that LE must be reissued. The CD is the closing disclosure. That's all the actual finalized settlement costs. Has to be provided at least 3 days before the closing. And the CD replaces the HUD-1 RESPA settlement statements. And I got a little notation for you at the bottom. Buyers should compare the loan estimate to the final CD to make sure that they're not beyond the loan settlement limits allowances. They have to be close. They can't be too far off. I think the difference is like 10% under TRID rules. Okay, so TRID is the TILA RESPA integrated disclosure statement. They merged a lot of those forms, renamed some forms, changed the names of them, and required them to be given in certain time frames. We've already gone over this stuff before. You guys have it highlighted already here, right? The bottom page 261. You see TRID rules do not apply to the following transactions.
Yes, they highlighted that.
Okay, so we could go through that. So that's just a repeat of what we were doing. Okay, so when is reissuing a new LE required? This is on the bottom of the next page, 262. In the consumer request a change in the loan amount, appraisal came in higher or lower than expected. There's changes in the borrower's credit or debit scores. You guys do not need to study this, but you just need to know that the LE could be reissued under certain circumstances, okay? The lender could not document the borrower's pay, overtime, bonuses, tips, etc. Costs and services have changed that the borrower couldn't shop for. Interest rates changed because the borrower didn't opt for a rate lock or it had expired. Prepayment penalty was added, even though we're not allowed to, no prepayment penalties allowed in New Jersey, but that's for institutional loans. The loan product was changed, or the APR increased beyond allowable limits, which would be 1/8 of a point for fixed rate loans and 1/4 point for adjustable. And that concludes our slideshow for chapter 15. That bird is excited. Let's talk about the key terms to review now. There are 2 of them for this chapter, and then we'll break for lunch. Agent brings together the lender and the borrower for a fee.
Mortgage broker.
11 is a mortgage broker. A bridge or swing loan for short-term financing before sale. Also referred to as.
Interim financing.
8 is B. Cooperative organization for members who save and borrow.
Oh, credit unions.
Credit union. 3 is C. Another way of explaining a credit union, it's a non-for-profit bank. Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation warehouses packages of mortgages. Look at the first. Look at the first.
Freddie Mac.
Yeah. Yes.
Freddie
You
Mac.
look at the first letter in the initials for everything.
Yeah.
FHLMC. That's the one you can't sound out. That's
Right.
that's Freddie Mac. FHLMC. Yep. So 5 is D. A privately owned corporation that sets standards and buys mortgages.
Mortgage banker.
No, the organization, a privately owned corporation that sets standard. It used to be privately owned. Now it's owned by the government, we the people.
So Fannie
Fannie
Mae.
Fannie Mae, 4 is easy. The book didn't catch up with their own rhetoric when they tried to rewrite it in a crafty way. So It's not privately owned anymore. All right, so shareholder owned by a congressional charter, right? So four is E, correct. Government National Mortgage Association pools mortgages for investors.
Ginnie Mae.
May.
A, yes,
Ginnie.
is F. Mortgages that provide possibility for further borrowing.
Open-end.
Open-end mortgage, 12 is G. Mortgage covering both real and personal property.
Package mortgage?
It's a
Oh.
package deal,
Right.
yep. 13 is H. An agent who makes real estate loans.
Mortgage broker? A mortgage banker, I mean?
Mortgage banker, 10 is I. A loan higher than those usually bought by the secondary market.
Jumbo loan.
Jumbo in size, 9 is J. Mortgage covering more than one parcel of real estate.
A blanket loan?
It's
Oh,
a blanket.
blanket.
Yes, it is. 1 is K. Additional financing for a homeowner, usually a type of second mortgage.
Home equity.
Equity line of credit or sorry.
7 is L. Yes, the home equity loan. 7 is L. Straight loan for short building period.
Construction loan.
2 is M. All right, key terms 2. Ready?
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. Percentage of income borrower may spend on housing expense.
Qualifying ratio.
4 is A, correct. Arrangement by which the seller becomes the tenant.
Where is it?
Sale leaseback.
Sorry?
Sale
Sale.
leaseback.
Yes, 7 is B, sale leaseback. A larger loan that does not disturb the underlying mortgage.
Wraparound mortgage.
12 is C, the wraparound mortgage. Lending institution that makes mortgage loans to the public.
Primary mortgage market?
2 is D. Regulates consumer loans.
Z. Regulation Z.
Well, what does Regulation Z implement?
Intrusion Lending Act?
That's what it is. 10 is E. A loan in which investor shares payments and profits.
Portfolio loan.
A loan in which the investor shares payments and profits.
Shared equity mortgage.
Equity mortgage, right?
Equity mortgage, yes, 8 is F, which where an investor would buy the house with you, and then when you eventually sell it years later, hopefully for a profit, they share the profits too. 8 is F. Loan not intended for resale in the secondary market.
Portfolio loan.
Yes, 1 is G, portfolio loan. Words in an ad that require full disclosure of financing conditions.
Triggering term.
They're called triggering terms. 9 is H. Mortgage in which the lender sends regular checks building up debt.
Reverse mortgage.
First mortgage.
6 is I, reverse mortgage. Process of deciding whether to make a specific loan.
Underwriting?
11 is J, underwriting, correct. Implements the truth in lending.
Regulation Z.
Regulation Z.
5 is K, regulation Z. Seller financing. It's also known as
Purchase money mortgage.
Purchase money mortgage.
3 is L, purchase money mortgage, yes. Detailed loan cost.
Loan estimate?
15 is M, the loan estimate. 15 was M, as in Mary. Required items before the lender can proceed.
Aliens.
13 is N as in Nancy. Merges the TILA and RESPA disclosures. 14 is O, TRID. That would be correct. So we finished all the mortgage chapters now, and then we're gonna throw out the morning poll there, and then we're gonna do lunch. And when we come back from lunch, we're gonna get into chapter 16 about appraising and valuing properties. Once again, another chapter that has a lot of terms on exam. So there's your poll, and it is 12:20, so lunch until 1:20. See y'all then. Enjoy. Appraisals. In this chapter, we're going to be able to describe the differences among various appraisals, various types of value, the theory of valuation, explain the three approaches to value, and discuss the profession of appraising and the requirements for licensure as an appraiser. So what is a market? When talking about value, we need to understand, we're talking about selling something or talking about value. We have to be able to see how is the value brought up. What determines the value of a product? Well, it's a lot of things, and some of that is the demand for those goods and services. So where do people usually buy goods and services? Well, they go to the market. The marketplace is where people usually go to buy the goods and services that they need. But real estate is an imperfect market because you can't take you can't put the goods in one place where everybody can come shop for it. Instead, you have to take the consumer out to the place where all of the goods are, right? So it's an imperfect marketplace in that regard. So what is a market? We're talking about any kind of a market, not just real estate. It's a place where the goods can be bought and sold. A price can be established based on its demand for the goods and services, and it becomes advantageous for the buyers and sellers as a place to come together to trade, buy, and sell those goods. Real estate's an imperfect market because you can't take the product to the people, you got to take the people out to the product. So it's commonly agreed that land to have value, it has to possess any of these 5 attributes. One, it's finite in its supply, meaning that there's no new land that's being created. Whatever's here is there, right? It's physically immobile. You cannot pick it up and put it in a better neighborhood. Land is durable, meaning it'll last forever. You could drop a bomb on it, it'll still be there. And it has a unique location and characteristics to it that that it poses some sort of use to people, that it is usable to people in order for it to have value. That's the 5th one. So it has a unique location and it's useful to people. Okay, so those are the 5 attributes to value. We'll just highlight, it's commonly agreed land possesses 5 attributes. And I just highlight straight down the numbered list. It's finite in its supply, it's physically immobile, it's durable, it's unique, and it's useful to people. Now, through the market conditions of supply and demand will also have an impression on whether real estate is valuable or not. It has a direct impact on it. If supply is the amount of goods that are offered for sale within a marketplace at any given price during a given period of time, demand is the number of people willing and able to accept the available goods at any given price during any given period of time. So when supply increases, prices will drop. When the demand increases, prices will rise. All right. So if supply increases, prices will drop. If demand increases and supplies drop, the prices will go up.
Will go up.
Right? Okay. Somebody say something else? Okay. So real estate and the value of business. What is value? Value means 100%. So value is the monetary worth of goods, products, or services offered in the marketplace at any given time. Value is equal to 100%. And it can be described as the present worth of future benefits. And value doesn't remain constant over time. It varies as the marketplace changes. Okay. So, you know, people say, well, I could have gotten this much for my property. Well, you should have gotten that much for it when that's what it was worth, but it's not worth that much today. All right. So that's always an argument that's to be had. You know, people crying over spilt milk. My home was worth so much. I could have gotten it this much for it if I sold it last year. Well, that's not what you're going to get for it this year. And we're the realists. We need to make that perfectly evident to the homeowner or the buyer as well, but mainly to the homeowner who's trying to sell it. So I give you some examples here of a class that you could take, the CMA workshop that you could take from that Ottawa group of appraisers. We spoke about this before. Here's the link to their website, otteau.com. They could take that CMA workshop that teaches you how to do it. Your brokers could, but they probably can't do as good a job as an appraiser teaching you how to value properties, right? Situs. If you go to the bottom of page 274, you're going to highlight the term situs. The last paragraph on the page, 274, we're going to highlight the location of a particular property and people's preference for a particular location, and highlight the word situs. Situs is the people's preference for location. And what are the major factors that affect value? Location, 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 right? If it's in a good location for the people, that's maybe has a beautiful view, it makes it worth it. If it's in a good location for people because it's close to their workplace and close to the stores, well, location, 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 right? If it's in a crappy rundown neighborhood, what's going to happen with the values? Yeah, but situs is the people's preference for that location. So we just need to know that term. People's preference for location is called situs, or what I like to refer to it. I like to mispronounce words so that I remember them better. I pronounce it situs, because once you find that perfect location where you want to put your house, you say, we're going to sit us right here. All right. So here's a little historical references to people searching for property that was perfect for them. And this is talking about the historic land rush of 1889. Where the government enacted the Homesteading Act, where they were going to give land to people. Here, let me just pull up, we'll just give you a little historical reference to this. There's a children's site, pretty much, at least that's what it looks like, but it explains in 1862, the Homestead Act went into law. It was signed into law by Abraham Lincoln, that basically granted a U.S. citizen 160 acres of any land that was unoccupied west of the Mississippi River. So any person can go claim a piece of land, and that would then become their land. All they had to do in order to claim it as their land was they had to live on it for at least 5 years and then make improvements to that land, like you build a house on it, as you see in a picture like this. So they had this great land rush here in Oklahoma that was actually featured. This was a scene that was featured in a movie by Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise called Far and Away. They actually used this as a part of the main picture of that movie. But this is an actual photo from the great land rush in Oklahoma, where they actually made a race out of it. The government already cut out areas of land and put numbers on stakes that were put in the ground. People, all they had to do is they race, whoever gets it first, they claim that stake, and that's their land, that's their property. So that was an interesting thing. Some people were shot dead at the line who tried to rush off and leap the line before they officially fired the gun for everybody to start that race. Anyway, so that's a little interesting little historic land reference there about homesteading. Now, homesteading, the last place that had homesteading in the United States, I believe that was Alaska still had it, and they did away with it in the 80s. I think that's the last time, that 1986 is when homesteading ended in the United States. Homesteading is basically saying that any land that was not, it's not owned by private ownership or by the government, can be claimed by individuals, and they could just claim it and it's theirs. But the United States in 1986 was when they put an official end to it anywhere in the United States, where any land that was not claimed as ownership by private persons is now government land. And believe it or not, a lot of the land in the United States has been unclaimed and not used. A lot of people don't want to live in the wilderness or out in the middle of the country or what have you. So there's a lot of land that has not been claimed by private ownership over all of these years, since the 1800s, so 1862, they said, till now. A lot of land had not been claimed for ownership. Okay, so I have a Wikipedia article here. There's that movie was called Far and Away by Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, if you wanted to watch it. So land for value, you have to have, here are the 4 economic characteristics to value. All right, so they're up on the page 275 in the upper right, upper part of the page at 275. We're going to highlight for property to have value in real estate market, it has to have 4 basic economic characteristics to it. And they give you an acronym, DUST, here to try to remember that. Demand, utility, scarcity, and transferability. For land to have value, it must possess these attributes: demand, utility, scarcity, and transferability. So what does this mean? Demand means that there's a need or desire by someone who can afford and is willing to buy it. Utility means that that land will serve a human need or desire. Scarcity means that it's limited in its supply. There's no new land that's being created. Whatever's here is here. And transferability means that the ownership to that land can be easily transferred from one person to the other. If land cannot be transferred easily, then a lot of people aren't going to want to deal with it. If the ownership of that land can't be transferred, it's not going to really have as much value. All right. So what is an appraisal? An appraisal is an unbiased estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence using approved methods. Okay, where do we see that? Okay, under market value is the title. Okay. Second sentence we're going to highlight: appraisal is an estimate of or opinion of value based on supportable evidence and approved methods. An appraiser is an independent person trained to provide an unbiased estimate of value. So we're going to highlight that under market value. So the profession of appraising requires licensing. And an appraiser is an independent person. They don't work for the lender. They don't work for the buyer. Although the buyer pays their fee. and the lender selects them. The appraiser is unbiased in their estimate of value. So market value, what is that? It's the price that a ready, willing, able buyer who is not forced to buy will pay a seller who is not forced to sell. Okay, so that means that they're not in a hurry. There's no outside pressure that's forcing them to influencing their decision on what they're willing to accept for the property. In a nutshell, right? And what is a ready, willing, and able buyer? It's somebody who's ready to purchase. They're willing to take steps towards consummation of that transaction, and they're able to. So market value is the most probable price that a property will bring. It's based on supportable evidence. The purchase has to be done in cash or its equivalent, like a mortgage loan. And the property had to have had reasonable length of time to be exposed in the open market so people can see that it's available for sale. The buyer and seller are acting without undue pressure. I gotta sell because we gotta get the kids enrolled in the school system for next year. I gotta sell because I'm starting my job and I gotta sell because I lost my job. You know, anything like that, these outside forces. Both parties must be well informed of the property's assets, its defects, and its potential. How could you properly value a property if you don't know what its pluses and its negatives are, right? Right, Beck? Cool thing that you're there with me, guys. So valuation is an estimate by a real estate licensee and licensed appraisers. We're the ones who usually do those estimates. When a real estate agent does it, it's called what?
BPO?
A BPO is when we do it for the lender, or a CMA when we do it for a consumer. And then an appraiser does an appraisal, okay? So market value would assume it's an arm's length transaction. So I have a definition here on the slide, what an arm's length transaction is. It's a transaction between people who are relatively strangers to one another. So each person's trying to do the best they can for themselves. Because what are the chances that if you're selling your property to your brother or sister and you love each other, there's no family drama, what are the odds that you're going to give them a break on the price?
Really high.
Yeah, pretty good, right? So that's something that would not be categorized as an arm's length transaction. So the parties that are related to each other, it's not an arm's length transaction. So an appraiser would not be able to use that as a comp when they're comparing properties to the subject property to determine the value of it. They compare it to other similar homes, comparables that they call them, comparable properties. And those comparable properties, they're comparable in location, size, style, amenity, the condition, right? But they cannot use the property as a comp if the price of it has been compromised by some sort of relationship between the parties. You follow? All right, so let's highlight the market value of real estate has been defined as the second paragraph under market value. Let's highlight that next paragraph that says the market value of real estate has been defined as the price that a ready, willing, able buyer who's not forced to sell will pay a seller who is not forced to sell after the property's had reasonable exposure to the market. And I highlighted just the bullets straight down in that list. And these all play a role into it. And these are the things that I went over right here. Most probable price property will bring based on supportable evidence, cash and its equivalents, okay? That's all that stuff. Underneath the bulleted list, we're gonna highlight the term arm's length transaction and underline that phrase, arm's length transaction. It's a phrase you need to know. is one between relative strangers, each of whom are trying to do the best for themselves. So how can you properly price a property without knowing these factors? What its pluses are and what its negatives are? You can't, plainly put. So you should always go to a property that you're trying to value. Don't try to value a property just by looking up comps before you've ever been to it. I mean, you could run comps just so that you get an idea of the range, but ultimately you got to go to that property and see to make sure that the comps that you ran are really comparable to what it is that you're trying to price. The only way to find that out is to actually go and look at the house you're trying to price. Now, cost, price, and value. Cost relates to the past. You know, the owner will often tell you, it cost me this much to do this improvement, okay? Do buyers care about how much it cost you in the past? Or do they care about how much it's worth now?
How much it's worth now?
Correct. So it cost you so much to install a pool. Does that mean that you're going to get all that money back?
Nope.
No. Price relates to the present. What is it worth now? And value relates to the future. How much could I get for it? Got it? Cost, past, price, present, value, future. So the market value of a property is an estimate based on an analysis of comparable sales. It has to be based on solid evidence. We don't just pull numbers out of thin air. And it's based on projected sales price. So the market price is the selling price. In a perfect world, the market value and the market price are one and the same. However, the market price is the selling price, what it actually sells for. The market value is based on supportable evidence of what homes have already sold for. And using that information, this is how much your home should sell for. But do people always pay exactly that same amount that we project? No, they could pay more, they could pay less. So let's highlight under value versus price, the second line. Market price, on the other hand, is what a property actually sells for. It's the selling price. Now, under costs, I want you to highlight on the second paragraph in the first line, often cost does not equal market value. So cost would be the total fees to construct or for the improvements. Cost has little to do with the current value. Cost relates to past values. What did you pay for something? Buyers don't care what improvement costs. They care about what its value is today. And not all improvements even pay for themselves, like the pool example. It could cost you $20,000, $25,000 to install a pool. It maybe adds $6,000 to its value, if you're lucky, right? So people, but it does make the property more desirable, so you may be able to sell it quicker. And it does increase the value of the property, just not the full value of what you put into it, the full amount of what you put into it. So you will get some of that money back, but not all of it. But it may relate to you getting a sale price quicker. And you got to enjoy it while you live there. So some of the basic principles of value, turn the page, are the highest and best use. Term you need to know, add to your definition list again. It's the most profitable current use, or a use that will be in demand in the reasonably near future. So we're going to discuss this one a little bit more. We're going to come back to it again. I mean, how do we value land when land is up for sale? Or how do we value a church or a library or some other unique building? Well, when we use an approach, some of these terms we're going to revisit. We're going to see how much does it cost to obtain that land in this neighborhood today if it were put to its highest and best use. And then they would add up the cost to construct the building and then subtract for depreciation reasons. And then they would add the value of the land back in there. So it's highest and best use is part of the appraisal process. So we just need to understand the basics first. So we're just going over these basics right now. The highest and best use is the most profitable current use or a use that'll be most in demand in the reasonably near future for a property. Let me ask you, which is the highest and best use, a parking lot or an office building?
Depends on the location.
No, it doesn't. You know, let's say it's in New York. In New York City, even.
Parking
Office
lot.
building?
Parking
lot.
lot or office building.
A parking lot. I say parking lot.
I say office
No.
building.
Parking is, I don't care, parking is expensive in New York, I know that, but owning
Yeah.
that real estate and having a rental, you know how much it costs to rent in New York?
Yeah.
Too much.
You know, that's significantly more than the cost to park a vehicle. So it's still, the highest and best use is still going to be the office building.
Okay.
All right. Let me see. So how about this? A parking lot or a parking deck?
Parking deck.
Parking deck, okay? Parking lot, you can only put so many cars on. Parking deck is many layers. You could park many more cars. Okay. So it depends on what you're using it for. All right. Now, what is an amenity? An amenity is any tangible or intangible benefit to the property. And some of those examples could be you're in an area with clean air or nice views or convenience features like pools, jacuzzis, heated floors, or toilet seats. A bidet. You guys know what a bidet is? You
Yeah.
don't got to use toilet paper when wiping your butt. You could have water squirting your tush and cleaning it. It's what the Europeans do, you know. These are actually pretty useful, especially in a time of the great toilet paper shortage of 2020, where everybody can't find a roll of toilet paper to wipe their butt. Right? These aren't a bad thing. I actually added one of these in, and I actually prefer them to toilet paper. It gets your butt a lot cleaner, you know, and you don't got to spend all that money on toilet paper. So you guys may want to look into this. You could actually get seats and adapt your own toilet to have one of those things. It's a neat little feature. All right, so toilet seat, a bidet, a heated toilet seat, a bidet, high-end appliances, custom features, could be soft touch drawers or wine coolers for people who like wine in their kitchen. You know, they got these 50 or 100 bottle wine coolers. It kind of acts like a wine cellar. Things like that. These are all amenities. A pool would also, oh, I got that here. Pool, jacuzzi, all those things would be considered an amenity. A beautiful mountain or ocean view, right? That would be an amenity. Would people pay more for that?
Yep.
Yes, they would. Is that tangible or intangible?
Intangible.
There we go. Intangible. What's another word for intangible?
Corporal.
Incorporeal.
Incorporeal. I'm sorry. Incorporeal.
Another word for tangible is corporeal, intangible, incorporeal. So substitution, the next thing. Let's first highlight the stuff under highest and best use. We're going to highlight the first sentence under highest and best use. And then near the last, in the last sentence, we're going to highlight an amenity is a tangible or intangible benefit to the property. Now we're at substitution. By the way, guys, I told you guys a lot of terms in this chapter, right? We're learning them and I'm telling you to highlight them and I'm pointing them out. Substitution's another one. Substitution, we're going to highlight the whole paragraph for it. This principle of substitution states that the maximum value of a property tends to be set by the cost of purchasing an equally desirable substitute property. And then we're going to highlight, for example, if two similar houses are for sale in an area, generally the lesser expensive one sells first. All right. So this theory of substitution, it basically says that no one will pay more if the same can be had for less. Here's an example on this slide of substitution to give you a visualization. If we have three properties, in the area here, they're exactly the same size, style, location, and amenity to the, they're exactly the same in every way, shape, and form. One's going for 300, one's going for 305, one's going for 310. Which one would you buy?
300.
You'd buy the cheapest one because they're all exactly the same. Why would you pay more when the same can be had for less, right? But everybody thinks along those same lines. So somebody beat you to it though. Now, which one would you buy? There's two left, 305, 310.
305.
Nobody would pay more when the same can be had for less. And now this brings us to a situation of supply and demand. There's only one house left. Bet you that's going to go for more than 310. Now we got a bidding war situation on our hands, right? So this is basically giving you a little visualization of these concepts put into play. All right. So some of the theoretical principles of value are supply and demand. The value of the property increases if the supply decreases and the demand increases or remains constant, and vice versa. That means the opposite's also true. So let's highlight the first sentence there under supply and demand, which states that, what I just put there in the slide. Okay, so these things that we're learning about now, these are just theories. The rest of these things are just theories. After this, there's nothing to highlight for a little while. So just pay attention for now. Conformity. These are things that an appraiser and we as real estate agents should take into consideration when valuing property. Conformity means that the property conforms to the neighborhood. If they're all single family Cape Cod style houses in the neighborhood, they're conforming to the neighborhood. But then you got this one house that people, they blew out the back, they blew out the top, they turned the thing into a McMansion. Is that house conforming to the neighborhood? No, it's not. Is that house going to be worth more than the others in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they going to get all the money back that they put into it for the value of it though?
Not even close.
No, it never pays to have the best house on the block. I mean, while you're there, you get to enjoy it, but you'll never get all your money back. Okay. Now, conformity, when neighborhoods are conforming, the values tend to be a lot more stable. Non-conforming structures don't maintain value as well as in the neighborhood as the conforming ones do. A non-conforming neighborhood would be if you have all residential neighborhood, then you got a commercial property in the middle. If you have the McMansion there, you have the different style of house in the neighborhood. You look, these principles even apply to condominium complexes. This is why often in condo complexes, they have rules set that you can't paint your front door bright red. You know, they don't want it changing the look of uniformity. Even when you look at condo complexes, they may have alternating patterns of looks or colors of the front of the style of the home. But they'll have some sort of a pattern that's uniform. So if it's not all one color or one design, they'll at least have an alternating pattern that's uniform, that's conforming, because that look will look very nice and it's presentable, rather than having everyone with a different color front door, different color siding. Some people got decorations out front, some don't. It makes the neighborhood not look as nice. Now, regression. This is when values would drop when neighborhood around you falls apart. If all the homes in your neighborhood are getting foreclosed on and boarded up, but your home, you've maintained it very well, is the value of your home going to be affected by all them homes around you getting boarded up and foreclosed on? It
Yeah.
is. So your home is suffering from regression. And to the contrary, we have progression or progress. This is the theory that say you do nothing to your house. Your house is older. You don't even need to have maintained it well. It could be kind of run down. But that neighborhood, all the homes in your neighborhood, all around you, they're building them up and they're blowing them out. They're tearing them down. They're putting McMansions up. Is the value of your property going to go up?
Yeah.
Why? Your home's a piece of junk.
Well,
Don't
the
matter.
neighborhood is,
The neighborhood is going up, and you got to think of it this way: all ships rise with rising waters, and all ships fall with when they lower. So that's how progression and regression work. You know, think about it in that regard. All right, anticipation. Did you guys hear what they're building down the street over here? That's anticipation.
I get what you mean.
Okay. All right. So in anticipation of something happening that could affect the demand or the value that a property has. You know, you hear that a proposed use or something is going to get built in the neighborhood. Did you hear Amazon is going to be putting up another warehouse distribution facility over here? They're going to be buying up all the properties in the area. You know,
They're building a train station or something like that.
Did you hear that NASCAR was going to be building a racetrack over here in Linden? What do you think that's going to do to the values of the properties over here?
Skyrocket.
And the towns around it, for that matter. Even if you're not a NASCAR fan, NASCAR has a huge following. And any town, any city that has a NASCAR racetrack in the United States gets a huge economic boom to it. All those restaurants, all those hotels, they get booked out a year in advance before a race. Those fans love their race. All right. And actually, this is a proposed project in Linden to put in a NASCAR racetrack. Well, it was a couple of years back. Let me show you a story. Review content for class. Here we go. I got a couple links on this I put up because I use this as a story. Right here, Speedway Road history. Okay. Well, here's actually, you know, Linden Airport. That was actually used as a racetrack in the past as well as the airport. They used to do all kinds of racing there. Look at 1949, 1950s. They have these historic pictures where they did these racing. Here's the Linden Airport. They actually used it as a racetrack. Okay.
Some sharp turns there.
What's that?
Some sharp turns there.
They are some sharp turns, but you know, that was a different type of racing. It wasn't the drag racing, but yeah, those are some sharp turns there indeed. But I mean, how fast were those cars really going back then too, you know? Here we go, Linden Airport. Look at these race cars. Okay. Interesting history to it.
That's cool.
And it's still there. All right, but it's not being used as a racetrack anymore. Now, let me see. I have some more photos here of that, the Linden. So there's another site that was proposed, NASCAR site eyed in Linden. All right, so a developer who sought to build a NASCAR racetrack in the Meadowlands Sports Complex now wants to build a speedway at an industrial site in Linden. Do you guys see this? Yes, yeah, okay. The $401 million proposal by a developer and former state assemblyman, Morton, whatever, calls for Liberty Speedway at Linden. Oh, see, I seen this in the news. Actually, it wasn't in the news. I seen this in the city of Linden. You know how they broadcast on TV the local public meetings that for the residents, or you could go to these city meetings yourself. Anytime there's a proposed construction project or anything, you have town hall meetings in your city. Every city has these, but this is a great place for you guys to hang out. Find out when cities have these meetings. You could find about projects before they even get announced that they're going to get built. This is their public. They're trying to get the permits for stuff. They're putting out their feelers at this point. This is a good time now for you to introduce yourself to developers and such, and give them your business cards. And, you see where I'm going with that? So I found out that they were going to name it Liberty Speedway, and the developer was kind of dopey. They never bought the domain name, so I bought libertyspeedway.com. But unfortunately, they never built it. Okay, so this was going to be almost a 1 mile racetrack in accordance with NASCAR regulations. It also called for a 400,000 square foot entertainment center and 20-story hotel and conference center. If approved, the track would be the only NASCAR facility in New Jersey metro area. That would draw a lot of traffic, guys. So the developer submitted similar plans last fall for the Meadowlands complex in East Rutherford. That plan is technically still on the table, although he prefers the Linden site now. All right, that was another part of that story. Let's see, is there more to this? I don't know what the hell that crap is popping up on my screen. Okay, so let's go to. Anyway, I want to show you they proposed this huge expensive site, but it eventually in the end did not get built. The reason why it did not get built, they got all the approvals from the town. They got all the approvals from the state. The only people they did not get the approval from was NASCAR. NASCAR did not sanction a race to be held there. So if you just build a racetrack with no NASCAR races, it is simply a racetrack. So the developer scrapped that project. Okay, so they were going to build that on a 140-acre site off the Arthur Kill in the old GAF property down in Tremley Point section of Linden, down by where I live. I used to have a house over there. I lived there temporarily for a little while. And this was all flood zone back there. They would have to build all that up. So this previously worthless land that was all in floody marsh area zone, people were fighting and tripping over themselves to get to land around that area and buy it up. Why? Because if they built that NASCAR racetrack, that land's value would have shot up through the roof. Now, that was in anticipation. So you tell me, in anticipation, does anticipation play a role in the value of a property?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. As you could see, the previous land in that area that was pretty worthless, people were fighting to buy it. And now they bought it, and then the project got scrapped. Now what did it do? Back to worthless. Until someday, maybe something gets built, who knows? But that would have been a good location for it. You got the turnpike over there in between. You would have had a turnpike entrance right onto Wood Avenue there in Linden, but that would have created its own mess. All right, anyway, that's anticipation. I just want to give you some live examples of anticipation there. All right. You know what? Let me throw that into the slideshow too, because sometimes people like these little things. So let me throw that in there. So what slide was that on? Let me determine that. Oh, sugar. Anticipation. Where's anticipation? Anticipation. There we go. Duplicate the slide, and then we'll put anticipation in. So I'm just going to put some example. A proposed NASCAR racetrack in the area. And then I'm going to post those links. I'm going to post those links over here too, so that you guys can see them. So here's this link from some racetrack forum, which gives some pretty decent information. And then what was the last link? This one, the MRT. And there was another link. There we go, the history. Okay. So Linden does have a history of having racetracks in it, but Paul Newman, even if anybody knows who he was, Paul Newman was at those races at the Linden Airport. He was an actor, but he was also an avid racing fan, and he even got into race car driving himself. So,
Cool.
Anybody ever heard of that guy, Paul Newman?
Yeah.
All right.
The same Newman from the popcorn, Newman's Own.
And Newman, yep, Newman's dressing,
Pizza.
Newman's, yep, that's all Paul Newman. Yep, Newman's barbecue sauce. Yep, Newman. Yep. Good actor from The Great Escape. Was that he was in there? One of the all-time great getaway scenes or car chase scenes in a movie. Motorcycle, right? He was in another one with that. These are some pretty good older movies. All right, so you guys can see the slideshow again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there we go. So let me make those links clickable. Okay, so here's some of the theoretical principles of value: increasing and diminishing returns. All right, so let me explain this for you. Increasing and diminishing returns. I give an example here where a kitchen's in need of remodeling. You'll get all the money back up until a certain point. Okay, so your kitchen starts off at this point. Here, let me see so you can see me here. So your kitchen starts off at this point. It's lousy. It's lousy. It's unlivable. You need to do an improvement to it. So any improvement you do up until a certain point, you'll get all that money back. But when you go past that point, your return starts diminishing. When you start going overboard, not every kitchen needs a 100-bottle wine cooler, things like that. The soft touch drawers and all the extra amenities you add to it. You're going extreme with your kitchen makeovers. Will it make it worth more? Yes. Will it make it more desirable? Yes. Will you get all the money you put into it? No. That's what they mean by increasing and then diminishing returns. Your return will increase up to a certain point. And then after that, any additional money you put into it, your return starts decreasing. You'll never see that money back. Okay, that's what the theory of increasing and diminishing returns is. So, contribution, how you spend your money on a property could affect its value. I could give two separate people $25,000 to do some improvements on a house, and you guys will do different improvements on it. How you contribute that money could affect how it's the same amount of money, but how you use it could affect how it's going to add to its value, right? Competition could play a role, especially this is more for commercial property, but competition could play a role in the value. So let's look at competition. This principle states that profits attract competition, but excess profits tend to attract ruinous competition. For example, a success of retail stores may cause investors to open similar stores in the area, right? You open up one burger joint because there's no place for anybody to eat during lunchtime. So you open up a burger joint in the area. So what happens when you usually open up a McDonald's in the area? What usually opens up right next door to them?
Burger King.
You get a Burger King, and then you got a Five Guys, and then you get a this and a that. And now that market share is really drenched with competition, but you still got the same amount of people buying lunch in the area, you know? So that becomes a ruinous competition at some point. So that's competition. And change. Nothing remains constant, even in real estate. So change is an important concept to understand. Change in the local market conditions, change in politics. Yes, politics plays a role. Change in improvements to the area. Contamination, perhaps, that would affect your value in a negative way. Industry, well, that could affect your, depending on what kind of industry and how it's adapted. Look, in towns like Linden, like Edison, who both used to have car plants. Linden used to have General Motors. Edison used to have a Ford plant. When they announced that they were going to shut down those factories, for many years to come, the towns got negatively affected because that factory ground was still there. So no new jobs were replaced. Many people in the town used to work for that assembly line. What does that do to property values in the area when the major industry shuts down?
Goes down.
It goes down. And yet taxes may get affected and go up because those industries were contributing towards the taxes, and then the city needs to make up for it somehow. Weather. You know, weather patterns are always changing, you know. Flood zone maps get redrawn. If you were in an area that previously wasn't a flood zone, but now it is, could that affect your value of your property? Yeah, because now you got to pay flood insurance. Flood insurance, that means that you could afford less house. The values will go down to make them more affordable. All right, so those are the basic theories there. Now we're going to get into how do we value property using the three approaches to value that an appraiser would use, as well as we would use. Okay. So we have the sales comparison approach. We do a CMA with that, comparative approach. The cost approach, or the income approach to value. So let's highlight the title at the bottom of page 277. Three approaches to value. And then we're going to highlight the sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach. And then we turn the page. And then you're better off using from this point forth probably my notes here on the slides rather than what you got here in the book. On page 278, the only thing I'll have you highlight is the title, Sales Comparison Approach. You would have to read the whole thing to understand it. I kind of try to break it down into bullet points on the slide here. So, Sales Comparison Approach, what you need to know. It's the most often used approach by real estate licensees. And I say take a CMA workshop to learn how to do it, or have your brokers train you. It's best used for residential property valuation. And it values property by comparing a subject property to similar comparable properties, similar in size, style, location, and amenity to the subject property that have recently sold. So you need to have a minimum of 3 comparable properties to do evaluation, okay? So let's add that in. Actually, compares the subject property to similar comparable properties. Or comps. / comps. They are similar in size, or that are similar in size. That are similar in size, style, location, and amenity to the subject property that have recently sold. Need at least 3. Minimum of 3 comps required. There we go. So we're going to make adjustments in the sale price of the comps for the differences. You have to adjust for time, the date of the sale, 3 months, 6 months, or 1 or more, or 1 year or more. Must make adjustments for the market change of time. Adjust that. I didn't have the word year there, or 1 year or more. Must make adjustments for time. Location has to be relatively the same. You don't look in a different municipality when determining comps. An appraiser should not pull comps from a different municipality because they have different features, different taxes that are paid, different amenities that the towns offer, different desirability. So you want to make sure when you're trying to determine a value of a property, we want to make sure we're doing it for properties that are in the same town. The physical features should be similar. And if they're not, you need to make adjustments. So if not, make adjustments. There we go. Change those words around. Should be similar. If not, make adjustments. Terms and conditions of the property sale. You got to know when to make adjustments for the differences. So if the subject property is missing a feature or is in poorer condition than a comparable property, you're going to subtract from the value of the comparable, whose value you already know because this property is already sold. So what we're trying to do is when you get 3 comparables, get at least 3 comps that are similar to the property you're trying to value. The property we're trying to determine a value for, we refer to that as the subject property. And the comps are the ones that have already sold. We know what their sale price is and we know what their features are. If those features are different than the subject property, we have to make adjustments for those differences, okay? And this is how you do it. I got a couple things here explaining to you. It says CBS, comp better subtract, CPA, comp poorer add. But that's just confusing. Look, I like to do put my hands or I feel like I got to sneeze with my hands or these things. I'm going to show you a way to do it. Here. Make this real easy. Okay, here we go. You see me now full screen, right? So yep. The subject property is the property we're trying to determine the value for. The comparable property is the one that has already sold. Now, if this comparable property only had 3 bedrooms and the subject property had 4, we need to determine what the value of an extra bedroom would be. And then are we going to add that value to the comp's value or subtract it from the comp's value to make it to bring it up to the same level as the subject property to make it exactly the same.
You're gonna add it.
You add it to the comp's value to bring it up. Now, if the comp had 5 bedrooms and the subject property had 4, we determined a value for a bedroom. Are you going to add that value to the comp's value or subtract it to bring it to the same level?
Subtract.
Look at that. Doesn't that make it a lot easier to understand?
Yeah.
I mean, if I just read it to you in a sentence, you're like, and then you're guessing, you know? But if I got it like this, the whole idea is we want them to be exactly the same, so they're on the same level. So if the comp has a feature that the subject property is missing, we're going to determine the value of that feature and subtract from its value to pretend that it was exactly like the subject property. If the comp is missing a feature or is in worse condition than the subject property, we're going to determine the value for that feature, and then we're going to add it to bring it up to the same level. Because we know what the total property value sold. So if this comparable property sold for $300,000, but it's missing a feature the subject property has that's worth $20,000, we would have to, okay, so it's missing a feature that the subject property has. So we're going to add that $20,000 into the comparable's value to bring it up to the same level. And then we know that this property should have sold for how much? If that was the only difference, $320,000. Makes it easy when you're doing it like this, right? I mean, on exams, you're not going to have this, but you could use your hands. This is the subject property. This is the comparable property. Comparable property is missing a feature. Subject property has. Are we going to add that value of that feature to the comparable property or subtract? You're going to add to bring it up to the same level. If you subtracted, you'd be making it even worse. Okay, so you're adding to its value. If the comparable has a feature the subject property is missing, you would subtract to bring it down to the same level. Okay. I just need you guys to understand when you add and when you subtract from a comparable's value. Don't worry about how do we determine the value of a feature. That you're going to learn through either taking a class, doing research, or getting trained by your brokers. Okay, how much does a bedroom cost and all that stuff? Well, I told you guys, if you take one of those classes like one of them CMA classes from Ottawa Group, I keep mentioning them because they do really have good classes. I don't get anything from referring you guys to them. Okay, so where is this? All right, so I took a CMA workshop with them recently. Again, I try to take it every year if at all possible. I'm just moving the files around before I open them up. So they gave us a little pricing guide. They gave us the presentation from the class. They gave us a lot of information, which I cannot share the whole thing here with you guys, but I could post up an example of an image here. The CMA adjustment guide presentation. So let's just take a look at one of these little adjustment guides that they gave us, okay? Just as a little teaser, you guys should enroll in the class, pay them so that they get credit for the credit for this, and you could learn it. It'll get explained much better by them when they teach you how to value properties. But they give us guides like this. I know you can't see it yet. Hold on. Like this. That how do you know how much more a bedroom is worth, or is a property worth more or less if it's on a busy road?
Less.
Less. How much less though? Well, look, if the house is in a $250,000 price range, it would be 2.4% less. If it was $250,000, that would equate to $6,000 in value difference. Versus another $250,000 home that was exactly the same, but was not on a busy road. Now, if it's private and it's on a less than a busy road, not your normal road, but actually on a quiet street, like a cul-de-sac. So you have privacy. It actually makes your house worth more, but how much more? 2% or $5,000, at least for the house in the $250,000 range. If the house is in a $400,000 range, that difference would be $12,000 or 3%, and so on and so forth. So different price houses in different price ranges, that value would be different. Now, where do they get these figures from? They get them only from the sale of every home in the state of New Jersey in the last year. They are appraisers after all, and they aggregate all this information. These guys are experts at gathering information from all kinds of public and private databases and sources. And then they break it down to the finest minutia of a detail to things like this. They could tell you the difference. Is a busy road going to make your house worth more or less, and by how much? Well, it depends on what price range it's in too. What about power lines? Having high tension power lines running through your backyard, does it make it worth more or less? Well, of course less, but by how much? You know, we just pull figures out of our head, or if you take a class like this, you'll learn it. What about having a larger lot size that's not subdividable, but having a larger lot? See, being subdividable would make a dent there, that would make a difference. But if it's a non-subdividable lot size, how much more per acre would it make your property worth? If you had an extra acre or a half acre of a lot. See, a lot of times people are arguing, well, my lot's bigger than the neighbors. Yeah, it's by 5 feet width. That's not equating to half acre, an acre, or even a half an acre. So it wouldn't make a difference. Right? People argue, they always quabble about these little areas of land. Well, my lot's much bigger than the neighbors. It's 5 or 10 feet more land, wider lot. Yeah, but that's nothing. You know, it's nicer for them. The distance is nice, but it's not really going to equate to it being worth any more. Okay. Not unless we're talking half acre or more in size. And then look at that, half acre. It's $3,000 worth more if it's in a $250,000 price range property. If it's a $2.5 million price range property, oh, it's $50,000 more per half acre. Okay, different neighborhoods, you got to figure with these properties too, right? So that would all equate into the price range itself. Now, what if the house had some really quality craftsmanship and workmanship in the materials? Okay, well, those things could affect the value as well. How much? Well, there you go. They talk about improvements, you know, if you do improvements on the house or the age of the house. If the only difference of the house is the age compared to the comparable property, here's the formula they give you to figure out the value per year based on age difference. You take the sales price of the comparable, times it by 60%, times it by 0.005, times it by the age difference to get how much it would effectively work out to. This is what appraisers do. Now, you as a real estate agent don't have to go through all this. A lot of times we just do a guesstimate and a ballpark figure. But this is why agents get all pissed off when their valuation is way off from the appraisers. If you want to be more accurate, then you got to do the stuff that the appraisers are doing. This is what they're doing. This is how they value properties. They do more work. Okay. We're always like, oh, a freaking appraiser didn't know what they were doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They're not from this area. I know better. Really? How did you come up with that number? Experience. Huh? What do you mean experience? Real estate changes as the values change as time does. So what do you mean experience? How much was it worth? What was the percentage of change from last year to this year? That's a response you get from a real estate agent, right? So here's the ways to tell. Does your pool make your house worth more or less? Let's take a look. Where is it? If it's got an in-ground pool, is it going to make your house worth more or less? Definitely more. Now, some people can argue, well, what about pools make your taxes go up? You're going to pay more in taxes, and then it's a liability for lawsuits and da. Well, then that house isn't for you if you don't want a pool. But for people who want a pool, it's definitely going to make their house worth more. But how much more? Well, in that $250,000 price range, 2.4% or $6,000. Probably cost you $20, $25 to put it in. Are you getting all the money back? No, but your house is worth $6 grand more. All right. And obviously you can see the price, that valuation, those pools also would not be the same for a $2.5 million property versus a $250,000 property, right? So the value of that pool would definitely be different too. But also how much they put into it would be too. You have to take that into consideration. So these are just some of the cool things that you get by taking this class. So you can more accurately value a property. What about having an additional bath? How much of a difference in value is that going to make in the house? Well, if it's in a $250,000 price range, a half bath would be 1.2% or $3,000. I bet you it costs way more than that to install a half bath. Same thing for the full. See, so not all improvements done to real estate, you get all your money back, like you see on HGTV. That's TV. You guys know it's not real, right? A lot of those numbers are speculative of how much they could get. They don't usually tell you how much it actually sold for. Okay, so, and breaking it down to each item, how much it made it worth. When dealing with appraisers and the value of property, they deal with living space per square foot. If you notice, they don't usually talk about, there's nothing here about number of bedrooms. Why not? I'll tell you why not.
Because it's by square feet.
Yeah, it goes by square feet. And I'm going to show you something I've dealt with before. And I'm sure appraisers dealt with before. Come on, what's going on? Great. My whiteboard is open, but it's not opening. Come on, really? Frickin' Microsoft. There we go. All right. It's very laggy. All right, so let's see. If you've got a house, I'm gonna get black ink here. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna do a layout within a house. Let's say you have a house layout. Okay, it's square layout here, and then we're gonna compare two houses that are the same exact square footage. And let's break this up into rooms here. Let's see. You got a kitchen. You have maybe a bathroom over here. And let's say you have a bedroom number 1. And then there's another bedroom over here, bedroom number 2. You have another bath here, bath, or that's a half bath, right? And then you have a bedroom over here, number 3. And then over here you have okay, so here's the kitchen. And then let's say off the kitchen you have the dining room, right? And then over here you have this big area over here is you have a nice big living room. But this area over here, what they ended up doing is they ended up splitting this into 2 more bedrooms, 4 and 5. And this is your dining room, right? So this is a 5-bedroom house. But let's say that this house over here, it's got the kitchen. It's got the half bath. It's got the bedroom 1, it's got bedroom 2, it's got another full bath here, and it's got bedroom number 3. Okay. And it's got the dining room, and this is the living room. One house has 3 bedrooms, one house has 5 bedrooms. Which one is worth more?
3-bedroom.
It's the same square footage.
So the fit. If it's the same,
It's not worth any more. The thing is, sometimes this person here on the left, what they did is they took this living room and they don't have a living room anymore. It's only bedrooms. But they may think, well, my house is worth more because mine's a 5-bedroom house. The neighbor's only 3. Yeah, but where's your living room?
I got a question. What if another full bathroom was added? Would it be worth more then?
Where are you going to put it?
They can cut half of the living room or the dining room.
Okay, so you're going to cut away some space of, let's say you're going to cut this away and you're going to put another half bath there.
Or full bath. I say full. I say 2 full baths. I think it'll go up.
All right, so all on the same floor. So you're going to be cutting that dining room in half then, pretty much, right? To have a full bath here.
Dining room or the living room doesn't. No, I'm just.
Yeah, all
guessing.
right, but you get what I'm saying. You're still dealing with the same square footage here. So,
I got
but having an additional bath will make it worth a little bit more. It will, but that's a functional usable space. But if you're taking just the space, that's just space on dining room or living room versus a bedroom, and you're making it a bedroom, is it going to make your house worth any more because one has 3 bedrooms and one has 5 bedrooms? No. Bathrooms a little bit different because people want more bathrooms too.
Okay.
Okay. Which is another topic that we could discuss too. A house with 5 bedrooms and 1 bath. I didn't even say anything else. I'm just looking at the looks on some of your faces.
That's the one in the one.
That's not going to work.
No, why not?
No, that's not gonna work.
Why not? What's the matter? I mean, you know that there used to be a time that people were happy that they had indoor plumbing.
Yeah, I know the communal bathroom thing works for them. That was then. Now, no. I don't like sharing the bathroom with my
No,
wife.
I'm not saying communal bathroom. I'm saying people would be happy if they had indoor plumbing, period. You used to have to go outside to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm saying I don't like sharing a bathroom with my wife, unless anybody else.
Okay, so these days, most people, they get a 2-bedroom and they want a 2.5 bath, right?
Yes.
So we're going to actually learn something about what this is. This house is actually suffering. It's actually suffering from a feature that's no longer considered desirable by today's property owners. These days, you could have a 2-bedroom and they want 2.5 bathrooms. So if you look at depreciation, on page 281, they actually discuss this. This is something called functional obsolescence. I usually give an example of functional obsolescence of that that house with 5 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. What if I told you that that 1 bathroom is large and it was just updated and it's a beautiful, highly updated, up-to-date, very modern 1 bathroom?
Doesn't matter.
Why not?
Still 1 bathroom.
Because you're still waiting in line to use the bathroom?
Unless I have 2 toilets and 2 separate rooms in the bathroom.
All right. So you could see that the term functional obsolescence means that it's functional. There's nothing wrong with it. It could be super modern and up to date, but it's obsolete by today's standards. Something that's obsolescence, its root word is obsolete. It's obsolete by today's standards. These days, most people want more than 1 bathroom in the house. So there's nothing wrong with the property other than its features are considered to be outdated or undesirable by today's standards. Functional It's functional, but it's obsolete. Is this curable? Can you do updates and additions? Can you add another bath?
Yeah.
Yes, and that would cure the problem, right? So we're going to be learning about these terms of depreciation. Depreciation is a loss of value due to any condition or any cause. And a 5-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, even though it's got that super modern updated bathroom, it still suffers from functional obsolescence because it's still only 1 bathroom, as you put it, right? But I'm just trying to show you how to understand these terms. If something is functional obsolescence, if I just ask you, what is functional obsolescence? You know, it'll be a little bit difficult for you guys. Oh, I forget what it's called. Hey, stop. You don't need to remember. Let's analyze the words. If something's functional, what does that mean? It works. If it's obsolete, what does that mean? It's outdated. It works, but it's outdated. Can you fix something that works, but it's outdated? Yeah, modernize it. Update it, right? All right, so back to the comparable approach. So we're going to make adjustments for time. We're going to location and relativity to the same type of property. It has to be in the same municipality. Physical features should be similar. If not, then we're going to make adjustments for those differences. The terms and conditions of the property sale. All right, so we already actually discussed that a little bit. So here, let's show it here on a slide. This is how we would compare properties in a CMA. You have this on page 282. Oh, wait, no, do we? No, that's cost approach. On page 279, you have a similar chart to this, although the numbers are different and they use the words good, same, poorer. I don't like that. I like to, when comparing features, what does good, same, poorer mean? It could mean that it has less bedrooms, but how many less? I like to see the actual number, like where it says number of bedrooms, 8, and then it says same, 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 or number of rooms. Number of bedrooms, it says 4, same, poorer, same. Well, what is poorer? Is that 1 less or 2 less? You know, so I don't like using that chart because it's not realistic on how we really value them. We usually do a comp like this. We do a side-by-side comparison of properties. The subject property is the one we're trying to determine a value for. Comparable 1, comparable 2, comparable 3. We got the sale price next to each one of them. We know how much they sold for. They're all the same style house here, so we don't have to make adjustments for the type of home. But let's make adjustments. We're going to have to make adjustments for the number of bedrooms. Let's go over that first one. If the subject property has 4 bedrooms and comparable property 1 has only 3 bedrooms, are we going to be adding or subtracting to the comparable one's value for the value of a bedroom?
Subtracting.
Adding. It's missing a feature. Look. The subject property has 4 bedrooms. The comparable property has 3. So whatever value of that bedroom is, we're going to be adding to the comp's value to bring it up to the same level. Okay? Do the trick with your hands if you need. Now, in this case, I'm going to give you a made up number. Let's just say a bedroom was worth $5,000 and a half bath is worth $2,000. Okay, so if a bedroom is worth $5,000 and this one has 3 bedrooms and the subject has 4, we're going to add to the comparable one's value $5,000. So if that's the only difference that we're making, how much should this comparable property 1 have sold if it had 4 bedrooms? If it were exactly the same as the subject property and the only difference was the number of bedrooms, we know it sold for $300,000. If it had 4 bedrooms and a bedroom is worth $5,000, how much would it have sold for?
$305,000.
$305,000. Okay. See, I don't want you guys to do the whole entire valuation. I just simple, one adjustment at a time. Okay. So if that's the only difference, then this property would have sold for 305,000. But we're going to be making adjustments for all the differences. Look at this. This one has 2.5 baths. This one only has 2 full baths. A half bath is valued at $2,500. So I don't know why I got a half bedroom here. That's weird. I gotta readjust this thing. Anyway, so if the thing had a half a bath, is valued at $2,500. We would add that to this value to make it the same as the subject property, so it would have 2.5 baths, right? Subject property, 2.5 baths. Comparable property, only 2 baths. So it's less, right? It's missing a feature the subject has. It's missing a half bath. So the half bath is worth 2,500. We're going to add 2,500 to the comparables value to bring it to the same level. All right. And we're going to do that same thing for comparable 2, because comparable 2 also only has 2 bedrooms. So we're going to add 2,500 to its value. Comparable 3 has 2.5, so we don't do any adjustment. Subject property has 1 garage space, but comparable property 1 has no garage. If each garage space is worth $10,000, we're going to have to add $10,000 to the value of comp 1. Comparable property 2 has 1. Comparable property 3 has 2 garage spaces. So it has, comparable 3 has an extra garage. So we know that 1 garage space is worth 10,000. So we're going to subtract 10,000 from its value to bring it down to the same level as the subject property. That's why we're subtracting 10,000 from this one, because it has 2 garages. So comparable, the subject property only had 1. So we're trying to bring it down to the same level. Right now, here's the subject property, the comparable property. Comparable property has 2 spaces, subject property has 1. Each space is worth 10,000, so we're going to subtract 10,000 to bring it down to the same level. And if based on just those adjustments right there that we did, I got to redo this because this is all messed up, but the numbers are still right here. So we're going to do the total adjustments. If we add 10,000, 2,500, okay, so these are all pluses. We have to add all this to the sale price. 10,000 plus 5,000 is 15, plus 2,500, that's 17,500, right? So the total adjusted value on this property would be 317,500. That's how much comp 1 would have sold for if that property was exactly like the subject property we're trying to sell right now. Comparable property 2, the only difference was the number of half baths. We added 2,500 because it was missing that half bath here. So adding 2,500 to its sale price of 315 would also put it at 317,500. Now, comparable 3 property, its only adjustment was the garage space. We subtracted 10,000 and it actually brought the value down to 310. So now we have a price range to give to the homeowner. Your home should sell anywhere between 310 and 317,500. Okay, so I'm giving you a price range. We narrowed it down to about $7,500 difference. Okay, so that's a pretty tight. That's a pretty tight range, price range to give them. But my guesstimate on it would be 317,500 if you want to go to the higher end of the spectrum. That's how we help people value the home using the sales comparison approach. We make adjustments to comparable properties. We make adjustments for the differences. We just need to know, when do you add and when do you subtract from a comparables value? If a comparable property is missing a feature that the subject property has, we'd have to figure out the value of that feature and then add it to make it exactly the same. If it has an extra feature that the subject property does not have, because it only has 1, then we would subtract the value for the difference. Okay? We make those adjustments. And this is the make-believe pretend price range that it should have sold in if it was exactly the same, based on supportable evidence. Okay,
Got it.
all right. So once again, cost relates to the past, price relates to the present, and value relates to the future. So using the sales comparison approach, even after we do all that work to try to determine the value for the homeowner, they still say, I still want to list it for 340. Where are you getting that number from? Because the most we could justify here is 317.5 based on supportable evidence. Where are you getting 340 from? That's how much I want. You know, so I mean, well, a buyer doesn't care how much you wants to get. They care about how much it's worth in today's market, and they're going to base their prices accordingly. And more importantly, even if you get a stupid buyer that's willing to pay you whatever it is that you want, they're probably not coming with all cash. They probably have to get a loan from a bank to buy your home. And a bank is not going to lend them more money than supportable evidence will show that your home is worth based on an appraisal. So we need to talk you down to reality here. Now, I'm not going to talk to somebody like that and say I'm talking you down to reality, but unless it gets really bad, then I may. But I'm telling them, we need to deal with realistic numbers. Okay, there's another way of saying I'm talking you down to reality. Okay, we need to deal with realistic numbers here based on supportable evidence, because that's exactly what an appraiser is going to do. And the evidence just does not justify a $340,000 sale price here. Have you done any improvements to your home that I was unaware of, perhaps, that may contribute to the difference? You know, I had a guy one time that we had just the same exact situation. What the hell was it? I could have justified $340,000 for his house. And he's like, I want 380. I'm like, okay, so based on the comps that I found, the most I could justify is 340. And the best comp I found, check this out. You see over here how we're making adjustments for all the differences? Because most of the times you're finding comparable homes that have recently sold, but they're not exactly like that house. They're older, they're newer, the condition may be different, the features may be different. So we're making all these adjustments, all this work we're doing. And the owner's still like, I want 380, you know. And I found one of the comps I found to this guy was 2 doors down from him. And this was the best comp because the house was built using the same exact blueprint by the same builder. And it was built in the same year. And it sold last month for 340. So how much should this guy's house sell for?
340.
340. So I'm trying to justify it to this guy. There's no comps to get better than that one 2 doors down. And that, ironically, is also the highest price one that I was able to find. So how much you think a bank is going to lend?
340.
Okay. Well, they're not even going to lend 340. They'll base it off of a 340 value, but they want you to put some of your own money down. Remember the types of loans you get. They want LTV, loan to value ratio. They're not going to lend you 100%, right? So, but they're going to base it off the appraised value of the property. So I asked the guy, I was like, so what's the, have you done any improvements to your home? Help me try to justify this price. Have you made any improvements to your home since you bought it? Well, now keep in mind, the house is about 8 or 9 years old. Let's go with 9 years old. I think it was 8, but let's go with 9 years old. He's like, well, when I first bought it, that's like 8, 9 years ago. Keep that in mind. I didn't like the builder's carpet, so I replaced it with different carpeting. Okay, so now that carpeting is 8 or 9 years old. Okay, and keep in mind, most of the house was hardwood floors. There was only like runner carpets and carpet in a bedroom. Okay, so Okay, so you got a little carpet in the house that's worth, that was replaced 9 years ago. 9 years old. Buyers are probably gonna want to replace it by now. And, you know, in the bathroom, the sinks had little chips on them, and I didn't like the toilets, so I replaced the sinks and the toilets in the 3 bathrooms because it was a 3 full bath house. So I replaced the sink and the toilet in the 3 baths. I'm doing the math in my head, and I cannot justify 3 sinks and 3 toilets adding up to $40,000 difference, even with installation costs. Can you? So I'm like, all right, you gotta help me out here. Is there something special about them? Are they heated or something? Do they play music? Do they vibrate or something? I mean, tell me, what makes them so special? You know, I'm not seeing $40,000 added to the value. And keep in mind, this was a new house that had new sinks and toilets. He just didn't like them, so he replaced them. Let me ask you a question. When you buy a house and it has a bathroom, do you expect it to have a toilet and a sink in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not making it worth any more. He just didn't like them, so he replaced them. So it doesn't matter what he even spent on them. It didn't add a penny of value. So, I mean, not unless he added the Al Bundy Super Flush 2000, you know, that could flush anything down that toilet. But still, it's not $40,000 difference. And guess what? He said, I want $380,000. And I was like, well, do you explain it? You know, and I explained to him all the differences. And I'm like, listen, you have to help me help you, because I'm going to need to explain it to an appraiser and justify to an appraiser what the difference in value is. And how do you expect me to do that? You know what the guy told me?
Figure it out.
That's not my problem. It's yours. That's your job.
So what do you do in a situation like that then? What do you tell him? How do you handle
I
it?
told him, no, it's not. My job is to deal in reality. And I'm explaining to you the real facts and figures here, and you're just unwilling to listen. I said, an appraiser is not going to care about how much money you wants to get. They care about the provable figures, the numbers. And my job is not to try to make up stuff and try to convince an appraiser. I got to deal in facts and figures here, and I got to deal with reality. And there's nothing that I can justify that kind of a price difference. And he's like, well, you should be doing this and you should be doing that, and that'll be your job. And I was like, at this point, I was already getting ticked off at this guy. I could see he would be, even if I got this listing, the guy's going to be a major pain in the ass seller. So once again, do you guys recall what I said on how you should value all things, how you should determine if you're going to do something? What's the metric I measure all things by? You guys recall? Is the juice worth the squeeze on this one? So I asked myself this question. I was like, wait a minute. I'm looking at this guy. I could see he's a pain in the ass already. The guy's not dealing in reality. And if I take this listing, is the juice going to be worth the squeeze on it? Should I even continue trying to pursue him? I mean, a lot of agents will be like, yeah, take the listing at whatever price he says, and then you'll get buyers that come in, then you'll flip them to something else because they're not going to definitely pay $380,000 for this house. But I figured that this guy, though, just based off of his attitude, he would be a major pain in the ass that calls me every day, wanting updates, wanting to know how come I'm not advertising his property on the front page of the New York Times, you know? So I was like, this ain't worth, the juice ain't worth the squeeze with this guy for me. So at this point, I just stood up and I put my hand out. I extended my hand to shake his hand, and he's just staring at me, dumbfounded, why I'm standing up wanting to shake his hand. And I said, I thank you very much for the opportunity to present this evaluation for your property. But I could see you're not ready to sell yet. When you're ready to sell, feel free to give me a call, and I'd love to represent you when you're ready to sell. But right now, I could see you're too attached to the house, and you're not willing to look at the realistic figures that today's market has on your property. So I wish you the best. Good luck. Have a great day. Bye-bye. You know, and I was out of there. Another agent listed the property. I seen the next week the property was listed with another agent. I'm not going to say the name of the brokerage, but there was another agent that listed it, took it at what price?
340.
No, 340 was the price that I was suggesting. He wanted 380.
Yeah. So they
Actually,
listed it.
listed at 380.
No, that's how much money. We didn't even get into talking about my commission. That's how much he wanted in his pocket. She listed it at like 425 or some bullshit like that.
Wow.
No way in hell that property was going to sell for that. So I made a good decision there and just like getting out of Dodge on that one. She took the listing. She got it for a year. A year later, that listing expired. Okay, now before, and she wasn't able to get him down in the price. The next listing, he listed it for 3 months with somebody. And they got him down a little bit on price, a little bit. And then listed it, it expired. He listed it with somebody else again. They got him down again a little bit more in price. And then he had somebody else who listed it for 6 months and at a little bit lower price, and then adjusted it more and more and more and more until they eventually sold it.
It was like 2 years of it being on the market.
Guess how much the property sold for? Keep in mind, I told him I was trying to list it at 340, and I could have gotten 340 for it. He wanted 380. Well, actually, he wanted 380 in his pocket and listed it for even more.
310.
How much did it sell for?
310.
335.
280. Market prices started going down. Boom, dude.
Wow.
Should have took it while you had it.
Well, this is just a perfect example of chasing the market. Okay, chasing the market is this. If you got a property, let me draw you a little picture here, put it up on screen. This is what it is, what it's called when you're chasing the market. If you want some ridiculous overprice at 420,000 like that, but the market value on the property is currently only 340. All right, you're way up here, but the market's down here. Is anybody going to offer that for the house? No, you have to make a correction and bring it down to reality right away at the beginning. But the longer you wait and the longer that property's on the market, especially if you've got a declining market now, it starts declining. And now he's up here, he's still up here at 420. And then he decides he wants to come down now to 340 even, the price I suggested. Well, where's the market level at this point? It's even less. He may be at 300. You have to make a significant price change to get all the way down, maybe even below market, in order to get people interested in that property again. Because you got to remember, you also have the difference of time. All of this time that it was on the market. If a buyer comes to look at your house and they see it's been on the market for a long time, what's the first question they ask?
What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it, right? Why? Because of time. It's been on the market for so long and it's not sold. Well, problem was the owner. Now he's trying to deal in reality, but unless he drops significantly below the current market value, it ain't gonna sell. Okay, so you have to make a drastic difference, otherwise it ain't selling. So having that curve, the guys here, we know so much about curves these days, right? He's chasing the curve with our coronavirus curve talk, right? He was chasing the curve. You got to get ahead of the curve, okay? And he's not doing that. So eventually he had to, and he had to drop it significantly. And that was selling it for 320. Oh, I'm sorry, 280. All right, here we go. Cost relates to the past, price relates to the present, value relates to the future. And this is the way that the realtor looks at your house, the way the appraiser looks at your house, and the way that this homeowner was looking at theirs. And so that through that story that I just gave you, no doubt he looked at his house like this, right? He had that castle, or so we thought. He thought Woody cat. All right, but he didn't. He didn't. He did. No. All right, so let's see. So the realtor looks at the property like this, and the only one that really matters is the appraiser's value. Okay, the realtor is more aligned with the actual facts by comparison to the homeowner, but this is the only one that really matters. Oh, here's another little factoid. When I had that conversation with that homeowner trying to sell his home, I said, listen, any buyer that's going to buy this house is going to have to buy, is going to be buying with a loan. I was like, unless they're buying all cash, I was like, there's, you know, they're going to be dependent on an appraisal. He's like, well, then we're going to need to find the right kind of buyer. I was like, and what kind of buyer is that? Well, you said all cash. So you got to be careful. Sometimes they listen, but they're not paying attention, right? The guy's listening. He's like, yeah, an all cash buyer could because they don't get the appraisal, but you're not paying attention. Do people who have that kind of cash laying around, are they generally stupid? I would say not. So you think some guy who's got that kind of cash laying around is going to knowingly pay way more above market value for your home because that's how much you want to get for it? I think generally people with that kind of money are not stupid people that are willing to way overpay for a product like that. And he's like, well, we'll just need to find the right one. I'm like, nope, you will later. But I said it politely. Have a good day. I can see you're not ready to sell. That was kind of like my way of saying, with that crank, you know, cranking up that middle finger at him while I'm out the door, but being polite and doing it. All right. So yes, you do not need to take every listing is what you should get out of that story too. If the juice worth the squeeze. Okay, let's look at the cost approach. Cost approach is the most useful approach to value when trying to determine the value of a special purpose building that may not have comparables and that may not generate income in the normal fashion anyway, like schools, churches, public buildings, like City Hall. If you were to value City Hall, you can't use it based on the income that it generates because the next business that goes into City Hall is not going to generate business like City Hall generates, right? So how do you approach it? Not many comps. Is there another comp in town like City Hall? Probably not. So how would you value City Hall if City Hall goes up on the market for sale? You would use the cost approach to value. So the cost approach to value is based on the theory of substitution. Remember what that is? Nobody will pay more when the same can be had for less, the same comparable substitute property. So the appraisal by summation, the cost approach is also known as the appraisal by summation. So using the cost approach to value to determine the value of a special purpose, unique, one of a kind, or public properties that may not have comparables or generate income in the normal fashion, like schools, churches, libraries, City Hall, or a custom unique home. So this approach is most often used by appraisers and not by salespeople because we simply don't have the knowledge to do it. Even though on state exam, they'll usually give you a math problem on it. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it. So these are the 4 steps. 4? 5. Missing a step. Estimate the cost to construe the construction. Oh, okay. There we go. I knew something was wrong here. The 5 steps here. Yep, that first one is a step estimate. Let's see. There we go. All right, hold on one second, guys, sorry. My formatting got a little screwed up here. There we go. Yeah, got it. There we go, all better. So here are the 5 steps for the appraisal by summation. Number 1, estimate the value of the land if it was vacant and put to its highest and best use. Step 2, estimate the current cost to construct a replacement or substitute property, to construct a substitute property. Estimate the accrued depreciation of the improvement. Then you're going to deduct the accrued depreciation from the estimated cost of the building, not the land, because the land doesn't depreciate. So you would never depreciate land. There are very rare circumstances where land would depreciate, and that would be if it was contaminated, had contaminated land, if it became a flood zone and it previously wasn't, under very rare circumstances. So generally speaking, the general rule of thumb is land does not depreciate. So you cannot depreciate the value of land, only the improvements to the land. So you would deduct those accrued depreciation for the estimated construction costs of the building and all the site improvements over time, and then add back in the estimated land value to get the depreciated total overall value. Okay. Those are the steps that an appraiser would use. So estimate value of the land and put it to its highest and best use. What's the highest and best use? The most valuable or probable use of that property in currently or in the reasonable near future. Then we estimate the cost to construct a replacement. The cost to construct. Now there's 2 approaches that the appraiser could use: replacement or reproduction costs. All right, so what is replacement or reproduction costs? I have it here in this next slide, and it's on page 280 as well. You see on the second paragraph where it's in bold on 280, we're going to highlight reproduction cost is the dollar amount required to construct an exact duplicate of the subject building at current prices. Replacement cost of the subject property would be to construct cost at current prices of a building that's not necessarily an exact duplicate, but serves the same purposes and functions as the original. All right, so let's look at the slideshow. Reproduction costs. Reproduction is an exact duplicate. Replacement is replacing it with something else that does the same function, but it's not necessarily an exact duplicate. So a church, you want to value a church. Are you going to make it exactly the same using the same materials with all the marble or granite and all that, the fancy carvings about it, and have it exactly like the original? That will cost significantly more, wouldn't you guess? Make an exact duplicate for that church versus just replacing it with another building that'll house the same amount of people where they could come together and pray. It's not an exact duplicate, but it performs the same function. Okay. Which one do you think is more expensive, reproduction or replacement costs?
Reproduction.
Reproduction cost, absolutely. Reproduction cost will definitely be more expensive to do. This works for your insurance policy on your house. Anybody own a house? If you own a house, what kind of insurance policy do you have on your house? Well, let's ask one thing. If you own a house, do you have any high-end things in your house? Your kitchen, is it high-end stuff? Do you have high-end custom cabinetry and appliances and countertops and all that? If you do, and you should get a fire in that kitchen, and all that stuff would need to be replaced, is the insurance company going to replace it exactly with the same that you have right now? Or are they going to just replace it with something else? Well, it depends on which policy you have. Did you opt for the cheaper policy with replacement cost or the reproduction cost policy? Reproduction cost, they would replace it with the same the same expensive appliances and the custom cabinetry and all that. Replacement cost, they would just replace it with some white product off the shelf, you know, like a GE refrigerator off the shelf. A white product, by the way, doesn't mean that it's white in color. A white product is just a brand label. That's a lingo for a brand label. So just a standard refrigerator, doesn't have the ice maker built into it or any of that stuff, you know, none of the fancy digital features, water dispenser. It's a place where you could put your food and it won't rot, you know? So if you have a replacement cost policy, they're gonna give you that kind of a refrigerator. They're not gonna give you all the bells and whistles, okay? If you had a reproduction cost, they'd reproduce it with that Viking appliance that you had there previously. Viking is money, okay? Okay, Viking appliances are nice, but they're expensive. That's like Nancy Pelosi's $30,000 refrigerator that she had all of her ice cream in, right? Or in her freezer. So that's a Viking refrigerator or freezer, okay? We're talking $25,000, $30,000 for an appliance like a freezer refrigerator. Can you imagine? Yeah, well, people got them. People get them.
It's more than my car.
Right? But so is it important to know what kind of insurance policy you have on your house? Hey, if the kitchen goes on fire, are you insured to have it replaced exactly the way it was, which we call reproduction? Or are they just going to replace it with something else that'll serve the same function? You can have countertops where you can prepare your food. They'll probably be made out of pressed wood and have a vinyl top over it, right? You're going to have a sink that's nothing fancy about it. You'll get hot and cold water. You can wash your dishes. And you got a refrigerator and a freezer that will keep your food cool. And you have a stove that will cook your food and heat it up. Okay, it doesn't need to be fancy bells and whistles, right? That's the difference between reproduction and replacement cost. So when an appraiser is doing the cost approach to value on a property, they're looking at it not just for the kitchen, but the entire structure. Are we going to make that entire structure, are we going to replace it or use reproduction costs? You guys need to know for exams, what's the difference between replacement and reproduction? Reproduction is making an exact duplicate. Okay, and often I use an inappropriate joke for it. I don't know how inappropriate it is, but I use a joke for it, and I usually bring the ladies in on this. Okay, I say, ladies, why do you have children? To make exact little duplicates of yourselves, little mini me copies, right? Go ahead, you can't slap me through the TV screen. It's all right, but you get what I'm getting at, right? You could still have a child that's not an exact duplicate of yourself. You could adopt. An adopted child still serves the same purpose. You have a child that you will love and you will raise, and they will be your own, but they're not exactly an exact duplicate copy of yourself, maybe looking like you too. All right. So there's a way, though. I try to use things like this. Hopefully, I'm not offending anybody. That's not my intent. But I like to use little things like this because it helps some people remember. Reproduction, like having a child, is an exact duplicate versus versus adoption, which could be like replacement. You'll have another child that's not exactly an exact duplicate. Okay, so if that helps you remember, good. Okay, once again, no offense to anybody who's been adopted or any parents out there or anything like that, just trying to come up with ways that are easier for you to remember. Sometimes they're humorous, sometimes they're offensive, but if it helps you remember, I don't care, as long as you pass the damn exam, okay? I still love you all anyway. All right, so that's the first step. The appraiser needs to determine, are they going to use the replacement or reproduction cost to construct that building? And then they depreciate the building or depreciate the improvements. What is an improvement? An improvement is anything that is added by man, any man-made improvement. That could be the sewer pipes under the property, running water and gas lines, as well as the construction of the building itself. So we have to learn about these different ways of depreciation. So I move to the depreciation slide here. And on page 281, let's look at the section on depreciation. What is depreciation? It's a loss of value due to any cause or any condition to an improvement. As a general rule, land does not depreciate. So you have to subtract the value of the land before you calculate depreciation on the property, or an appraiser does anyway. So some of these items are curable or incurable forms of depreciation. Let's see, physical deterioration. The house is just rotting because termites are eating the wood. Is that curable? Yeah, they replaced the wood, right? You cut out the rotted wood and you replace it with good clean wood, okay? So physical deterioration can be fixed. So we can understand physical deterioration. The house is just falling apart because it wasn't maintained, or termites are eating the wood. That's physical deterioration. Functional obsolescence, we already discussed this, like a 5-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. This house suffers from functional obsolescence. It's perfectly functional, but it's obsolete by today's standards. Today's standards is you got to have at least 2 baths or 2.5 baths, right? Especially in a 5-bedroom house. You're adding that many more people to the house and they're all waiting for 1 bedroom or 1 bath in the morning. Add several ladies to that. Guys, you know what I'm talking about. You're gonna be waiting there forever. I don't know. Some guys these days are kind of divas too. So you never know. I don't know how you guys are. So, all right. External obsolescence. Now, external or obsolescence is also known as economic or locational obsolescence. And I'll tell you why. External means something that's not on the property site. It's off the property. That could affect the property's value or desirability or make it obsolete. Could the local economy affect the value of the property? The local economy, like if they shut down the General Motors plant in town, could that affect the values of the homes in the area?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. We have ghost towns in the United States today where they used to be thriving, booming towns, and now population 0. You know, just take a look out west where they had the gold rush in the past, right? Or the other industries, you know, take a look at what happened in Michigan, right? Detroit, you know, look at what happened in Michigan and all the car manufacturers when politicians started putting in all these regulations and healthcare and this and that, minimum wages and all this other kinds of regulations. What did the manufacturers do? Even though politicians told you it's not going to happen, what did they do? They moved to Mexico. They moved south of the border where they get favorable tax treatment, right? Then you get other politicians come in and they make it a more favorable environment, maybe lower the tax and give more benefits to these industries, cut out some of the red tape. What happens? They move back. It's common sense. Businesses will do their business where it's more profitable to do the business, right? So the local economy can affect the property values in the area, all right? So there's a lot of those different factors that could affect that. The economy. Locational obsolescence. You can't pick it up and put it in a better area, right? Let's say, now, once again, external obsolescence is also known as locational obsolescence. If your house backs up to a graveyard, the cemetery, is that going to affect the value of your property?
It's quiet there.
Well, that's what we often push. You say, hey, listen, you don't got to worry about the neighbors complaining about you being too noisy. They're never going to bother you. What if you find out that you're buying a house, you put an offer in on a house, and you find out down the street is a city dump? Could that affect the value or sellability of that property?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. That's why we give buyers of new construction a 5-day right of rescission for the discovery of off-site conditions that would deal with their external obsolescence because of the location, its proximity to that dump, right? So external obsolescence, also known as economic or locational obsolescence, is this curable?
No.
No. You have little to no control over what's going on in someone else's property. Okay, so this is the only type of obsolescence that's beyond your control, that you can't do anything about. Functional obsolescence you could cure, so is physical deterioration you could cure, but external obsolescence you cannot. For this reason, it's almost always incurable. So here's 3 items that you need to, actually you really need to study these 2. Physical deterioration, everybody can figure that one. But these 2, a lot of times people forget. You'll get these on exam. Functional and external obsolescence, you need to know what they are. Okay. Here's another example of external obsolescence. A new car dealership, a Mercedes-Benz dealership. All right, check this out. Is downwind from a pig farm. Not the kind of leather you want to smell when you're shopping for a Mercedes-Benz, right?
Not at all.
You had a different smell in mind when you're shopping for a new car smell. You know, different kind of rawhide you wanted to smell there. Okay, let's see. The next one. The income approach to value. So on page 282, highlight the first sentence. The income or income capitalization approach is based on the present worth of future rights to the income on the property. I want you to go 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet points down. All these bullet points explain the process in full, but I want you to go down to the 4th bullet point, and on the 2nd line, I want you to highlight estimating the rate of return. Just highlight the words, estimating the rate of return that an investor demands for the investment of capital. Then go to the end of the line and highlight rate of return is called the capitalization or cap rate. Rate of return is called the capitalization or cap rate. All right, so now let's go to the slideshow, see what we have here. Actually, just before we do that, I want you to write something in the margin to the left of that, to those bullet points. How do you do that now or later? Let me see, there's a different slide. Now I got a slide coming up, so I don't have to rewrite everything. You'll see it on the slides. I'm gonna have you write a note over there though, a formula. Let's first go with this slide little by little here. So the income approach to value is based on the present worth of future rights to income. It's used for valuing any property that generates income. It could be apartment buildings, office buildings, shopping centers, multifamilies, any property, commercial, industrial, that generates income. Using 2 common approaches, either the cap rate or GRM, which is the gross rent multiplier. So let's start off with each one of those methods. Let's start off by the cap rates. Cap is short for capitalization rate, which is a measurement that determines the rate of return of an investor's money. You'll get an investor that comes to your office, they're looking to buy a property, and they could say, yeah, I'm looking for an investment property that yields at least a 6% cap. What are they talking about? What are they asking?
They want to earn 6%.
They want to earn an annual 6% on their money, on their invested money that was used to purchase the property. They want to get 6% of it back a year. And you're going to use the T formula to calculate what the value of this property is, using GOI. That stands for gross operating income. You should make a note about this in your on the side of the page over there somewhere. GOI, gross operating income. That's your income before expenses. And then you take your, and that's annual. And then you take your GOE, that's gross operating expenses. Those are your annual expenses. If you subtract your expenses from your income, what are you left with?
Your net.
Your net operating income. There you go. Or the NOI. So GOI minus GOE equals NOI. And this has to be the annual figures that you have to use if you want to get the problems right. See, GOI minus GOE equals NOI. GOI is income, gross operating income, gross operating expenses, net equals net operating income. And then we're going to learn about the gross rent multiplier. So I'm going to give you a formula for this after we go over what's on the GRM too. And then we're going to do some math problems on it too. Yay. All right. Gross operating income, gross operating expenses, NOI. Boom. So the GRM is the gross rent multiplier. It's used to determine the value by comparing two or more similar income generating properties. But you cannot compare a 4-unit building to a 5-unit building. You have to compare apples to apples here. You could compare a 4-unit to a 4-unit, a 3-unit to a 3-unit, a 5-unit to a 5-unit. You cannot compare a 4-unit to a 5-unit. Okay, we have to compare the same types of properties here. And the GRM is a whole number that we call a multiplier, gross rent multiplier. That's what GRM stands for. Multiplier is a whole number. It's not a percentage. The multiplier itself is an insignificant number. There's no such thing as a good multiplier or a bad multiplier. A multiplier is just a number that we assign to the property. And then we could use that number to compare it to a similar property. And I'm going to show you how we do that. I'm going to give you a formula and we're going to do a math problem on it. All right, it's super easy. So in this instance, we're going to use the reverse T formula to calculate. So next to where it says gross or rent or income multipliers on page 283, I want you to write use reverse T formula, just like I have it written here. Use reverse T formula. Cap rates use the regular T formula, calculates, so next to the cap rate on the previous page, we use the T formula to calculate. On the gross rent or income multiplier, we use the reverse T formula. Don't worry, I'm going to be giving you these formulas, and you'll be able to write them on this page in just a moment. I'm holding you in suspense. Okay. So In order to calculate the reverse T formula, we need to know any two of the following three figures to figure out the missing component. The gross monthly income, the value of the property, or the multiplier itself, the GRM. Now, when it came to the cap rates on the previous page, we need to know either the net operating income, the value of the property, or the cap rate itself. So any three of those items. Here, let me actually edit that slide and add that in there. All right, let's see if this works out good. Let's see. Boop. Income approach to value. Okay, I made a little edit there. I just added, here we go. So I said use the T formula to calculate, and using any of the two of the three items needed to calculate. Annual NOI, the value, or the cap rate are needed to figure out the cap rates. Annual NOI, value, cap rate. GRM is the gross rent multiplier. You need any two of these three items to figure it out. Gross monthly income, the value, or the GRM, the multiplier itself. And then we have a little twist on the GRM, which also includes not only the revenue generated from the property, the real estate, but also considers any other revenue from like concession stands or things like that on the real estate. All right, so let's figure out, well, let's do a little thing. Okay, so what are the three approaches to value?
GOI, the GOE, and NOI.
No, those are the three numbers needed to calculate the cap rate.
The sales comparison approach,
We have the sales comparison approach,
the cost approach,
the cost approach,
and the income approach.
and the income approach. And we're just going over two different types of income approaches to value, cap rates and gross rent multiplier. Those are two of the income approaches. So let me back this up a bit. Here's the three approaches to value. The sales comparison approach, used most often to determine the value of what kinds of properties? Residential. Who uses this approach most often?
Us.
Real estate licensees. Income approach is used to determine the value of what kind of properties?
Commercial.
Any property that generates income. You can have a residential property that you're renting out.
Okay.
Cost approach is used to determine the value of special purpose buildings that don't generate income or have comparables. And how do you do that? Here you go. You estimate the value of the land, put it to its highest and best use. Estimate the current cost to construct the building and the site improvements. Estimate accrued depreciation for the improvement. Deduct that accrued depreciation from the value of the improvement and then add the value of the land back in. That's why we don't do it. The appraiser does. But we need to know what the appraiser is doing. And then they could use two approaches to determine that cost to reproduce or replace the structure. These are the ways that they could depreciate it. Income approach has two approaches. The cap rates. What is cap short for? Capitalization rate. And what is that? It's a measurement that of the rate of return on the investor's money. If you give me $10,000 to invest, you're going to say, you'll have a number in your head of whether you're going to give it to me or not, depending on how much money you get in return for giving me that $10,000, right? If the juice ain't worth the squeeze, you ain't going to invest in my project, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So that's you have an idea of a number in your mind, which is your cap rate, the rate of return of your investment that you want to see. All right. You may not have an exact number put to it, but a ballpark figure. But if I tell you, you're going to make you'll get 1% of your money back if you invest in my project. You want to invest in it?
No.
I suggest that you don't. You'll make more money on other investments elsewhere. But if I tell you, hey, you could get 8% return on your investment. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad, right? For real estate, especially being more stable. So 6 to 8%, anything above 6% is good. In New Jersey, anyway. You know, you deal in other states, you know, they're like 6%. That's not. We need to get something like 13 to 15% return on our investment. I'm like, oh, then you're not familiar with New Jersey taxes. That'll put a dent in your real estate investment when you on your return on your investment when you got to pay your property taxes. Right. So in New Jersey, I would say 6 to 8%, even up to 10% is a good investment. You start getting up to above 13, 14% return on your investment, you're probably a slumlord, or you're entering in that slumlord territory. You're not putting money back into your property. All right. Reconciliation is what we call it when you apply more than one of the three approaches to value on the same property. What do I mean by this? So here's the three approaches to value. We got the sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach. Which approach to value would you use to value a single family house?
Sales comparison approach.
Which approach to value would you use for a strip mall?
Income approach.
Income.
Which approach to value would you use for valuing a library?
Cost approach.
Which approach to value would you use for a 4-family house?
Sales. Cement.
Income
approach.
Oh, we got a little mixed up here.
Right.
We have some income and we have some
Income.
saying sales comparison.
You're right. Income. I would go income. It's a 4-family house. Yes, you're generating income. Yes.
Why not both?
You can do both.
Are there other 4 families that you could probably compare it to?
Has to be apples to apples.
Probably.
Yes.
And they generate income. So why not use both approaches to value to determine which one is best to use for the value? You know, if you're going to use more than one of these 3 approaches to value, it's called reconciliation. So yes, you can. Actually, appraisers are required to do this. When appraisers are doing appraisals, they actually use all 3 approaches to value if possible. And then they determine which is the best value that they should use. Which would be the best value that they use? If they used all three approaches to value, which would be the best one that they would use? The more profitable one.
Yeah.
That's the best approach to value that they would use, would be the most profitable one. But in order to figure out which is the most profitable approach to use, they got to run the numbers. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using these formulas. So now we're here. So on page 282, on the left-hand side of the page, to the left of the income approach, where we have the cap rate, I want you to draw this formula. It's a T. Just draw the letter T. And then you put this symbol here. What is this symbol? Division. And then you put an X between the two numbers. So a small number goes up top. That small number would be the annual NOI if you're calculating the cap rate. But if you're calculating someone's commission or something, it would just be the small number. So you're going to write small number annual NOI up there. And on the one side, you're going to write the large number or the property's value. And on the other side, you're going to write percentage or cap rate. And that's the formula. Now, here's an important little note on how to use the formula. There's an acronym, TGIF. That stands for top number goes in the calculator first. So the number on top of this T, top number goes in the calculator first. So you divide down and multiply across to find the missing number. See, if you're trying to figure out what the cap rate on the property is, you need to know what the annual net income is on the property and the property's value, what you paid for it, to determine what your rate of return is. If you know the rate of return and you know the annual net income on the property, you could do that to figure out what the property's value is. If you have the property value and you know the cap rate, you could figure out what the annual NOI is by multiplying those numbers across to find the missing number. I'll show you how to do. You could actually use this T formula to figure out commission problems too. You could actually use it to figure out a lot of different problems. All right.
On the exam?
Yes. Well,
The
I know
formula I'm talking about.
brokers will get questions about cap rates that are math problems. Salespeople may or may not. I don't know if they're going to give you an actual cap rate math problem. They'll probably give you a cap rate question that's a verbal problem, like a measurement of the rate of return on an investor's money is known as the cap or capitalization rate.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably the extent that you're going to get on cap rates. But this formula can be used on a problem you probably will get, which deals with your commissions. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let's see. Cap rates. Tell me if you see cap rates. Math probation. Depreciation, cap rates, and GRM. There we go. Open up the slide any day now. Come on, Microsoft. Chugga, you can do it. Lots of loading. Okay. Come on. Zoom in there. Oh, that's too much. There you go. If you got a problem like this, this is a commission problem. You could get a problem like this, that it'd say, if a house sells for $425,000 and the total commission is $19,125, what did the listing agent charge the seller as the listing fee? Now, I already have it written here, 4.5%, but plug the numbers in the calculator yourself to figure it out. Remember the acronym TGIF. What does that mean? Top number goes in the calculator first. So 19,125 divided by $425,000. $19,125 divided by $425,000 equals 0.045. And if you guys remember how to convert a whole number to a decimal, you go 2 decimal points to the right. 1, 2. So that makes it 4.5%. Okay. So to convert a decimal to a whole number, you erase the decimal and then put it 2 spaces to the right and then write a percentage sign. And likewise, if you have a percent and you want to convert it to a whole number, you would erase the percent sign and then put it 2 decimal points to the left. 1, 2. You would have to add a 0 there to put it in front. It would be 0.045. So 0.045 is 4.5%. 4.5%. Now, if I were to ask you that same question a little bit differently. Let me see. If I were to ask that question a little bit differently, if I were to say the, let's use the same problem. Let's just use the same problem. If I were to say, the property sold for $425,000 and the commission charge was 4.5%. What was the total commission charged to the owner? How would you calculate it? 425,000, you multiply across to find the missing number. 425,000 times 4.5, and don't forget to hit the percent. And what do you get?
19,125.
19,125. And likewise, here's a probable question that you'll get. If the real estate agent listed the property for 4.5% and the total commission collected was $19,125, how much did the property sell for? Let me repeat that question. If the property listed for 4.5% and the total commission collected was $19,125, how much did the property sell for? So we take this number up here, 19,125, divided by, what that symbol is, 4.5%. Remember, TGIF, the top number goes in the calculator first. That's 19,125. Then you're going to divide that by either 4.5%, or you could divide it by 0.045. It'd come out to the same thing, okay? Depending if your calculator has that percentage conversion button or not. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. 19,125 divided by 4.5% equals what?
425,000.
You could also use this to check your math, can't you? Just by doing what we did. Just cover up any one of these numbers or erase them entirely, and then see if the problem would work a different way. You should get the right missing number here. Right? It works all the way around the same way. Ain't that a neat tool?
Yeah.
That's pretty strong. I like that.
That's the T formula.
It's easy.
Now, if you're using that to figure out the cap rate on a property, it works the same exact way, except there's just different numbers you put in. Remember, small number goes up top, commission or large number goes on the bottom. I'm sorry, small number goes up top, large number or value goes on the bottom, and a percentage or rate on the bottom on the other side. If we're talking about cap rates, what's the number that goes up top?
Annual.
Here's the formula, the annual NOI. And then on one side would be the value of the property, and then it would give you the cap rate. So I have a math problem that I already worked out right here for you. That's worded like this. If the property value on the property is $450,000 on a 4-unit building, you got, you know what? Let's do this. All right, let's do this. Oh no, what is he doing? He's erasing everything. That's all right. You're gonna figure it out. All right, so plug in the numbers. Give me the answer. What's the cap rate on this property? I want you to work it out for me. I want to see what it is. We know that the annual NOI goes up here in the T formula, but we need to do some math in order to figure out that number. So first step, let's figure out what our income is. If we have two bedrooms renting at $1,200 a month each, what's the income? What's the total rent on that?
$2,400.
That's $2,400. And if we have 2 3-bedrooms renting at $1,500 a month each, what is that?
3,000.
Add them up, and what's our total monthly income?
5,400.
So what's the annual income? Times it by 12.
12, 64.8.
64.8 is it. And what is 64.8? What is that?
That's the NOI? No, that's at your net bill.
That's the GOI.
GOI.
That's before expenses. $64,800. You wish it was your NOI. Now we need to calculate your expenses and then subtract your expenses from the income to get the NOI. So we need to calculate those expenses. So all we do over here in this column, keep in mind, you can see I crossed something out here. I put all these different expenses, but I got the mortgage crossed out. Because when calculating cap rates, you don't calculate the financing as an expense, because the financing will be different for each person. You as the individual property owner, if you want to know what your actual return is on your investment, you would use your actual mortgage financing as an expense. But when you're trying to share that number with other people, their expense is going to be different than yours. So you're going to have to figure it out without the mortgage. You don't add the mortgage into it as an expense. And what I did here is we have all these different expenses. Some of them are annual, some of them are monthly, some of them are even quarterly, like the water sewage charge. Now, you're not going to get a math problem that's going to give you all the individual expenses, I hope. Broker's exams maybe, but you would have to add up all these expenses. In real life, this is something that would be prepared by the accountant of the seller. If they just scribbled something on a piece of paper, I'd be like, no, I'm not sharing that as the numbers with the general public, because that would make me negligent. I need your accountant who prepared your taxes to give me those numbers. So they would write down your taxes. That's an annual fee. Insurance, that's an annual fee. If they give you monthly fees, times it by 12, that gives you the annual. See, I already did all this. I added everything up to give the annual. 1080, that's 1080. All right, and then all you do is you add up all these expenses. So tell me, if your taxes are $14,000 a year, that's 14,000. 14,000 a year. Add them up. 14,000 plus 2,800. Come on, we got to put all this information back on my board here. 14,000 plus 2,800 plus 1,800 for the waste dumpster, plus 1,140 for the electric, plus 1,080 for the gas, plus 1,200 for the sewer water bill, plus 1,800 for the landscaping, plus 300 for snow removal, which is kind of cheap. What was that, one day? And some miscellaneous repairs of $1,700 a year. We add all that up. What are our total expenses?
25,820.
25,820, right? So let's plug in those numbers here. 25,820. And now let's subtract 64,800 minus 25,820 equals what?
38,980.
38,980. Now we could take that number and put it up here. 38,980 divided by the value of the property that we purchased it for, of $450,000, and we'll get a cap rate of 0.0866, which if you were to round it, it goes 1, 2. So that's 8.67. So let's round it to 8.7%, right? Let's round it up. Or if you want, you could keep it down, whatever. It's 8.6 or 8.7%. I'll keep it at 8.7. So that's 8.7% cap rate, right? Was that hard?
No.
No, it's pretty easy, actually. Collecting the correct numbers from the owner of the property is going to be the difficult part. Now, hold on a second. What's the cap rate on this property?
8.7.
Okay. Now, what's the gross rent multiplier for this same property? Remember here, I'm going to put down here in the bottom here, I'm going to draw another little T. And what numbers do I fill in here? What numbers go where in the T reverse T formula? The large number goes up top. And what's the large number? The value of the property, $450,000. See, it's the reverse. It goes on the top, not the bottom. And what goes on the bottom on this side? to figure out the
Gross.
GRM?
Gross.
What goes on this side?
The gross month.
What's that number? We have it right here.
38,980.
No, 5,400 is the gross monthly income.
Oh,
Gross monthly. So $5,400. That's your total gross monthly income. So what's the GRM on this property, guys? 450,000 divided by 5,400. And what's your GRM? What'd you get? Go ahead, put the number out there. It's right.
83.3.
83.33. Why weren't you answering me originally? How come I had to say, don't worry, it's right?
it looked weird.
It did
Yeah.
look weird, but it's correct. That's the right number. Let's see. Yep, because look, I figured it out down here on the bottom too. Come on, Microsoft. There we go. You see, 83.33. We got it. We got it right. I figured it out already here. So we just did it here and you got the right number. That's a math problem that you do get on exams. You need to figure out what the GRM is. And you know how they'll make it hard on you? They're not going to give you all these numbers to add and subtract from the expenses. But what they will do is they'll say, all the expenses on the annual expenses of the property are $25,820. And the annual income on the property is $64,800. The mortgage on the property is $3,200 a month. So what is the GRM on the property? And the property was purchased for $450,000. So you see what they did there? They gave you a bunch of information you do not need. What's the only info you needed there? Well, they gave you the annual GOI. They gave you expenses. They gave you a mortgage. Here, let me reword it. So they told you your annual income is, what was it, 64,800? Yeah, 64,800. And your annual expenses were 25,820. And the mortgage was 3,200 a month. And the property's value was 450. What is the GRM on that property? It's the same problem we just figured out. Okay, when calculating the GRM using the reverse T formula, what number do we need? We need to know the value that goes up here.
450.
And what number goes down here to figure out the GRM?
Divide the annual income.
The GRM.
Oh, gross monthly income. So they gave us the annual. So we don't need to know the mortgage. We don't need to know the expenses. They gave us the annual. How do you figure out the monthly? Divide that by 12. That's how they'll trip you up on state exam. 64,800 divided by 12. That's $5,400, right? We plug in our 5,400 here, boop, 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 and we get that 83.33. Okay. Pretty easy, even when they put in that little trip up in there of additional information. But if you don't know the reverse T formula and the numbers that you need to plug in, you ain't getting this right. Okay. But was it hard, really?
No.
No. But you just need to know the numbers to plug in. Go ahead, ask me the question. I know you're dying to ask it. Just ask it already. Ask the question about the GRM number. Go ahead, ask it. I know you guys got a question about it. Don't be shy.
What is the GRM?
What the hell is it used for?
Yeah.
All right, well, if we go back to the slideshow for a second. A GRM is a whole number, not a percentage, called a multiplier, which is an insignificant number itself. There's no such thing as a good number or a bad number. It's just a number used to compare to similar income producing properties. So now that you know that, let's go back to the slideshow here again, or go back to this whiteboard. Let's say that we have another property that comes on the market for sale. Okay, so how can it be used? How can GRM can be used? The GRM is the gross rent multiplier. And forget about the price. We don't even know the price on this property because we want to base our price on the return that we want on it. What did the other property give us a return? What was the cap rate?
64.8.
No, it's 8.7.
Oh, the rate, yeah.
The 8.7 was the cap rate. And what's the GRM on that property, that 4-unit building? What was the GRM? 83.33?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's say that we have a listing that we come up, there's a 4-unit building and they don't even tell us what the rent is on the property or what the expenses or the income is. They don't tell us anything on the property. Well, let me ask you a question. Can you guess that generally speaking in the same neighborhood, if you have 2 different buildings, one has 2-bedroom units that are going for $1,200, shouldn't the other ones be in the same ballpark for rent at approximately $1,200 as the going rate for 2 bedrooms in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Yeah, generally the rents are gonna be about the same throughout the neighborhood. And so if this one also has 3 bedrooms that we're renting for 15, let's do the same thing for this building, that the owner did not post what the actual rents are. They posted no information except for their asking price, which we don't even care about. We want to buy this property based on what our anticipated income is, based on an 8% cap, 8.7% cap rate. So how will we do that? Well, we need to calculate what the monthly income on this property would be. So if the going rate on 2 bedrooms is $1,200 and there's only 1 bedroom, this is a 4-unit building. We could compare 4 units to 4 units with the GRM. And it has 3 3-bedrooms. Ooh, this other one only had 2 3-bedrooms and 2 2-bedrooms. So it's going to be a little bit different income here. So $1,200 and 1,500 times 3 is 45. Add that up, it's $5,700 a month income, right? Go to the T formula and how much should we offer on this property? How much should we offer on this property? Well, if the gross monthly income is $5,700 and we know that 4-unit buildings in this neighborhood, just based on the other building that we just calculated all the numbers for, that yielded an 8% cap rate, shouldn't this building get us about that 8% cap rate range? I mean, let me ask you a question. We don't know any of the expenses on this property either, but don't 4-unit buildings compared to another 4-unit building in the same neighborhood, shouldn't it have approximately, give or take, get us in the same ballpark of the same expenses? Ballpark here or there. It's not a perfect exact number, but shouldn't it get us in the ballpark with the figures without knowing the exact numbers? Sure. So we're going to apply this 83.33% gross rent multiplier to compare it to this property using the estimated income on the property and to give us a price that we should offer no more than if we want to get an 8.7% return on our investment. So how much are we going to offer on this property?
474, 981.
474, 981. That's how you could use it in real life. Even though you don't need to know that for exam. For exam, you just needed to know how to calculate the GRM, which was stupid easy. You just needed the gross monthly income and the value of the property to get the GRM. In this instance, I showed you how when you figure out the GRM for one property that you got all the expenses for, how much you should offer on another property to get the same rate of return on it when you don't have any of the information available to you. Can you see how this could come in handy?
Oh, yeah.
Look, in the MLS, we get listings all the time where real estate agents don't post all the information of the property. They don't post the rents. They don't post the expenses. They don't post any of that information. If we find a property in that neighborhood that we got all the numbers for, we run the numbers on it to figure out the cap rate, and then we use those numbers to figure out the GRM. Now we use that GRM and apply it to this property and estimate its income. We could figure out everything. Sure, it's a lot of guessing, but it's educated guessing. We're not just making up numbers, well, kind of, sort of, but they're educated guesses. So they'll get us at least in the ballpark. They may not be exact, but they should get us in the ballpark, right? And now we could introduce this property. If we have an investor that came to us and said, hey, listen, I don't want to see any property unless it's offering at least an 8% cap rate. And we got these other properties that aren't showing any information. Well, we could run these numbers and now we can look up all this information without even calling the listing agent. Because the listing agent may be like, well, I could get those numbers for you, but the owner wants you to sign a non-disclosure agreement before we give that to you. And now you're signing like legal documents and stuff before we ever even decide if it's a property we even want to show. This could save us a lot of time, and time is money. I hope you guys use it to your advantage. It'll make you better agents. I also, let me give you a little bit of information. Most agents that are out there, they probably have not used the gross rent multiplier, probably don't even remember how to use it since the day they got their license. They use that exam, they learned it for exam, and they probably were never showed how it could be used to their advantage. They just know that it's not accurate. So why use it? I just taught you guys how to use it. I'm telling you, my school where I learned, I didn't know, they didn't teach me this. I figured this out on my own. I did my own research because I'm a curious mind. And so I had to dig it up to try to figure it out. And I know people in class ask this question. I don't want to be a ignorant instructor and not be able to have the answer for you. So I look it up, and this is how you do it. Okay. And this is how it could be useful to you in the business. So, but you don't even need to know any of that. All you need to know is how to figure out the GRM. What numbers do you need to plug into the reverse T formula? Large number up top is the what?
Property value.
The
property value. And the number on the other side is the gross monthly income, and the net result would be the GRM. So this slide in front of you is the formulas for both the cap rate and the GRM. Both will be math problems. But I also showed you how to figure out your commission with this cap rate T formula too, right? So that could be useful for you in many ways. Good slide to study. Okay, so did you write these T formulas and the reverse T formula in the book next to cap rate and the gross rent multiplier?
Yeah.
Awesome. So in this slideshow, I give you more examples with the math problems. So if you guys want to revisit this, I have these examples here for you in the slideshow, just like we just did together. I have the examples with the GRM, just like we did together. Several of them, based on the way they worded it. And another. All right. So I do have examples in there, more examples for you guys if you want to figure them out. Now, here's probably the harder math problem they give you.
Vic,
Yes, sir.
for the when you're calculating, like if you go back to the last slide real quick.
Slide or the whiteboard?
Like the last slide, because it has the same thing.
Okay.
Like with the expenses, you said, oh wait, it was I don't know, but you said when they have the expenses to go to their accountant, and I was wondering, like, so if they don't have an accountant, what do you do? Just look at the tax or what?
Who's doing their taxes? Who's doing their taxes?
Let's say they do.
They should have an accountant that's doing it.
Oh, so it's just
if they
looking
want
at
us
their tax.
if they want us to publish any numbers and they don't have an accountant, then show me your tax return. Actually, there is a page that they need to show you. Hold on one second. I'll give you what that form is called. Ooh, I got it written down somewhere here. I believe it's called a Schedule K for their tax returns. I have it in a different, hold on 1 second. All right, so in order to figure out that number, they should give you, when they have investments and investment properties, they file the taxes for each individual property that they own. And that, I believe it's called a Schedule K.
All right, thanks. I'll try and double check and look it up.
Yeah. Oh, I got it written down here somewhere. Oh, it's probably in my thing here. I believe it's called a Schedule K that you need to get, where they file all the information for each investment property, or if they have different businesses, each separate business entity, or each property, which is its own business entity. When they file their taxes, they'll have a Schedule K for each individual property, so you'll have all the numbers for it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. I don't know why I don't have it written down here. In my own notes for a class I recently took. Anyway, I believe it's called a Schedule K for each individual property that they fill out. Oh, I know I don't have it written down because I had it in the audio file. Anyway, it's a Schedule K for each individual property investment that they could you could get all the actual numbers for it. If they file taxes, they'll have a Schedule K for each one. Okay. You don't need to see some scribbling that they put on a scrap piece of paper for you, and then they want you to pass that on to other investors. Okay. And you know who does this? Who also does stuff like that? People when they're selling car washes and investments like that, and they say, "Oh, it's all cash business. Of course, we don't report all of our cash." All right. So, would you want to, if you were buying that business, and the seller is telling you, "I don't report all my cash. It's a cash business. I don't report all my income on my taxes." Okay. So you're telling me that you're breaking the law, and you don't report all your income. Okay, so that's one little red flag for you right there. And now you want me just to believe whatever pie in the sky number that you're going to throw at me that's going to be inflated so that you get a higher price for the property? No. We need real numbers, and we need to value the property, the business based on the real numbers too. There's plenty of ways that a business owner can get value out of their property through tax deductions and really breaking it down through a process called bifurcation. We'll get that's something that you're not going to get into in this class. That's some advanced stuff, but anyway, you need to have the real numbers of the business.
But thank you.
You're welcome. So the cost approach to value. I told you guys that we will never do this in real life, and you won't, other than exam. Exams give you a question for figuring out the cost approach to value. Remember, I told you, what are the steps in figuring out the cost approach? The appraiser has to put a value to the property, to the land, because land does not depreciate if it's put to its highest and best use. Now we separate that out. We pull that value out. Now they have to determine the value of the improvement to the real estate and calculate depreciation. You guys will get a math problem on how to calculate depreciation. And these are the basic rules. Now, if I just read these rules to you, you're going to be lost by the time I read it. Here's the steps. There's 3 steps. So we're going to do a math problem on this. They first need to determine which method that they're going to use in the math problem, straight line method or the compound method. And how would you determine this? Well, the question will give you that on exam. They'll tell you to use the straight line method or the compound method. If they don't tell you what method to use, you're going to use straight line. If I explain this to you now, it's going to seem a little complicated, so I'm not going to explain that just yet, that step. Step 2, are you trying to determine a value that that's appreciating or depreciating? Okay. What is appreciation? It's an increase of value. Depreciation is a loss of value. You're probably going to get math problems that deal with depreciation. So that means you're going to take the percentage of depreciation and subtract it from 100%. Because whenever trying to determine value, you're trying to determine 100% of it, all of it. And if it depreciated, it's a loss. So you're subtracting from 100%. If it appreciated, you're adding to 100%. Make sense? Okay, so don't read into that one too much. That's all that means. And then lastly, are you trying to determine the value of the property in the past, or are you trying to determine a current or future value? If you're trying to determine a value in the past, whether it appreciated or depreciated is irrelevant. That's a different thing. You're going to divide to figure out the value in the past, or multiply to try to figure out a current or future value of a property. Now, let me put it into perspective so that you got a better understanding. Here, I put a math problem with those steps right over here. First, remember, you're going to determine value is based on 100%. So if you purchased a property, this is very similar to the problem that you get. If you purchased a property 3 years ago and it depreciated in value, wait, if it depreciated in value, what does that mean?
Went down.
It went down. So you're going to add or subtract from 100%? Subtract. Okay. Depreciated in value 2% per year, and today's value is $400,000. So if it depreciated in value 2% per year and today's value is 200, wait, you're going to use the straight line method because they didn't tell you to use the compound method, right? So the straight line method is this. You take the rate of depreciation times the number of years. That's 6%. 2% times 3, that's 6. And then you subtract 6% from 100, that gives you 94% or 0.94. Then you take today's value of $400,000, and then we're going to divide. Why are we dividing? Because we're trying to figure out how much it was purchased for. You divide it by 0.94, and that means that you bought it for $425,532. That is the straight line method. Pretty straightforward. Now, if you're going to, if they tell you to use the compounding method, you'll use this approach right here. Using the same math problem, the same problem, but they told you to use the compound approach. This is what you do. Instead of doing 2 times 3, you take the rate of depreciation, subtract it from 100%, that's 0.98. And then you take the today's value and divide it by the rate of depreciation once for each year, 3 times. 400,000 divided by 0.98 equals this. Then you take that number, divide it by 0.98. Then you take that answer and divide it by 0.98 to give you the answer. That's how compounding works. All right. So it's a matter of, do we just take the percentage, times it by the number of years, and then subtract it and then divide it? That's straight line. Compound, you just take the percentage of depreciation, and then you do the math problem once for each year.
Why would an exam question want you to use the compound method if
I
the
don't
end
know.
result is the same?
Just to confuse you a little bit, I don't know. But if they don't specifically tell you to use the compound method, you're going to use the straight line. Okay? Which is the easier one anyway. 2 times 3 and boom, it's one problem straight out. You know, you're not having to take that number, equals, and then put it in again, then equals, then put it in again, right?
Right.
Now, if they told you it appreciated in value, what are you going to do? You would be adding to 100%. And if they told you that you bought the property for $400,000 and what is today's value, what would you be doing? You'd be multiplying instead of dividing.
Okay.
You see, I got those steps here explained right here. I put those, what you saw on the previous slide, I put it right here on the slide so you could see it side by side while next to the problem. This is also in the Math How To Study Guide too, but I think on these slides, I've got it a little bit clearer explained. Here it is again. Here's another problem, asking the same thing. Okay, once again, we got the 4 steps on the side. If you purchase a property 3 years ago and it depreciated in value 2% per year, and today's value is $380,000, using the compound method, how much did you purchase it for? 380. We're going to divide it. Why are we dividing?
Because it depreciated.
No, we're dividing because it's a value in the past. We're trying to figure out the value in the past. If it depreciated, that's why we put a subtraction from the 100. 100 is 100% of the value. We're subtracting from the value here. That's dealing with depreciation. Whether you divide or multiply is whether you're trying to figure out a value in the past or a current or future value. Okay. I know it's quite a few different steps here. This is why I put this one here on the bottom. You see what I did here? I worded it a different way now. And that's why you multiply it down here. If you purchased the property 3 years ago for $300,000, it sounds like the same problem, but it's different. And it depreciated in value 2% per year using the compound method. How much is it worth today? See, this one's asking how much you purchased it for, and this one is saying how much is it worth today. If I'm asking how much you purchased it for, I'm asking for a value in the past. That's why we divide. If it's for how much it's worth today, you're going to multiply. Here, let me show you on the slide on the whiteboard. I'll show you that. I actually did this a bunch of other times, and I put a little formula next to it too. Here we go. Which I have to put this formula on the slide. Okay. Here's the formula for you. Divide for past, multiply for future value. You're going to add to 100% for appreciation, subtract for depreciation. And let me actually write that down there too. Divide for past value. Multiply for future value. And then we're going to add to 100% for appreciation and subtract from 100% for depreciation. Okay. That's the formula I need to put there. And I will add that to the slideshow before I update it today. Snap a picture of that real quick. Right. It's just a matter of this one, you just need to study the steps. You know, there's no way around it. You need to understand those steps. And at the end of this slideshow, I have a bunch more math problems at the end of the show. Okay. So let's finish out this chapter. I know we're over time already, but let's, yes, how time flies. We're going to finish out this chapter real quick. Appraisals are conducted by licensed professionals called appraisers. What page are we on? Okay, on page 284, I want you guys to highlight reconciliation. Go to page 284. Highlight reconciliation if more than one of the three approaches to value are applied to the same property. So appraisals are conducted by licensed appraisers. They charge a fee for the appraisals they conduct. Licensees do CMAs or BPOs. These are estimates of value by real estate licensees and must never be called an appraisal. Here are some situations requiring appraisals, and this is on the top of page 285. For estate purposes, when someone dies. For divorce proceedings, right, to divide up the assets, we need to know what the values of them were, right? For financing, when you're purchasing a property. For taxation reasons, for the assessed value. Remember, ad valorem means according to value, and the taxes are based on the value of the property. For relocation purposes, when a corporate relocation company may possibly purchase the property, they need an appraisal. For condemnation, when the property is going to get seized by eminent domain, remember, condemnation is the court process of taking the property, but with just compensation. So how do they determine that compensation? They need an appraisal done on it. For insurance reasons, if you get a fire in the house or something happens. Or for damage or loss for tax deduction purposes. And for feasibility studies, sometimes municipalities may need appraisals done. So this goes over the appraiser's process. We don't need to get too deep into this. They need to state the problem, list the data that they needed and the sources where they gathered the information, all a bunch of crap you don't need. So I'm not gonna waste your time going over this right now. Uniform Residential Appraisal Report is what we call the appraisal statements. You could see a picture of one of them on page 287. It kind of looks like our CMA, doesn't it? Remember the CMA we did? It's got the subject property, then it's got comparable 1, comparable 2, comparable 3, right? It kind of looks like our CMA. this is why we got to be careful that we write on the bottom of every CMA that we do, this is not an appraisal and should never be considered as one. All right. So they call it the Uniform Residential Appraisal Report. Now, go back to page 285 for a second. There's something I want you to highlight at the very bottom of the page. The next to last bullet point on the second line, I want you to highlight Uniform Standard of Professional Appraisal Practice, USPAP or USPAP. Everybody find that?
Yep.
Okay. I love it when I say everybody and only one person answers me. All right. Then we're going to turn to page 288. And in the third paragraph on page 288, the third paragraph on page 288, at the end of the first line, we're going to highlight MAI, Member of the Appraisal Institute. Okay. Now look at this.
Last paragraph on 288.
On 288, it's the third paragraph, end of the first line. MAI, Member of the Appraisal Institute. That's all you're highlighting.
Okay, I got it.
Now, if you look at the slide that I have up on screen, MAI, well, I'll make sure that you guys have seen the slide, okay? MAI is Member of the Appraisal Institute, and USPAP is the Uniform Standard Professional of Appraisal Practice. It's a class that it's a 15-hour national class that all appraisers have to take every year. So let me explain what both of these are. When you guys get your real estate licenses, you guys are going to become members of NAR, National Association of Realtors, most likely, right? What NAR is to us, MAI is to appraisers. They become members of the Appraisal Institute. Now, when you guys become realtors, you have to finish your Realtor Code of Ethics training classes, right? What the Realtors Code of Ethics training class is to us, USPAP is to appraisers. Their Uniform Standard of Professional Appraisal Practice. Make sense? I just want it to be relatable to you guys. I mean, you only need to know this for exam. State exam, not even school exam, state exam will give you one or the other of these. They'll give you a question on it. So you need to know what they are. As long as you know they have something to do with appraisers, you'll get them right. If you see MAI or USPAP. So you don't even need to study really what it stands for. As long as you see MAI or USPAP, if you know it has something to do with appraisals or appraisers, you get it right. Now there's 4 different types of appraiser licenses. Let me stop really quick and ask you, what type of license is required to do an appraisal?
Appraiser's license? I don't know.
There you, no, that's right. That's right. I don't want you to see, you guys already know the answers. I don't want you overthinking this stuff. Even though there's 4 types of appraiser's license, they'll ask you a question on exam that's something like, what type of license is required to do an appraisal? And you do not pick out one of these individual license types. It's any of them would be correct. So all of the above would be correct in that case. Any of the appraiser licenses are correct. Now, if they ask you what type of appraiser's license would be required to appraise a commercial property or a residential property valued over $1 million, it would be a certified general appraiser. Because remember, in general, anytime you hear the term in general, they could do more, right? So your appraiser licenses start out like this. You start off as an apprentice trainee. In order to become a trainee, you need to take a 90-hour class in appraisal courses and pass an exam. Keep in mind, you guys are here only taking a 75-hour class in various topics. They're taking a 90-hour class in just appraising and math. And then you become an apprentice trainee. That means you become somebody's gopher. They boss you around, tell you, go for this, go for that, go get coffee. You know, they have you doing all the errands and the math, and then you don't get paid the big bucks stuff. Now, you cannot, as an apprentice trainee, you're working under a certified residential appraiser or a certified general appraiser. Now, a licensed residential appraiser, you have to take another 150-hour class, another 150-hour class, and pass another exam, and have at least 2,000 hours of experience over a period of not less than 1 year as an apprentice trainee. And you still can't work on your own. You have to work under a certified residential appraiser or a certified general appraiser, but you can do appraising, but under the supervision of one of these other license types, one of the certified appraising license types. Now, a certified residential appraiser can work on their own, and they can have people working under them as residential or apprentice trainees. But they could only appraise residential properties valued under $1 million. They could appraise commercial property, but only if they were working under the supervision of a certified general appraiser who can do more. They have to take, to become a certified residential appraiser, they have to take another 200 hours of classroom classes and have no less than 2,500 hours of experience and not less than 2 years as a licensed residential appraiser. They have to have an associate's degree or higher, but they could substitute 21 semester hour credits in certain topics. Those topics, let's see what they would be. If we go on page 288, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth paragraph starts talking about the apprentice trainee. Just highlight the license types. Apprentice trainee. Next paragraph, just highlight licensed residential appraiser, because that's the next license type. Next paragraph, highlight certification as a residential appraiser. That's a certified residential appraiser. Okay, you could. You don't have to highlight the classes. I just want you to highlight the license type. So you have to either have an associate's degree, or you could substitute 21 semester credits in English, economics, math, business, or law courses. And then in the next paragraph, we're going to highlight the sentence: both licensed and certified residential appraisers must pass examinations and may conduct appraisals of no more than $1 million. Then highlight certified general appraiser on the next paragraph. Just the word certified general appraiser. And on the bottom right-hand side of that paragraph, the very last word on that page, continuing on to the next page, I want you to highlight: unlike residential appraisers, certified general appraisers have no monetary caps on the properties they could appraise. And I want you to write, and can appraise commercial property. And then highlight the next sentence: in every case, the required course of study must include a 15-hour national USPAP course, Uniform Standard Professional Appraisal Practice. All right. I'll call you back in a minute. Put your ringer on. Okay, so those are the 4 types of appraiser licenses. Which type of appraiser can, which type of license is required to conduct an appraisal?
The appraiser's license.
Any of them, right? And appraisers, and they're all appraiser licenses. Which type can appraise residential properties over $1 million?
Certified general.
Only the certified general. What about which type can appraise commercial property?
General.
A
certified
general appraiser or a certified residential appraiser if they're being supervised by a certified general appraiser. Okay. All right. Guess what? We're done with this chapter. We could do the key terms to review. I'm just going over this. Here's some additional slides I have on here. CMA is the comparative market analysis. That's how we help homeowners and buyers value properties. The broker price opinion is when we help the lenders. We do these for lenders. And BPOs we do for lenders, and CMAs we do for the public, but neither of them should ever be called an appraiser. And here's a bunch of the other additional math problems you may want to try out on your own. I have them worked out side by side, compound, straight line, and the rules. Calculating appreciation versus depreciation. I have a couple of them already. We already went over. This is just some more side by side, straight line, compound method. Seeing David at the top snapping pictures, so I'm waiting for him to snap. Okay, you got it. Okay. All right, so there's a bunch of different ones. Here's ones about the commission. Remember how to calculate the commission? So here's some examples of that. Another example of the commission. It's the same math problem. You could do it in 3 different ways, right? Using the key formula. You can download these slideshows, Dave.
I know, but I save it to my email, and then I just, when I go, if I'm out and about and I don't have internet somewhere, I can pull it up and study. I use it to study.
Okay, okay. Okay, here's a problem about cap rates, how to calculate the cap rate and the GRM for the same property over here. Here's spelling out how to, you know, with the formula for the GRM again. But I got that better slide. The one slide that shows both the cap rate and the GRM formulas on it is a little bit cleaner, but this one actually gives a problem to it as well. And that's it. So that concludes chapter 16. I will upload this chapter slideshow because I made modifications to it. And keep in mind, I keep modifying these slideshows and updating them, making them a little bit better so you guys can always download the latest one. So let me close out my notes here and we'll do the key terms to review. There are 2 of them for this chapter. All right. Analysis of income, including rental and other factors.
Gross income multiplier.
The GIM, 10 is A, the gross income multiplier. Those other factors would be like income from concession sales, from a concession stand, for example, not coming from the real estate, income not coming from the real estate. So let me see. Wait, hold on a second. Did I read B by mistake there?
No, that was A.
No, that was A.
Wow. All right. Analysis of income, including rental and other factors. Yes. Okay. Gross income multiplier. 10 is A. Okay. Analysis of rental income used roughly in sales comparison approach.
GRM.
GRM, gross rent multiplier, 11 is B. Use of land that yields the most money.
Highest and best use.
12 is C. Appraisal technique that analyzes the cost to build.
Cost approach.
The cost approach. It has it got a little giveaway in there too. 6 is D. Analysis of value of property using return on investment.
Income.
13 is E, correct. Extra that contributes to the owner's satisfaction, like clean air, view, and so on.
Amenity.
Amenity.
1 is F, amenity, yes. Loss of value due to any cause or condition.
Appreciation.
No.
Appreciation. 7 is G. Loss of value due to factors beyond the property's boundaries.
External obsolescence.
8
External
is
obsolescence.
8, external obsolescence. Loss of value due to worn or outdated features.
Functional obsolescence.
It's functional, but it's outdated. 9 is I. Process of estimating value. What do we call that process?
Appraisal.
Appraisal.
J, an appraisal. Rate of return demanded by investors in a particular area.
Capitalization rate.
Cap rates. 4 is K. Yes, capitalization rates. Similar nearby property recently sold. What do we call it?
Comparable.
Comparable.
5 is L, the comparable. And then an independent person trained to provide an unbiased estimate of value.
Appraiser.
Appraisal.
An appraiser. 3 is M. Okay, key terms 2. Analysis of value received by different appraisal approaches.
Market value.
Reconciliation.
Reconciliation. 4 is A. When you apply more than one of the 3 approaches to value to the same property, it's reconciliation. Cost to rebuild exactly using materials like the original.
Reproduction costs.
Reduction cost.
6 is B, reproduction costs. A cost to rebuild using today's materials and techniques.
Basement.
Replacement
Replacement.
costs. Okay, everybody's cutting out there a little bit. 5 is C, replacement costs. What a property actually sells for.
Market
Market
price.
price.
Market price, it's the selling price. So 1 is D. Location and the buyer's willingness to pay more for certain locations.
Situs.
Titus, we're gonna sit us right here. It's the people's preference for location. So that would be 8 is E. A loss of value due to wear and tear.
Physical deterioration.
3 is F. Parcel of real estate being appraised.
Subject property.
It is the subject property. 9 is G. Present worth of future benefits.
Value.
Value.
Value, yes. 11 is H. The price that would be paid by an informed buyer.
Market value.
Market value.
Value.
10, wait. 2. Yeah, market value. 2 is I. A principle that no one pays more if the same can be had for less.
Substitution.
Substitution.
10 is J, substitution. And appraisal techniques that appraisal technique that analyzes the sale price on a comparable property.
Sales comparison approach.
7 is K. And that concludes chapter 16. And our day for today as well. So